All right, good morning, everybody. This is day 4 of budget hearings, continuing with public safety. We have the DA's office, public defenders, NOPD, EMS. I'm sorry, Mr. Burnside, that one's just easier to say by its initials, and the fire department. So with that, Mr. DA, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman Yaruso. Good morning. Good morning, President Morrell, and all the members of the City Council. Thank you for all the early mornings and late nights that you put in. You've already put in, and you'll put in over the course of this next budget cycle. It will definitely go unnoticed by most people, but I remember it well, and I appreciate your efforts. Today, I'm joined here by my Chief of Screening, Andre Godin, my Chief of Staff, Micah Ince, and the Chief of Operations and External Affairs, Keith D. Lampkin. I want to begin, as always, by stating that our goal at the Orleans Parish District Attorney's Office has been clear from the start, and we're still focused on it. We aim to create a modern prosecutor's office that is just as informed about crime as we have been resolute in dealing with it. We've been actively seeking out capable individuals who believe in this mission and are interested in being a part of this work. Last November, we came to you with a staffing crisis amidst a violent crime wave. This crime surge demanded that we staff up considerably, and city leadership committed to those resources, those initiatives necessary to respond. You know, when you really think about the status of when we came in the middle of an unprecedented global shutdown, after years of understaffing in the office because of attrition, a lot of times people think of new administrations as rebuilding years. If this were a college football team, but for a number of years prior to taking office, the DA's office was playing without enough people, enough players on the field for the game. And so not only were we understaffed, it was also a rebuilding year and rebuilding period in terms of getting experience and that real muscle memory that it takes to be able to deal with the most difficult cases. But I want to thank this council for seeing the deficit and for investing in a better outcome. While we've faced attrition like many of our peers and like many administrations in the past, we've helped, with the help of motivated leadership and countless community partners, we've doubled our recruitment efforts. Specifically on OPDA recruitment and retention efforts, we received a tremendous amount of feedback from a workforce roundtable facilitated by GNO Inc. In June of this year. And we immediately took those tools and ideas and turned them into action items. We've increased our engagement with local colleges and universities, not just law schools. In years past, we focused on folks who want to become lawyers. But after meeting with GNO Inc. And a few others, we realized that we needed to go further upstream to encourage people to actually go to law school to become DAs. And one of our most effective recruitment tools is that direct pipeline from universities and schools. Last month, we swore in 10 newly admitted attorneys as ADAs, our largest class so far. We launched an internal training program to bring them up to speed. It's called Saturday School. I look forward to sharing the importance of our work with more bright minds later this year when I address Southern University's Law Center. And this Friday, I will be with a few other DAs from around the state, meeting with and speaking with the Black Law Student Association at Southern University and LSU University. I am excited to say that we've engaged partners to discuss this potential pipeline of law enforcement officers to pursue further education and advance their careers as ADAs, as investigators, or as trial assistants with our office. Trial assistants are much like paralegals. We've participated in numerous recruitment events, bridge the gap with the help of volunteer ADAs through partnerships with folks like Morris Bart and his law firm. who have volunteered to fill the gap and help us deliver more for the people of the city. We appear here today with nearly all positions filled, having built out new units with no new funds in 2023. We're now much better positioned to coordinate effectively with system partners and deliver justice on behalf of this community. Our 2024 HR goals, our personnel-related priorities now are to maintain these gains, and ensure proper training and preparedness, and truly give these cases the attention each and every one of them deserves. Performance tracking for improved outcomes. We have data sharing and review agreements with multiple local and national experts who we work with to measure how we are performing in dozens of areas. Those measurables tell the story of growth in all meaningful categories: screening and case acceptance data, adult and juvenile. Front door of our office where critical decisions are made, that's a screening arm. Improved in all categories year over year. Marked reductions in 701 releases due to timeliness of accepting cases, and guilty pleas and trial successes. New tools and opportunities. While transparency and increasing manpower and womanpower in our office is essential to the office's work, we're also deeply committed to taking significant actions to identify new tools, force multipliers, and opportunities that will help create safety in the city of New Orleans. To address the public's request for increased communication and focus on survivors and victims, we've created district screeners in our office for the very first time. District screening ADAs work with the law enforcement and city departments to identify opportunities to employ criminal and civil remedies to address the nuances of properties and businesses. And this is a brain trust of the man on my right, Chief of Screening Andre Godin, who was before this council with new and innovating ideas when I was still in the council, bringing the successes of Baltimore's HIDIT Task Force and ODMAP, and successfully piloting a program and writing a grant for it many years ago. He's still at it. He's still creative, and he's still delivering for the people of the city. Most of you have become familiar with your representatives. I want to highlight this group of people who Andre has gone out and recruited to come be a part of this work. Many of them have past experience in law enforcement and as ADAs, and they're doing great things because of the muscle memory they have, and their public service could not be more appreciated. First District Screener, Daniel Shanks. Second District Screener, Sherry Scott. Third District Screener, Joe Lorraine. Fourth District Screener, Susan Ciaravella. Fifth District Screener, Lance Ingolia. Sixth District Screener, Stephen Shapiro. Seventh District Screener, Lisa Parker. And eighth District Screener, Graham DePonte. And all these district screeners mirror the districts of our police department. This group has been vital to significantly reducing the time it takes for us to arrive at a screening decision. This group is also at the center of our RTM, Risk Terrain Modeling Pilot. RTM is helping to revolutionize how law enforcement officials and city leaders address areas with high crime rates by using mapping and data to pinpoint the root causes of crime, of certain crime in certain areas. A New Orleans data-informed community engagement team is convening its next meeting this Thursday. Our RTM pilot program is officially launching in its first, fifth, and eighth districts of New Orleans, of the New Orleans Police Department in the very near future. Earlier this summer, in partnership with the Newark Public Safety Collaborative, we hosted representatives from the NOPD, the New Orleans City Council, the Office of the Nighttime Economy, the New Orleans City Attorney, the Metropolitan Crime Commission, the Vera Institute of Justice, the Department of Code Enforcement, the NOLA Coalition, the Office of Information Technology and Innovation, GIS team, the Office of Criminal Justice Coordination, Police and Justice Foundation, Louisiana Chamber of Commerce, the Black Chamber of Commerce, and stakeholder agencies for workshop discussions around RTM in the city. What it means, what it does, the data analysis, the resource deployment, prevention, and just data-informed community engagement. The next meeting of No Dice is scheduled for this Thursday, as I said, highlighting a small sampling of outreach efforts. We put in overtime to make sure this concept is not just talked about, but is truly understood by the partners and the public, so people understand RTM and how it will work for them. Bancroft Global Development and open source data mining. My office recognizing the evolving criminal patterns. Our team has started to focus on using previously underutilized or unutilized resources, such as BGD's evolution of this prosecutorial case preparation as a force multiplier. Open source data mining and case hardening. What are we talking about? We're talking about not looking at people's backyards, not looking into people's private lives. We're talking about looking at the World Wide Web, looking at what people are sharing voluntarily on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, to develop pattern of life packets to help us get from probable cause to reasonable doubt in front of a jury. So people truly understand the totality of circumstances that brought to bear certain crimes that they're being asked to reach a verdict on. That effort was recently discussed in a Wall Street Journal article that really dived into what AI is and what AI is not here in the city of New Orleans and how it is being deployed. Asset forfeiture and property seizure. Recently joined U.S. Attorney Dwayne Evans as he announced the indictment of 41 individuals resulting from a months-long federal, state, and local multi-agency operation known as Operation Big Easy. That included OPDA, the U.S. Attorney's Office, the NOPD, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, as well as the ATF, as well as the DEA. This was a major undertaking by all these agencies that focus largely in Orleans Parish, some in other parishes as well. The effort culminated in the District Attorney's Office being able to use its legal remedial authority to initiate an asset forfeiture of New Image Supermarket at 1208 Bienville, which served as an epicenter for a myriad of criminal activity over a prolonged period in the city. I want to thank Councilmember Eugene Green, Councilmember Freddie King for joining us out there. There was a former NOPD officer who just showed up on the scene after he realized what we were doing. He now works with HUD. And he shared with me after that press conference that he had been complaining about that site since he walked that beat in 1982. So when you talk about getting the bad actors off the street, that's one thing. But sometimes there are places and hubs of criminality that are breeding criminal activity, supporting and enabling criminal activity. And I can't thank Chief Godin and the Director of Asset Forfeiture, Blaise Antonio, more for really taking the code, taking the law, working with people in this building, working with people in our building, working with people on Camp Street to figure out outside of the box strategies, not to just go after the bad actors, but to go after the bad places that are causing criminal activity. And I would say to Councilmember Thomas, you and I have talked about problematic apartment complexes in New Orleans East that have led to shootings, homicides, sexual assaults, also, as well as some corner stores, as well as some tire shops in different areas that have been, I'll say, equally as problematic as the people who are committing the crimes. And you can rest assured that there's more to come in other parts of the city. Thank you, Chief, again, for your outside of the box thinking on making these things happen. This council, more so than any other council, and this community are really drilling deep on root causes. And you can rest assured that our office is also going to keep drilling down on root causes. And you can expect to see even more enforcement actions that we will use every single tool in our tool belt to remove dangerous offenders and dangerous places off the board and revitalize our neighborhood. We have a growing list of problem establishments that are currently under review, and there's more to come in the near future. Specialty units. My administration has been and will always be working towards delivering justice for victims of crime in our city while ensuring that our prosecutors and our staff remain accountable to the public. In every case our prosecutors pursue, constitutional and civil liberty implications are enacted because our duty is bound to very carefully vet referrals for exculpatory evidence. Bless you, council member. I know that in years past, and there's always the folks on the other side of the V that'll be presenting later on. And I know Lindsay Hortenstein is going to always push to make sure that anything that's happening in court is constitutional. And I know that the director of OPD and Danny and I talk on a regular basis. We're going to make sure the cases we bring before they even get public defenders assigned are constitutional. That is important, not only to justice in court, but it's important to Judge Morgan on Camp Street to make sure that all measures of accountability are being brought to bear in the city of New Orleans so that we one day get out of the consent decree and don't find ourselves back into a consent decree. It is imperative in this work for prosecutors that we weed out bad cases, figure out what was wrong with them, and correct what's wrong so that we as police officers and prosecutors are constantly building the best cases we possibly can so that we can take the bad actors off the street. Our office is held to a higher standard when it comes to obtaining convictions. We need 12 out of 12 to reach a verdict, as we must secure guilty verdicts. This is a justifiable expectation, as arrests made solely on probable cause can sometimes rely on evidence that might be deemed inadmissible by a judge. That is within the judge's purview, and those are challenges we must work to overcome, and we're up to that challenge. Unfortunately, even if the police work is of extremely high quality, there's still going to be challenges from the other side that we must meet face to face, and we're ready to do that. If a warrant is not up to stuff, we've got to figure out how to rewrite that warrant so that it is. Special victims, to better serve victims of severe child abuse, human trafficking, and sexual assault. We've launched a new special victims unit to provide increased compassion, continuity, and subject matter expertise, and vigorous prosecution for some of our most vulnerable victims, some of them who have been waiting for justice for decades. Because as you know, our SOCA unit deals with cold cases. They've already begun working closely with SVU detectives and the New Orleans Children's Hospital Child Advocacy Center staff. Sexual assault cases are arguably the most difficult cases to prosecute in any prosecutor's office, but we aim to create a more cohesive and effective system of support and protection for those that need it and absolutely deserve it most. I want to share a quick note on a recent early victory. Last week, we successfully indicted the rape of a local college student. Rape cases involving drugs and alcohol are difficult often because the victims can't remember exactly what occurred. And some charges require us to prove the defendant's knowledge of the victim's impairment. And oftentimes, I think people mistakenly believe that the alcohol or the drugs taken were voluntarily taken. Oftentimes, it involves individuals drugging individuals, and they're not even realizing they were under the influence of stronger items than they might have even initially realized. When you think about situations in which drugs are administered surreptitiously in bars. This case was extremely sensitive, and I really want to take a minute. I know it doesn't happen often at budget hearings. Folks are fighting to get more pennies and dimes for their own budgets. But I really want to give a big shout out to the city's Homeland Security Department, RTCC. The city's RTCC camera footage captured images of the victim in those moments of her impairment. They also captured her assaulter preying on her on that RCTC footage, in which you could see that he was not impaired, but you could certainly see that she was impaired. It showed the victim's diminished capacity in a way that we could not have described. That camera footage absolutely helped us prove a crime that would have probably proven impossible for us to crime. So I want to thank Ross Bourgeois and his team over there for the work that they do to help us capture the images that this jury will absolutely see to prove this case against a person who's a true predator and certainly would have preyed on more people if it wasn't for capturing those images. So thank you for that continued investment in the RTCC as well. I want to welcome Carissa. Our office was very pleased to welcome another force multiplier for victims and witnesses. This is our first dog, our first facility dog, Carissa Justice. This is not just a feel-good moment, although Carissa will make you feel good as soon as she enters a room. One of the coolest things that's happened over there in that Brutalist building. Carissa is not just a bundle of cuteness, she is a highly trained canine dog. And she assists with special needs and can help keep traumatized victims and witnesses calm. Carissa was provided to us free of charge by our partners with Canine Companions, ADA Megan Falcon, who participated in this intensive training after being matched with Carissa, will serve as Carissa's primary caretaker. Our office is grateful for the impact Carissa has already had, not just on our staff, but very excited with how she has already helped us serve crime victims, some of whom found themselves because of the trauma of having to walk into a courtroom and testify in front of a group of strangers that they don't know, who found themselves frozen, not being able to get a word out of their mouths. Carissa has been able to hop in their lap, calm them down immediately, and get them to the place they need to be to walk into court and be as courageous and brave as they thought they would be ready to do the morning before they left to come to court. And I want to thank ADA Megan Falcon, whose idea this was to bring this to our office. She championed it. She did all the work to make it happen. And it has truly delivered real dividends for people, for human beings who we serve in the DA's office. The domestic violence unit. Domestic violence resources. The harsh reality is that although crime is measurably down in all categories, this is one that is proven to be unrelenting coming out of the pandemic shutdown. This city continues to be plagued with violence, particularly domestic violence, because it has been ignored for generations. It is not going to end with a single prosecution or a single horrific arrest. And we have seen some horrific arrests and we have seen some horrific prosecutions. We are focused holistically on building the strongest supports, dedicating more resources than ever before to the screening of these cases and the reviewing of DV cases, making contacts with survivors earlier than ever before. Our victim advocates have really leaned into increasing communication and support this year. We recorded a 10% increase over the last year in emergency relocation and transportation assistance, a 40% increase in the provision of case updates, and an even greater increase in the assistance of DV victims to obtain protective orders. Historically, these numbers are known to be low regionally and nationally across administrations due to the familial dynamics and the low victim cooperation over the course of a prosecution. The services families were able to access before the crisis arrived are far more important than law enforcement responses and calls for services. So I really want to applaud the work of Dr. Jenna Vegno, really ringing the alarm to make it really clear that domestic violence is a public health initiative that has to begin its work before 911 is called, before the NOPD are brought into the mix, and before a case hits our office. Oftentimes, there's a domestic violence incident that occurs in a home with no law enforcement intervention, probably 10 times or more. And so if we can bring services to bear, relocation to bear, transportation to bear, intervention to bear for those individuals, oftentimes we can pull people out of a bad situation before 911 is ever called, because oftentimes these women and men who find themselves in these situations, they do not want to call 911. They do not want law enforcement involved, which sometimes explains why they do not want to participate when cases are in court. Office is going to continue to dedicate more resources than we ever have to the careful screening and reviewing of these sensitive cases, and deliver services to victims and survivors, whether or not they want the cases to proceed or not. When we entered into this office, there was no DV unit. There were no lawyers, there were no social workers, there were no investigators devoted to this important area. I rang the alarm in my inaugural speech before I was even sworn in. And I will keep ringing the alarm every chance I get, at every podium I'm at every microphone I'm at, because we have to talk about domestic violence, and we have to get people to a point where this is not a dirty little secret, where this is a public outcry at every stage. We've used existing budgeted funds to staff up. Gwen's Law is important, and we will continue to ring the alarm to show just how important it is in every single court of criminal district court and municipal court. We should absolutely endeavor to create more opportunities to protect victims, and Gwen's hearings are a way that we can do that. But we need our partners in court to realize the importance of Gwen's Law hearings. Whether they agree with us or not, whether they ultimately rule in our favor or not, they have to allow us the time to have these hearings. Oftentimes when we ask for a Gwen's Law hearing, the courts rush them. They want them to happen in 24 hours. Oftentimes a victim or survivor of domestic violence is still getting medical treatment, might still be in the hospital in that first 24-hour period, might still be trying to figure out where they're going to be living the next day during that 24-hour period, might still be trying to figure out how they're going to get kids to and from school, how they're going to get to and from work, because a family car is in the possession of the abuser and the bank account is still in the control of the abuser. And so having judges or a commissioner or a magistrate, particularly a magistrate, rush that process does harm and runs afoul to the law that allows 24, 36, 48 hours to have that hearing. And we're going to do whatever it takes to make sure that these hearings can be heard in front of judges that will respect every part, every element of Gwen's Law hearings.
Mr.
Mr. DA,
DA.
before you,
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to break in for both of them.
thank you. Before you move on from that, yesterday, the criminal court judges came before us and talked about how they have now agreed to do Gwen's Law hearings for strangulation cases, for aggravated DV cases with a firearm, and also for when there are repeat offender cases. Are you seeing that? Because they reported that it seems like they've drastically increased the number.
I'm seeing an uptick, but Gwen's Law was on the books before I was sworn in. So what concerns me is why we've got to lose children in a fire, or why we've got to have a woman driven over to see an uptick or an increase in these hearings that have been on the books.
Yeah.
Since when someone lost their life in a violent exchange before I was ever DA, before I was ever on the city council. So I'm seeing an uptick, but it concerns me that it takes drastic and horrific incidences to see this. So I'm not willing to have the importance and the necessity of these hearings and the value these survivors deserve to be heard. For example, having someone on the bench say to a survivor in court, "Do you really want a restraining order?" when the abuser is 4 feet away from them in court. Best practices, national best practices, state best practices would tell you that someone that has been living in an abusive situation, sometimes for more than a year, sometimes for the entire marriage, the entire relationship, might not be as honest when they're 4 feet away from the person who put them in the hospital or broke their jaw, right? So I'm concerned with an uptick that has happened only after horrific events. So this office.
And I'll just add to that, that it's really not because of horrific events. It's actually because of really pressure coming a lot from this particular body. As you know, we even had a legislative instrument that we passed saying that this is, what must be done by criminal court. And you immediately signed on and you said, absolutely, no doubt about it, we're doing this. I mean, I think it took a little bit longer for the court to get there. It looks like now, according to what Judge Lombard said yesterday, that commitment has been made to have those Gwen's Law hearings, which, I think is a positive step. But to your point, we just need to get to the place here in society where domestic violence is going to be treated seriously, like the serious crime that it is. And no doubt about it, I think you're right. I think some judges are better than others. Some judges absolutely get it. And they understand the complexities of the situation, and they understand, what the victim is feeling as she's sitting on the stand getting asked a question. Do you want a restraining order against that person sitting right there? Like, how is she possibly going to be able to answer truthfully? I completely agree with you. There are others that don't. And I think that whatever we can do on the data side when it comes to these DV cases, domestic violence cases, sorry, Mr. Burnside, domestic violence cases, because I was using the word DV too often yesterday, and I forgot that sometimes acronyms that we don't explain exactly what they mean. So I think what would be useful is to just track as much data as possible on domestic violence cases so that we really understand what's happening and we really understand who's taking it seriously and who's not. Once again, these are all elected positions, the judges, obviously the DA, all city council members, who's taking this issue seriously and who isn't.
Yeah,
Mr. DA, before you stop, somebody's playing music in chambers right now. Will you please stop? Huh?
It's a cell phone, I think.
Yeah, I know, but I want to be able to make sure everybody can hear, and particularly people who are watching, particularly for the people at the table, that your answer is understood well. So I apologize for interrupting you. I don't know what it is, but it's something. So even if it's not, yes, we know it's not you, Ms. Spears. Anyway, sorry to interrupt you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Madam Vice President, you're absolutely right. And I appreciate Judge Lombard's new commitment before this body on yesterday, just like I appreciate my 5-year-old's commitment not to eat as much Halloween candy as he'd like to. But inevitably, when I walk out of the room, there's a lot more wrappers that pop up. And I appreciate his commitment to want to brush his teeth every night. But without the right amount of pressure, it doesn't happen. And Gwynn's Law hearings are far more serious than whether Eggsy's trying to sneak candy. And if I've got to rely on this council to see to it that a judge is taking a domestic violence case seriously, I'm probably not going to do that. I'm going to trust but verify. And now it's gotten to a point that we are meeting with all judges, not just Magistrate Lombard. We're connecting with municipal court. We're connecting with judges in the other 12 sections of court, because when it goes wrong, people die. And so relying on the whims of one judge just isn't good enough. And so we're reaching out to all of them to make sure that we can get an across the board commitment to not rushing a Gwynn's Law hearing and making it happen in 24 hours, but making sure that we're doing what's best for victims and using the law the way that it was intended to be used, and making sure that and to that point, it also that same premise of trusting but verify applies to electronic monitoring. A number of judges will issue an electronic monitor to a person, but these companies provide reports about where people are. And oftentimes there's a report that says this individual is in front of the door of the person that there's a restraining order for, and the report is sent to the court, but nothing is done with that report. No one is brought back into court. There's no hearing to say this person is in violation. So I would encourage the court, and I'm probably going to bend your ear some, I'm as chair of the Criminal Justice Committee, to work with the stakeholders. The same way you've talked about bringing everyone together years ago, whether it be judges, DA, what have you, to have those conversations about what an MOU would look like, so that all 12 sections of court and the public defender's office and the police department are working with one set of rules as it applies to electronic monitoring. And so Gwynn's Law hearings are important, and we're going to make sure that we get a commitment from the judges, all of them, to rely on. Councilmember Green.
Yes, Mr. DA, I want the public to understand the Gwynn's Law hearing, since it's been brought up a couple of times.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Could you explain so that the public gets it in the as simplistic term as possible? When the police make an arrest, when they are responding to a scene of domestic violence, and they make an arrest and they bring someone in, the Gwynn's Law hearings is something that you can request and that the criminal court judge can request as a manner of determining whether there should be a certain level of a bond, right?
That's close. Chief Godin, I want you to explain in a way that doesn't cause me to run on for the next hour, because I get pretty excited about this.
No, I understand. So look, a very brief preamble is that the original case for which the law is named dealt with a woman who had an estranged husband. There was an instance of domestic violence, and the defendant was immediately released on bail. And he went to the child's daycare where the victim's child was, attempted to kidnap the both of them, was only successful in kidnapping Gwynn, drove her into the woods and shot her and killed her. And the family of the decedent felt so strongly that if time had been allowed for a cooling off period, and time had been allowed for a more circumspect review of the issues of dangerousness facing that victim, Gwen, would be alive to this day. And so they petitioned the legislature and they were able to get Gwen's law codified. What it allows us to do is have 5 days exclusive of weekends and holidays, meaning we could have a domestic violence appearance that happens on a Monday and we could set the hearing for the following Monday, right? We have a whole round the clock, round the week process that will allow that cooling off period to happen. It would allow domestic violence resources that we put into place to allow for relocation, allow for childcare, to allow for financial support to come into play, to allow that victim enough breathing room to get out of that bad situation and allow our collective efforts, both in the district attorney's office and the New Orleans Police Department and the Family Justice Center and other nonprofit organizations that are designed specifically to help the class of victim, to allow those resources to come to bear to try to put that person in a better situation. So it allows for cooling off, number one. Number two, it allows us to do a more in-depth analysis with our partners at NOPD to determine the actual level of dangerousness and set appropriate bail, or if appropriate, hold the defendant without bail. And those bail conditions include things like ankle monitors or key fobs. You know, part of the problem, to Councilwoman Moreno's point earlier, you know, is the forcing of these things on a quick basis. And what the DA brought up, only giving us 24 hours or 48 hours to conduct those hearings does a disservice to the entire process and to all the resources we try to line up to help these individuals. On top of that, because we put such a magnifying glass on this issue and we focus in on this issue, I feel like there is a bit of a CYA aspect by the judges and commissioners who are overseeing these hearings. And by forcing or creating a system that encourages and puts pressure on the victim to come in and make a statement in open court as to whether or not they're afraid or whether or not they want a protective order, that pressure, right? That is a terrible and intractable situation. And I think you could probably imagine why, right? We've got the three categories. We've got the ones who change their mind immediately and don't ever want to prosecute, and they want their man or the assailant out of jail immediately, right? And that's fine. Those are always going to be part of the net that we cast when we make a DV arrest. We've also got the second category, and that's a category of people that we've spoken with, and we know they're scared out of their minds. They're in the worst possible situation imaginable, but they're also facing tremendous amount of pressure from the family that they share with their assailant, from the friends that they share with their assailant. And so we are in an intractable situation where a commissioner or a judge is saying, victim, do you want a protective order? And we know, because we've spoken with them, they are scared out of their minds and they absolutely want to prosecute. They absolutely want out of that situation. At the same time, they're being encouraged to lie in open court because they are sick. They're scared for the integrity of their body. They're scared that they're going to be, the defendant's going to be released and they're going to suffer from further abuse if they don't stand up and say, no judge, no commissioner, I don't want a bond. Please, I don't want a protective order. Please let this man out of jail. And that intractable situation where the commissioners and the judges are encouraging participation post-arrest by our victim, encouraging post-arrest pretrial confrontation of the victim in open court is a horrible setup. And we really have to find a way to come to terms on solving that problem and creating a system that doesn't re-victimize our victims and put that intractable pressure on them to show up in court and make that open court representation. And then finally, we've got the third category, which is, you know, the rarest, right? Where we have somebody who is willing to help, willing to get out, willing to stand up in court, willing to fight, and willing to say on the record that they want out of this situation. And I wish that there were more like that, but like battling substance use disorder, like battling, you know, addiction, sometimes it takes more than one touch by our entire system that we've created. It takes more than one touch. And maybe it's not the first time, maybe it's not the second time, but maybe the third time will be successful. And so we have to create a system that tries to push as much as we possibly can those touches into a positive net outcome. And so those Gwen's Law hearings are an important part of that process where we get a chance to bring those resources to bear, where we get a chance to allow the commissioners and the judges to be very thoughtful and deliberate about the bail conditions or to deny bail entirely if they're concerned about the safety of this victim. But we've got to be very, very thoughtful about how we create this system, because putting those pressures on these victims to come into court after the arrest and stand up in open court and be called by the commissioner, be sworn in as almost as a witness and have to testify again after they've already made the first step of calling the police and calling out for help, to testify again about the veracity of their scaredness, about the veracity of the incident, That's a horrible system. And so this Gwynn's Law are an important part of this process, but they must be protected and we must be thoughtful in their application so that we receive the best possible outcome that gives us the greatest return on the investment that we're making into trying to help these victims. I'm sorry if that was a wordy answer.
I
It is a
appreciate-
complex issue.
I appreciate your enthusiasm, Attorney Godin, and I will tell you, you are consistent in your enthusiasm, whether it be a community organization sitting here at a table, and that's important to me, and I think to a lot of people who want to achieve justice in our society. So I appreciate that. There's no limit on the number of words that you can use if it lets the public know what's going on. And I recognize that the issue is complex. There's a domestic violence unit. You have to accept the charges. I just want the public to understand a little bit more. And I may send you a memo asking for some numbers, for example, relative to the number of arrests that the police make versus the number
Gladly,
of charges.
we'll
that
gladly
they get.
provide that information to you. And, I just, nod to the police department. They have, they've done a wonderful job leading into the blueprint, which really sort of describes the questions to ask a survivor when you show up on the scene. We're working with the department to try to get some of that information. Is Nick Gurn's still here? We're meeting with Nick the other day about possibly using the body cameras to record that information when those questions are asked clearly, so that if a judge wants to hear what happened on that scene, we can push play rather than having a victim try to rush over from the hospital to provide that information because Judge Lombard is forcing that hearing in 24 hours. But to answer your point very clearly, Council Vice President, I appreciate Judge Lombard bending to the will of this council and to the will of the public, but it's too late. And we are now working with other judges to make sure that all of them understand the need for this, the importance of this, and the voices that have to be heard, which are the voices of survivors. A domestic violence call is one of the most violent calls for service, one of the most dangerous calls for service that police officers ever respond to. Police officer goes to a homicide scene, the assailant's gone. Goes to a sexual assault scene, the assailant's gone. You go to a DV scene, temperatures are still flaring. Oftentimes other people can still get hurt. And so these things need to be taken seriously. And the interpersonal nature of it means that the person who has hurt the other person, there's still love there, right? That's a weird thing to untangle. The person who might have just put the other person in the hospital, that survivor still might want to be with, still be in love with, still has every attachment to financial, transportation, home, children. It's tough. And so having a judge treat it like a car accident is just, it's not good enough.
DA Williams, I have a question. I want to jump in a little earlier, and I'm gonna ask a question.
One more, Freddie. It was up there. No, I'm not. No, it was up there. It was up after me, but actually I had a second question. I'm not. You okay? We're all in there. But his name was.
I'm gonna defer to our president. I'm gonna defer to the council.
Oh, you have to defer back to me. I wanted to say, so I'll defer to you. Okay.
All right, so let's just make sure, we will go Councilmember
difference.
King, let Councilmember Green finish, then Council President.
All right.
Thank you all.
So I have a question. I'm gonna preface this by saying, as a father of daughters and sisters, I take domestic violence very seriously. All right. But it seems to, in conversations I've had, and my own experience as a defense attorney and someone who spent years in municipal court, where a lot of misdemeanor DV cases went, enough attention is not put on DV cases where it's used as a retaliation. You have a Gwynn's Law hearing. So the other side of Gwynn's Law is this. It's not always the most popular position to take. When someone has a Gwynn's Law hearing, they're in jail for three days, or they're incarcerated 3 to 5 days. This could be a woman who has now lost her job, or children or his children can't go to school now, and that person's life is upside down. And it's not 100%. It may be a small fraction. I don't know the percentage, but there is absolutely a percentage of DV cases where I'm mad at you for whatever reason, and I'm going to use the system to get back at you for whatever reason. I've seen it. I've seen it. And so, what is the remedy for that when people use these cases or the DV or Gwen's laws or your office as a tool to get back at their spouse for whatever reason?
And so what I'll tell you is there are exceptions to every rule. There are false allegations in all sorts of cases. But we screen for that. This administration does not have a quota for how many cases it's going to accept. There's an individualized screening process in every single case. And the situations that we have described to you that we have seen before Judge Lombard, and I can tell you there's bruising. And when someone has a black eye or when someone has hand marks around their neck or blood on their collar or there's a medical report or there's a neighbor who saw it. Those cases still get treated the way you're describing, right? So the default in some of these settings is maybe she's lying. Maybe they're going through a divorce. Maybe this is get back time, right? And you're right. There has to be an individualized screening process and make sure it's not some sort of retaliatory thing or that it is what it was purported to be. But we certainly can't have a judge making the default that a survivor is lying, right? And so if you've got a prosecutor's office that is not inflating its books for the sake of numbers, but is doing an individualized screening process, that it's just not, we're not saying give us the whole Gwen's Law link and make somebody sit in jail all those days. We're saying just don't give us 24 hours. I mean, I've sat with Judge Lombard and said, why don't we just split the baby and say 36, right? Because you're right, an accused abuser's life can get turned upside down by being in jail for 4 days, right? You might lose your job.
Right.
But if it was what the survivor said it was, and this person is as violent as the survivor said they were, and they get right out, and they murder their partner, then their life is absolutely turned upside down, and they've turned up the lives of everybody who loved them as a couple. And so I don't see Gwen's Law hearing as something that is just for the person who got abused. I think in some of these settings, when temperatures are flaring and people are thinking that it's the end of the world because you want to leave me or because I'm in the throes of addiction, we might also be saving the abuser's life by giving them time to calm down and realize that this was not as horrible of a situation as they thought it was, and they go out and make a horrible decision. And so I see that cooling off period, and I see that hearing, if a judge can make it happen in a way that is humane, that allows a person enough time to recover from the abuse and get to court and take care of their family, it can be a win-win for the community at large.
So I understand that and not disputing that. There's bruises, black eyes, blood, witnesses, video, you name it. I'm 100% in agreement with that. But what about the times when there's none of that? It's just, I'm mad. I call the police. Police comes out and someone's arrested for DV. And now the alleged victim is in jail and for domestic violence. And now that time period just allows that alleged perpetrator, I should say, to get upset because I'm in jail for something I didn't do. And I understand it's just not the most popular take on this, but this is a reality. I hear situations where at the barbershop where guys say, man, I didn't touch that one. But she knew as she made this phone call, I was gonna go to jail. I didn't touch her. But now that created the proverbial animal. Now he's in jail steaming for 5 days because he lost his job. He's embarrassed. He loses the right to see his kids now because of this situation. I know it's not all the time, but it does happen. I think there should be something in place to when it does happen and not just ignore those people who use this as a tool to get back at somebody.
And so let me say this, what you're describing, whether or not if we tried to put a percentage point on that, it would be a very low percentage. The New Orleans Police Department does a very thorough job when they go out in these cases. We don't have enough men and women on the police department. And trust me, they're not trying to just make arrests for the sake of making arrests. So oftentimes if they go out and they don't see it, they're calling ball, they're doing the right thing. And if they get it, if they don't get it right because someone lied to them, they've done a good job. That's all they can rely on. And then it comes to us. And we screen, and these district screeners and our specialized unit. Having the specialized unit means we're developing a muscle memory to look for what you're describing, right? So we're not just taking a case just because we got it and throwing it in the court and letting the public defender's office figure it out. We're screening for those things that you're talking about because we want to focus on real domestic violence cases. But unfortunately, there's a court that sees what you've described as the norm. And it's not the norm. And it's going to cost us lives. It's already cost us a lot of lives.
I understand that. I don't think it's a smaller percentage. I know I've seen it personally. It does happen. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying this council is wrong in investigating or pushing Gwen's law hearing. But I just don't want to make this a one-sided issue because there is the other side of that coin that often goes ignored because it's just not the most popular thing to talk about.
I have to disagree with you on that, council member. A coin has got two equal sides, right? And if you say it's a flip side of the coin, it'd be saying 50% of the time it's this way and 50% of the time it's other. You're right. It happens, but it's very infrequent because this office is screening for that. We are looking for accuracy. We're looking to see if there were calls in the past. We're looking for corroborating information. That's why Nick and I was sitting trying to figure out what are the ways that we can provide evidence that can provide that clarity and that corroboration, which is why we're talking about positioning the body worn camera footage. So when those questions are being asked, are there guns in the home? Right? How often has this happened? Did you lose consciousness? So that a judge isn't asking this question of the person in front of the perpetrator, but we know what happened at the scene of that incident. And look, if any person ever files a false police report, that is a crime that a person can be charged with. But we know when you look at the stats and I think Councilmember Green is right. Data will explain all this out. And I think if we take whether it be December 1 of this year and look at December 1 to the end of the first quarter, and we look at these cases and we look at the Gwen's Law hearings that were requested, the ones that were denied, the ones that were forced in 24 hours. We look at any situations of false reporting versus real. And look, it's the difference between a case being found not guilty. Now, a judge decides to find somebody not guilty. That's different from saying that there was a false report.
No, I understand. And look, I'm gonna put a bow on. I don't want to belabor this point. We want to keep moving. I'm not, I appreciate what your office is doing. Again, father of daughters with sisters. But I also do know through experience that the other person, other side, not the corner, the other part of the argument can often get ignored and swept under the rug because it's just a guy and he'll be okay in the end. And I appreciate what you're doing and what your office is doing. I appreciate what my colleagues are advocating for. Just want to make it where everyone is protected.
This may answer your point. This may actually be more salient to your question. We don't ask for Gwen's Law hearings in every case. This is a very unique tool. We don't say, oh, it's DV case. We'll do Gwen's Law on it because this guy's 6'5" like you, big guy, you know, right? No, that's not how we do it. We look for that possibility that this domestic violence case could turn into a homicide case. And so this office is very circumspect about which cases it asks for Gwen's Law hearings for, which is why it's so appalling when we get pushback from the court in those instances, because we're saying this is special, this is serious. Let's just give it a little time. And we're not asking for the full length of the time, just some time to potentially save the life of the survivor and save the rest of the life of the perpetrator, who would probably spend the rest of their life in jail if they make a bad decision.
If I can just add on to that, we're looking at extreme violence. We're looking at the presence of firearms, strangulation, and past history of domestic violence, right? So you're hypothetical where you've got somebody who's just getting called out and it's a first time offense. That's not a Gwen's Law request case, right? The first appearance is going to set an appropriate bail. It's going to take into account all those issues. We're not going to request a Gwen's Law hearing on that. That person's not going to be sitting in jail for 5 days and they're not going to lose their job, presumably, right? So the hypothetical you're talking about where somebody's getting lied on and they're getting hauled in, I understand that concern, but that's not where we're going with Gwen's Law. We're looking for those cases where there is a hallmark of serious violence that could be perpetrated on this particular victim through the use of firearms, through the use of continued strangulation, through extreme violence, and this person may or may not have a past serious history of domestic violence. So if you've got all those things, then I'm sorry that the concern that I have for that victim is going to outweigh the 5 days in jail because I've got serious concerns for the safety of that victim. That's not every single case, right? So I understand the concern, but the hypothetical doesn't play into the pragmatic use of our request for Gwen Law.
But thank you for that clarification. If my hypo and facts were not accurate, then I'll take that one on. I'll take it on the chin.
Oh no,
but
that was good. It's
I've
not
seen that
a
in the past, but maybe not with this office. Let me say that. Maybe not with this office. So thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Councilmember Green? You're fine? All right, Councilmember Morel?
Well, a couple of things. First, I think, although I appreciate Andre kind of summarizing Gwen's Law in the most clinical prosecutor way possible, I think it's important to kind of put it a little more contextually. When you talk about Gwen's story and about what she went through leading up to her untimely demise, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that Council Vice President, though I was a co-author on that legislation, she led the charge to get that done. The man was, in fact, attempting to kidnap both, and it was only by Gwen throwing herself in the car and pushing her child out of the car, the child was able to escape. So I know you didn't mean to diminish her sacrifice, but I think it's important to always note that her heroism is what saved her child, not the fact that he just couldn't get past the people at the daycare. I think it's important. A lot of the comments that were made today were also brought up during the case of trying to pass Gwen's Law. We heard every single example of the unintended consequences. And the reason why Gwen's Law passed, a majority Republican House and Senate that are strongly for parental rights, strongly for, I would say, the narrative that people can be falsely accused in domestic violence and sexual assault cases, is because the data was overwhelming. The data was overwhelming that in instances in which you were able to diffuse or cool down the situation, but more importantly, using New Orleans as a specific example, you need time to get STAR and New Orleans Family Justice Center involved.
Absolutely right.
So when that person is actually assaulted, whether it's sexual assault or domestic violence, it's not like STAR or NOLA Family just pops into the room and they have those support services. I mean, Hager House, another great example that provides resources. Someone has to put them in touch with them and they have to move them out the household. I can tell you, and I really apologize for not being here yesterday when criminal court was here. I was dealing with a sick kid, but it was breathtaking at our last quarterly criminal justice hearing when I got to hear about how the judges were working on domestic violence diversion court when they weren't having Gwen's Law hearings, and they were pushing that narrative, saying that, oh, there's so many people that are mischarged with this and we need time to clear it. And I was like, so we're not going to have Gwen's Law hearings, but we're going to assume, to your point, the flipping of the coin, that 50% of these cases are fake. That is not true. The vast majority are actual pleas for help. And what really bothers me, like a council member King, I cut my teeth my entire time as a public defender was in magistrate court. That's when Joe's dad was actually a magistrate court commissioner. What really, excuse my French, Mr. Chairman, pisses me off about these Gwen's Law hearings is that we as a city appoint magistrate commissioners for purposes like having these hearings. The reason why we have a magistrate judge with a cadre of commissioners is because whether it's a probable cause hearing, all these different procedural hearings, we hire these non-elected judges to do this work. And the constant pushback from the judges of, this is so much extra work. If you're not going to do the work, why have magistrate commissioners at all? We can have the regular judges have regular hearings like most other parishes do. If we're going to have these part-time judges, and I say that with a lot of frustration because I can remember how many times I would have to be called up in the middle of the night, whether it was Magistrate Commissioner Bookman, whether it was Commissioner Geruso, where they would meet with people at all hours to accommodate fairness and justice. I cannot tell you how many times police officers went to Judge Geruso's house for a warrant and he told them, you don't have probable cause, you're out. All the time. And that was because he saw his job as 24/7. Yes, Gwen's Law hearings require a little bit of extra work, but in other parishes, without magistrate commissioners, they're doing the work. And to your point, I'm glad you addressed it. In the Gwen's Law, it specifically states there is a criteria that has to be met to trigger a Gwen's Law hearing. It's not just like he raised his voice at me. It's like these propensities for violence, these things present. This is what triggers a Gwen's Law hearing. What I am interested in right now, in particular, is what's going on with firearm dispossession in the city of New Orleans. Because I think when you look at the correlation between domestic violence incidents and injury or death by firearm, there's a direct correlation. We have the ability, also got through a very contentious legislature, to dispossess abusers of guns or even alleged abusers of guns to help that cool down process. Because when you look at people like Sheriff Weber, and what he's done in Lafourche, he's used all of these tools and their domestic violence injuries and fatalities have dropped below the basement. Because to your point, there are a multitude of incidences where you can have someone who's in a very aggressive, negative feedback loop with a partner, where just separating the two, taking firearms out of the equation, leads to a better outcome. Even if no one's ultimately charged in the crime, just taking the different volatile pieces apart and allowing that cool down period lets two people who are not good for each other actually separate and not have the most negative possible outcome. So what is going on with firearm dispossession?
So, I mean, you're absolutely right about that need for time and space. Human beings sometimes need that. There was one recent transcript that I read in which a commissioner asked a defendant if they had any firearms. Defendant gave his answer, which was no. The commissioner spoke over that answer and said, no, I'm not gonna even ask you that right now. Because there's a disconnect from what these tools are for. And I think you probably articulated in a way that I don't think I have today, or that I ever have. These tools are not necessarily set up to prove someone's guilt. They're set up to save someone's life, which means regardless of the merits of the case, you go through these steps and protocols with fidelity once the Gwen's Law hearing has been triggered, and once you're trying to check to make sure that no one has any firearms in the home, but they're not being dealt with true fidelity in each section of court in a way that can have the impact that Sheriff Weber has had. Because of certain folks' belief that maybe someone is using this in a retaliatory way, or that someone sitting in jail for 2 days is just beyond the pale. We're very circumspect about when these things are raised. We raise them, but they're getting short shrift in certain sections. Andre, how many cases on the docket and before Judge Lombard right now, would you say?
100 something?
But roughly 400 cases, and that is growing. I believe Judge Lombard has also decided that all first appearances will come before her as well.
Not all, but she does take a shift at first appearance
Takes a
every day at 10 a.m.
First appearances, these 400 cases, that's a lot on one court's docket, right? So maybe it is that amount that is causing the lack of attention to the questions that need to be asked on the record in terms of firearms. Maybe that is what is causing short shrift when it comes to us requesting Gwen's Law hearings and not getting them or seeing them rush. But to that end, we are endeavoring with other judges and other courts to find jurists who will do exactly what you described, follow each and one of these protocols with fidelity to make sure that firearms are out of the home, to make sure that there's a cooling off period when necessary. And this is not every case. This is a case that meets the criteria.
Well, I think would be also important if you could get me the number on how many times y'all have requested firearm dispossession and how many times it's been granted or not granted. I think the important thing, and I'll speak plainly because I think that's the best way to receive this. We have a system where every single ultimate decision maker in this process is an elected official. And at the end of the day, there is a pattern in practice at criminal district court of not taking domestic violence seriously when it comes to Gwen's Law hearings or any of the things related to it. I would certainly hope that we don't have the tragic circumstances where we have multiple instances in which someone requested a Gwen's Law hearing where you pursued a firearm dispossession and there was a negative result. I would not be surprised if you already have those instances.
We do. I can provide the transcript for you. I don't want to inflame.
I would love that information offline, but the reality is this. I will repeat. I don't know why we have magistrate commissioners at this point, because I appreciate that Judge Lombard wants to have control over these, but the purpose of commissioners is not to overburden the magistrate judge with all this work. It also gives greater flexibility to your partners, like those public defenders who are trying to schedule their ridiculous number of clients to try and make sure they all have the time to have a full hearing versus a rushed hearing, regardless of the result. Because when you overburden one judge who's just not only got to hear Gwen's Law, she's got to hear all your probable causes, all your first appearances, all your bond settings. If you're just trying to have all that done through a funnel where it's one person with two massive issues on either side, that is going to lead to horrific results. And I would love Andre to give me the information on how many of these types of hearings are being heard by the commissioners, because I think that's something we have to follow up on, because I'll tell you, when I was there, commissioners worked. They were working as hard, some harder than the main magistrate court. That's no knock on Judge Hanson. He certainly busted his butt, but there weren't a lot of commissioners that were taking warrants at 12 a.m. at night. So
I can tell you that, the situation, that you described that would lead to horrific results is exactly what has been created by Judge Lombard. It's created a bottleneck. 400 cases is too many for one person, along with first appearances, and we're doing our dead level best to come up with solutions to get the system out of the bottleneck that was created there.
okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. And then I have some stuff, and so, and I know Councilmember Harris is here.
I'm not gonna belabor this. As a matter of fact, I was just hoping that questions would be asked, so I wouldn't have to say anything. I mean, the good thing about with you is domestic violence now, we have two council members, Harris and Marino, that have made this part of their life. So who have seemed to develop some expertise and some advocacy there. So I'm comfortable with them leading the way. Just real life before I ask my other questions. Officer Haywood Hewitt went out on a call a couple of decade or so ago. He went out on a domestic violence call. He was a good friend, grew up with him, played ball with him. We came out the same little Ninth Ward neighborhood. After the dispute had been settled, and he thought it had been calmed down before they put the handcuffs on the perpetrator. The guy asked, could he go get some stuff and put some clothes on. He went back in the house to put some clothes on, and he came back out and he shot my friend at least 3 times. So if you want to know how real it is and who it affects, many times you don't think about how it affects law enforcement officials. So here he went out on his domestic violence call. He thought the situation was calmed down. Gave the guy a break to go back and put on some extra clothes. And he came back with a gun and he shot him 3 times. He survived that, but he died later of complications of being a great guy, great athlete, former Division I player. So let's not forget.
Most dangerous calls for service for law enforcement.
So let's not forget my friend. Let's not forget people who go out to make the call. Last year, you thanked us for the increase in budget early on after the year. So for the public, could you let them know what that money was used for and the impact it had in 2023?
Absolutely. So when you look at, and I'll start with the homicide unit, because that was one of the things we spoke about most when I think you recall we had gained the title of being the homicide capital of the country. And I, in my conversation with you all, described and articulated a strategy that our office had come up with to create a specialized unit to deal with homicide cases. And I explained that it would take a certain amount of institutional knowledge and experience to handle these most serious cases. And if you all invested in that, when I came back at the next budget season, New Orleans would no longer be the murder capital. And you can look at the numbers. You can look at the numbers and they're measurably down, not just in that area, but in all areas. And that is because of direct investment by this council. This is certainly, I take my hat off to my team and the homicide unit and Andre Godin for standing up these district screeners to help build stronger cases. And we've done our part, but we could not have done this without the investment. Violence was flooding our streets, and we needed more men and women with real experience who had been out of law school a few years, to be assigned to this work. And when you all provided that investment, we were able to grow our screening division so that more people were handling the influx of cases. We were able to build a DV unit so that there was specialized attention given to the cases. We were able to grow our victim witness advocates so that we could call victims and survivors sooner to connect with them.
Yeah, I just wanted the public to know that those extra funds has resulted in what we're seeing now. So that work started before now, and we're getting touted and getting pressed now for leading the nation in terms of the most violent crime reduction. Well, that expense, or that expenditure actually helped make a difference. So the
Absolutely.
places when we make, so I want to say with that institutional knowledge and experience there, right? Something that was alarming to me, but it stood out to me, was when the sheriff informed us that 82.3% of the people that are housed or that reside are repeat offenders. That's one of the highest numbers of all time, where of the 1,100 to 1,200 people, you can count on 83% of them coming back, right? Recidivism. So how do you look at that in terms of screening cases and looking at cases, especially since the sheriff has said, based on what her data, is that the folk who are coming back to prison are the ones who had been there time and time again. How does that factor into what you do?
In two ways. One, you all recall me being here before and articulating the need to reestablish the habitual offender, the use of the habitual offender law. And so when a recidivist is a violent recidivist, we apply the habitual offender law, meaning whether the other case was a rape case and now it's a shooting case. If a person is being violent in this community and they are a repeat offender, we have trained up all of our lawyers on the use of the habitual offender law to apply it and request it in those situations where someone continues to harm people. Flip side of that coin. If a person is a recidivist in the throes of addiction or mental health treatment, then that's where trauma-informed screening comes to bear. And that is where the placement of critical policing and prosecution can do its part, but that's where we also need the placement of true prevention and intervention. And so part of the issue is being addressed through this council and Dr. Vegno in terms of rebuilding the safety net for individuals who find themselves in the face of abject poverty, mental health issues, of addiction issues that are better treated are better treated by experts than police officers and prosecutors.
And I want to say that, what percentage of the 83% do you think represents, especially some of our more habitual violent offenders?
I think that's a tough number a tough percentage to land on because it's an ever-changing, moving target. I think the number of violent offenders is higher today coming out of the COVID shutdown than in the past because violence surged in this community. 2020 was the most violent year in America since 1905.
Okay, institutional knowledge experience. In 1910, Irish and Italian immigrants were slaughtering each other here in the city over beeves. And the late 50s and 60s, Gambino family controlled. We saw random violence. New Orleans has been the murder capital in 6 different eras, I think. Most recently, especially the last 4 or 5, the percentage of violent crime in Louisiana and New Orleans has been the highest in the nation, top 3% for a long time. Reuters says that if you took New Orleans out of Louisiana, it would still rank as one of the most violent states per capita
That usually gets left out of
and
most news reports.
and well, institutional knowledge and experience, right? So when you talk about the homicide capital, and I think I was trying to hurry up and get through this, but your answers are so necessary. We've had these joint task force over the years, the late 70s, kind of when heroin and crack started to get in the 80s. Those 16 years of 300 and 400 murders. The notable joint task force during the Pennington Surpass years. We see some right after we were spiking over 200 during the Landrieu administration. They put together some joint task force. And then now we see the 41, which if you listen to some law enforcement, there's about maybe between 70 and 90 people that have been identified. We know during the Pennington areas, there was 198 of most violent folk that were targets of the joint task force. Why do we wait till violence spirals out of control? Why do we have to wait until we have these joint task force to identify the most violent people and get them off the streets? And I just cited history and the practice. Why is that the case?
You know, I will say that something I've heard you say before, systems don't always operate as a system. Criminal justice agencies, depending upon who's have been at the helm, are often siloed. They might communicate in times of crisis, and then they shift back to silos. And I think when we find success, we need to cleave to it. And we need to find ways that the success cannot be based on a cult of personality in terms of who got elected, in terms of who's in charge, or who got appointed. Systems have to continue to work together, which means whoever the U.S. attorney is, whoever the DA is, whoever the police chief is, we've got to institutionalize those successes that we find. This endeavor that we're engaging on now to have one system that can communicate, the legacy system that we're putting in place now, that will be a way to make these systems communicate, but it is no replacement for the human beings truly collaborating.
And for my colleagues, that is important because each time these joint task force and the collaboration happen, New Orleans experienced a great reduction in crime. When we had the 424 murders, that collaborative effort resulted in a 65% reduction in violent crime, 68% juvenile crime. The murder rate went from the high 400s to 159. So for me, it's like maybe that sustained effort at identifying the most violent criminals. If we didn't take a break when we had a reduction, the amount of lives and property that would be saved on the way to that list growing, because we're operating on a list now. So what do we have to do in a sustained way? And I'll be fully transparent. Most folk know in terms of my family, we're dealing with two situations. One who's deceased now, and one who took 2 bullets to the head who will never be able to walk the same way, and no one has been charged. How do we create a sustainable effort so that while now we're experiencing this reduction, that effort can continue so that we can continue to save more lives?
That question is so salient to this place that we find ourselves in, because we came before this council, special council meeting with other stakeholders to talk strategy. When we were the murder capital, when crime was surging, and had been surging since 2020, we came before this council and we talked strategy, and we had a strategy. And we presented a 6-point plan, and this council funded a number of those points. And we were able to bring these tools and these strategies to bear, and crime has reduced. But it is too soon to wave any victory flag. Getting the numbers down, no longer being number 1 in violent crime, being 3 ain't good either. being anywhere near the top of the list is not good. And so our goal needs to be to drive it completely down. And so one of the things that we're endeavoring to do, and we talked about this work with Bancroft Global and using the open source information to solve crime. It's not just to solve the case in court, but it's to connect the violent offenders to other violent offenders so that we create real intelligence about who these few bad actors are. Because we know it's a small percentage of individuals. Most of them are adults. Some of them are young adults, but they're all in some ways connected to each other. It perhaps might be one group retaliating against another group. It might be one group robbing another group. But all this is causing a lot of harm to innocents in the process, whether it's stray bullets, whether it's retaliating against one individual who's at a party in the 9th Ward and you shoot 20 because you're trying to shoot one. And so what we're trying to do is not just use this information to solve these crimes, but store this information and create databases, which we share and work with the NOPD on, so that we're providing intel that we might discover in preparation for trial back to the Homicide Division, Ryan Legrano and Merlin Bush, so they can use it in their efforts to work on new cases, bringing this information up in charge conference to figure out how individuals might be connected. Later on today, I'll be with Dwayne Evans on Camp Street with Project Safe Neighborhoods, sharing that information there with the ATF and the DEA so that everyone is informed and hearing these names and hearing these affiliations and street corners and places, so that we're using this to build intelligence so that we're going after all the bad actors in a coordinated way. But again, I'll say it's too soon to wave a victory flag. This council has made unprecedented investments in the DA's office and in the police department to help us staff up so we have enough people to do this work, maintain this work, and build these databases. But the budget as crafted by the administration and the CAO does not allow us to sustain it because we got here through mid-year budget allocations that came from the council and came from the CAO's office. But we do need this continued investment. We can't pull away from it now. We can't reduce that investment now, and the current budget does reduce it. Victory flag, I don't know. I don't know when it'll come. Maybe never, because like homelessness, like mental health, like addiction, there's no cures. There's just constant vigilance, fighting, and strategy to maintain order and public safety. And that's the work of the police department and the prosecutor's office. And the other part of that piece is the prevention, which this council is investing in. And we've got to keep pushing and investing in all.
But lastly, what we do know is that the collaboration and the coordination works. Each time there have been joint task force, each time there's been collaboration amongst federal, state, local, and system agencies, it's made an impact. So, and what we do know is that for it to be sustainable, if that type of collaboration could continue, then maybe we would have the same long-term sustainable success.
And that's my goal, and that's why I continue to meet with Judge Morgan. That's why I regularly met with Chief Woodfork on weekends, sometimes at my house, sometimes away from the criminal justice campus to strategize. Right. That's why Chief Godin has been relying on the police department to help drive the risk terrain mapping work, because that is prevention, policing, and prosecuting. We're going to continue to do that. We've been meeting with the new chief. We're meeting with the leadership that existed before, the leadership that's present now, because we don't want it to be a cult of personality based upon who's in position. We need to institutionalize that coordination so that there's continuity, as you described. So if a task force is working, we should never get rid of it. We should institutionalize that work to become the new ecosystem and just keep building on those successes rather than letting them go away.
Well, I apologize for belaboring this, because the last comment I wanted to make was that Based on study with Dr. Sharp, Dr. Penny, Dr. Singh, and of course, we talked about noted criminologists like Reeves Bryan and others with the law of crime concentration. And I think this is the first time, and first of all, kudos to Deputy Godin, that I've seen a law enforcement effort of trying to keep us safe, but also re-educate and reprogram the public on how we can be safe without using the methods that the tough on crime didn't work. Rounding up Black boys didn't work. Now 1 in 7 Black girls are part of the criminal justice. That doesn't work. So kudos to you and your staff at least trying to reprogram the public, because we revert back to the same old system when we're scared. But as we've explained in this dialogue, is that it's not been sustainable. So I appreciate that. Hopefully at some point we will be reprogrammed to create a new system where we're resourcing communities as well as getting the most violent offenders off the street. But I think it's the first time I've seen a coordinated effort to do that. So thank you.
And Councilmember Thomas, your muscle memory for this work in this space has proven invaluable to me in my work, especially when you consider you just sort of laying out the multiple times that we have been the crime capital of the world, when we had the stiffest tough on crime policies, when we were the incarceration capital at the same time, with no measurable public safety gains. And so I know a lot of people, especially Tom Spicking, likes to talk about the DA's office when crime was increasing, although crime increased in 2020 when I was still a council member running for DA. That's when the crime surge began. They made mention of the DA's office every time they talked about crime upticking in 2021 and 2022. But in the big article, when they talked about it coming down, there was no mention of a single strategy which we were able to come up with in collaboration with this council and with Chief Ferguson and Chief Woodfork to reduce it. So, you know, the fact that a bald, quote, progressive has brought new strategies to bear with the assistance of a city council that is thinking outside the box, and crime is down in all measurable categories, whether the paper writes about it or not, national statisticians are paying attention.
All right, Mr. DA, before I get to my questions, is there anything else in your presentation you're dying to get through? I just want to make sure there isn't any topic that's important to you that you want to touch.
I think you all have given us an opportunity to touch on almost everything, and I'd rather answer your question.
Okay, well, first, yeah, absolutely. President Morrell.
Thanks. I just wanted to, I had this note and I missed it earlier. On page 7 and 8, I think it's important contextually. It deals with your misdemeanor cases, exceptions versus denials. Andre, could you give us a little context? Because sometimes people look at a denial from screening perspective and they think a denial is just, well, the case was not a perfect case, so I didn't take it. Or other issues such as a denial could mean that the DA's office came to a different determination, like restitution for property damage. If you can give some context to that, I'd appreciate it. Just because sometimes, as you see, when you have a lot of people who are kind of given their armchair quarterback position on how many cases were accepted versus denied, they don't give the contextual, because the reality is that under the previous DA, the denials were, when you look at the amount of acceptances versus denials, though they may have varied, the amount of successes ultimately at trial versus wins versus losses was significantly less than what y'all are doing currently. So if you give us some context on those denials, and also on page 11, just some quick context on the jury trial results, I'd appreciate that, because those numbers need to be given a little bit of context.
With respect to the overall acceptance rate on page 7, you know, we've got it broken down by felony and we've got it broken down by misdemeanor. Where's that?
Well, and the misdemeanor is the one I want to focus on. The felony is easier to defend because the number is just so high of acceptances.
So that misdemeanor includes, unfortunately, domestic violence cases, right? And that is good if you, I don't have it broken down, but if you pull out domestic violence cases, which are inherently hard to accept, you're going to take out a lot of those denials, because those cases are often cases where the victim has come forth and said they don't wish to prosecute. Second, misdemeanor cases, that are, kind of a nexus around the homelessness encampments within the city. Those are cases that we tend to find either substance use disorder co-occurring or we have mental health issues co-occurring. And on those cases, we're trying to find alternatives tying up our legal system with prosecution of a 400, you recall, a 400 caseload in Magistrate M1 with those cases that are better handled outside of the criminal justice system. So when we find and identify those cases for good individuals who alternatives to prosecution is the best return on investment for public safety, we're trying to take that opportunity to divert those individuals. Secondly, in misdemeanor, or I guess third, in misdemeanor cases where we do find restitution as an appropriate resolution, we are wholeheartedly trying to defend the rights of the victim and advocate for those victims. Where we can find property crimes and the love of property crimes, restitution is an outcome. It's absolutely acceptable to find a non-criminal justice resolution. The other important part is that the probable cause requirement for an arrest and the beyond a reasonable doubt requirement for a conviction, that's a pretty massive gap. And so on a misdemeanor case, oftentimes police officers are called out to the scene of the crime. They're in a tumultuous situation. They're forced to make a decision in their mind for the benefit of public safety. And they're oftentimes they're making the right decision. And that decision is to defuse and de-escalate that situation, often through a probable cause arrest. However, the pragmatic reality, even though I absolutely support 100% of the time, the police officer's right to make that decision and oftentimes their judgment in making that decision, the pragmatic reality is that case is not a case that may be prosecutable. It will always be a he said, she said. It will always be a case that's based upon the facts that occurred in that moment, but not sufficient for beyond a reasonable doubt. And so when you have those misdemeanor cases, which are a huge number, as you can see, making those cases in a beyond a reasonable doubt is not something I can spin out of whole cloth. It's something that's going to be an individualized assessment based upon the evidence that was collected. And oftentimes that evidence doesn't get us from probable cause all the way to beyond a reasonable doubt.
Well, I think it might be helpful, when you do your slide for next year to have that breakdown rather than just the whole numbers, because it's hard to get that contextual list of whole numbers. Now, as far as the jury trial and the results, can you give us how that compares to your predecessors?
I'll let the DA handle that one.
Okay.
That's outside of my division.
Okay.
So if you look at breakdown of types of cases, violent crime, murder cases, sexual assault cases, you have to, number one, talk about your work. Right. So let me step back a little bit. My predecessor was never in a situation where he needed 12 out of 12 in these most serious cases. It is necessary. It is important. It has brought our state in line with the rest of the country. But we're not used to it.
Yeah, you're welcome for that.
Yeah, I know. I appreciate it. Look,
So,
I carried signs too. I was a JP Morrell soldier on unanimous juries. It needed to happen. I forget my head. I mean, it's a big deal, and it was not easy in this state to do it. But it does change the work at Tulane and Broad. We recently worked to pass some legislation to give juries a little bit more time, like the federal system, to be able to deliberate. And it happened at a time when Americans are really enjoying throwing on a jersey, picking a side, and retreating to their corner. We don't like to find common ground the same way we used to try to find common ground, which a lot of times means that a jury might, after 2 weeks of a trial, get back in the back and say, we can't decide this. Well, certainly you can't decide something you've been hearing about for 2 weeks. You can't decide it in 2 hours. You need a little bit more time to do that. So in some instances, we've had more hung juries that have existed in the past. But if you try to do a Granny Smith apple comparison to a Macintosh apple comparison, and you look at the improved screening protocols that Chief Godin has brought to bear, our results are better for victims because we have built stronger cases that have resulted in convictions that will stand the test of time and won't come up for appeal because some evidence wasn't turned over to Danny Shop, or we didn't have have all the DNA that should have been turned over at the time. The cases are hardened, the cases are bolstered with real evidence, and I think the success rate is higher in the most serious cases. If you come to Tulane Broad, you're not gonna see us doing some throwdown of a joint. You're not gonna see us padding our numbers with nickel and dime chump amounts of narcotics. Those things we're dealing with through the diversion program, unless there's a companion violent case associated with it. Those are the cases we're trying, and the success rate is higher with more difficult standards.
Well, I think it would be helpful. I know this is not something you probably want to tout, but I think it is important to note how many times you have hung juries versus an acquittal, just because that does express kind of the gray area of people kind of adapting in Louisiana to the new standard. I mean, we're not used to hung juries in New Orleans because when it was 10 out of 12, you usually got 10 out of 12. When you look at other jurisdictions across the country, hung juries are actually happen pretty frequently, because usually, especially I would argue to your point, the more we have people that are on polarized end of the spectrums, though you do have voir dire try and get people who are open-minded to go to that final jury selection. When you look at the amount of people who respond to jury summons, you look at people, the kind of people you're getting, I think that when you compare this jurisdiction to other jurisdictions around the country, I think that's probably a fair comparison because they've been dealing with the standard 12 out of 12 for time immemorial. So I think it's important to kind of keep, I know you've got Jeff tracking all numbers, but adding that extra level of kind of data, that crunchy data that doesn't seem very important, I think all that contextually gives a full picture, because when you don't include that data in there, it allows people to make apple versus oranges comparisons. Because as you said, your predecessor didn't have 12 out of 12. Now, mind you, as we know, under your predecessor, the majority of parishes aimed for 12 out of 12, which is why when we did non-unanimous juries, most of the DAs didn't have a problem with it. There were a lot of DAs that never aimed for 12 out of 12, they aimed for 10 out of 12. So they were basically using training wheels or a handicap to try and get to that number. And when you look at the amount of cases we had back then, when I was still practicing a little bit of criminal law, where you would pad the numbers with stuff like somebody had 3 joints, so it was a distribution felony. And when you look at all those junk cases, it's easy to pad the numbers a little higher. Now, mind you, when you look at your conviction rate at a jury versus your predecessor, the numbers ain't that off, and you're not padded.
Right.
So I think it's important to kind of have that data, even if it's an apple to orange comparison. I think comparing those two numbers with those extra layers of data is important. And I think if you look at parts of the country where people say they have like the most aggressive Wyatt or hang 'em all DAs, but you actually crunch the numbers on their conviction rates, the numbers are all kind of the same.
That's right.
So I think if you're going to compare numbers, comparing your numbers around the country to where you're at, especially in jurisdictions that are very different from your jurisdiction, I would argue if you go to other places, they screen as aggressively as you do to make sure the case meets the criteria to finally go to trial. So comparing those jury numbers across the country with the cities, including a lot of the areas that have a reputation for being more aggressive, would be helpful to us just to socialize that number.
I think a year from now, you're going to see a sea change with what we're doing. Our office, our data analyst, Michael Pyle, is working very closely with Jess Nazat, who's the NOPD data analytics head, along with data analytics heads from the OPSO and Criminal District Court, to create a data sharing environment that I think is going to give this council, our office, and the public significantly more insight into how the
Criminal Court has a data analyst now.
well, working with data elements maybe at the Criminal
Okay,
District Court.
you got me excited for like 1 second, then you crushed it.
But it's going to
Okay.
be, I think it's going to be a game changer in your ability to monitor what's happening within the system, and to take corrective action, for us to advocate for resources where they belong and for you to allot them there, because it's going to change the way and increase the transparency that we have in criminal justice in a way that if I do nothing else in this office, that transparency is a achievable goal, and we're on the cusp of that in a fundamental way.
And the final last question, I promise, Mr. Chairman. With asset forfeiture, obviously, nationally, it's a frowned upon thing in that there have been many jurisdictions throughout the country that have truly abused asset forfeiture to the time of like, I'm going to take the tires off your car. I'm going to take your kid stroller, whatever the heck else there is. And I know that Council Vice President has been working with a lot of different tools to be available to you and NOPD with the permitting process to shut down buildings. And I would say that I have heard a tremendous amount of concern with the lien and asset forfeiture. And anything we can do as a council to give you additional tools that allow business interruption for bad businesses that doesn't quite need to go to the asset forfeiture level, we're happy to do so, just because like the nuisance, let's mention like the nuisance ordinance, but anything we can do to make sure that the asset forfeiture is more of a unicorn versus a horse, I'd appreciate us working with to do so, because it is a practice historically, as you know, I know you know, Mr. DA, that has been abused so significantly around the country that it really needs to be viewed as a last resort. I appreciate that you're using every tool possible to fight crime, but if we can do things, more things like the nuisance ordinance that interrupt, give that opportunity to give greater scrutiny by ATF, ATC, you guys, DEA, whoever, to look at a business before we go to that final step, just, it's something that we're very confident of, that people are very concerned about.
Duly noted, and please rest assured that in knowing that this office is very circumspect with the power and discretion that we have. The place in the Treme had been a problem actor since the 80s, and there were actual drug deals happening inside of the establishment, and we're very circumspect with that amount of power, and would not ever abuse it. And I believe that our default is getting establishments in voluntary compliance to make communities safer. And when that is an opportunity, we seize that. But to your point, talking about those other jurisdictions where they've got more wide tough on crime, aggressive strategies that might, throw you in jail for 3 joints or a prescription pill bottle that you didn't have a prescription for, rather than diverting you. Those places don't have leaders who are trying cases side by side with their prosecutors. I've tried over 10 cases. I think maybe 2 of them have resulted in hung juries. Anecdotal to describe that nuance, but we will absolutely start getting those data points for you. And that's not just me trying cases with my team members. That's our chiefs as well. I've tried cases with Andre Godin. Andre Godin has been trying cases with younger lawyers. The leadership and the generals in the DA's office are on the field fighting the battles. And it's the hardest battles, and we take the toughest cases because we want our team to know that this is in fact a team. Yeah.
Mr. DA, good to see you as always. Keith, good to see you. I actually just wanted to say thank you to Andre for your work on the data-driven hotspots. I know Allison, my chief of staff, has attended at least 2 of those meetings, and it's really paying dividends. If you see the news release that just went out about the 2nd and 6th district collaborating to get guns off the street, felony arrests, it really is using analytics to figure out where the hotspots are, target those, and to find the criminals, frankly, who are terrorizing some of our neighborhoods and get them where they are. So I just wanted to shout out to you and say thank you for that. And also the embedded DA situation, I think is fantastic. And I do think it's going to pay dividends going forward.
I know, Jason, maybe you don't even want me to say this, but I feel compelled to, which is I saw the article you wrote for MSNBC last night, and it really struck a chord with me in particular, is that I know when we've served together, seeing you across here, we haven't always agreed. I don't agree with people. I've been married to my wife for almost 20 years. She doesn't agree with me as much as she should. I guess I want to say again, like what happened to you and your mom is part of the human condition living here in New Orleans. It is more than unfortunate, but to attack you as an ideologue after being held at gunpoint, to me is, I don't even have the right adjectives. I don't. And I just think I want to speak for all of us when I say that, I know sometimes there's a reveling and that people love the theater of when people fight, but our humanity comes first and we are partners in all of this. And, I know it's not our place to say we apologize for what other people have said to you, whether it's on social media or indirectly or through whispers, but to know that we want to support you. And your success means the city's success.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, all of us on the dais, in front of the dais, we're just New Orleanians with families, who really want this place to be as good as it can possibly be. But we sign up for this. You know, our families don't sign up for this. So I appreciate you all's collaboration, in helping us, improve, the numbers, because I mean, the rest of the country is taking notice of the city of New Orleans. A lot of places are still in the throes of a crime spike. It is too soon for us to wave a victory flag, but our numbers are trending down. And as long as we keep investing and working together, to come up with new solutions and keep the solutions that are working, I think we can be the phoenix and the blueprint for getting things right.
Well, let's talk about some of the things that are also going in a good direction. I also wanted to say thank you in your office for joining BRASS so that the city can look into your financial operations. I realize the DA has a large budget, part of which comes from the state, part of which comes from the city and other sources. And I think it's good to be a leader in showing other institutions that it can and should be done, and that there's nothing to hide as a result of it. So I appreciate that. The other thing I wanted to talk about before I ask a couple of questions was I also wanted to say thank you for your engagement, Keith's and others, on juvenile probation parole diversion. Just so you know, we will be sending a letter, I think co-signed by myself and either Commissioner Stevens or the CAO to your office, the juvenile court judges, the other participants in all of this, laying out sort of what we'd like to see happen, how the money will live inside City Hall, and participate the fact that as we talk about public safety, trying to keep kids, Mr. Godin, whether it's the first time, second time, away from the system, that now this is truly the first real investment the city has made in such a long time.
And thank you for bird dogging that initiative. It has been elusive. Probably all of my time on the council, there was never that court. There was always the desire and conversation, but nobody has bird dogged it to get it to a point of delivering for children. And we can see just over the river it happening in Jefferson Parish. So I just thank you for not letting go of finding those solution points at a time when we could truly have money to invest in it, because it will deliver better outcomes for kids.
Thank you. All right. And then the two questions I have, the sheriff was here yesterday and the jail population has soared in the last year. One of the things she talked about was DOC prisoners, obviously trying to work with the federal magistrate on reducing that number. Is there any, and I guess, let me say before I ask the question, an argument was made that not everything is in the sheriff's control. She's merely the jailer. To a degree, I think that's true, but to a degree, I also think there's also work that needs to be done. Is there anything else within the district attorney's office purview that can help shape those numbers a little bit differently?
Andre?
I attend the jail population management meetings
Right.
along with Keith on a regular basis. And one of the things the sheriff's office has done for us is provided us a kind of a rolling list at each meeting of individuals being held under $10,000 bails, either who have open accepted cases or who are in the screening process. With respect to the open accepted cases, we made a hardcore review of that list, which was not extensive. It was about 40 individuals. So we're talking about, a pretty small portion of the actual detainees at the jail. And we found that a lot of them were simply, not appropriate or were had been found irrestorably incompetent or in an incompetent stage. So we weren't able to make a lot of results on those 40, even though Ed McGowan, the first assistant who was here a second ago, made a concerted effort to try to work that list and see if we couldn't get some of those individuals resolved. So that's at 40 in the trial phase. In the pre-acceptance phase, that number is a bit larger. And the thing that I think we can try to do best is simply to apply speed and acumen to our screening process. And we've been working very hard to get that pushed up and punched up, and it's borne results. You know, we've got the 701 numbers cut down significantly. We're moving through the cases a lot faster. The funding opportunities you've given us to create the district screener programs to put competent professionals in the driver's seat who are able to process these cases a lot more quickly. But at the end of the day, you know, the public safety lodestar, you know, that we have to take and breathe in every single day at every single first appearance and every single screening decision, you know, and that's got to take precedent over the jail population management numbers. We are absolutely willing to help it where we can, but I think the best thing we can do is be efficient with our screening and to try to collaborate as much as possible where resolutions can be derived earlier on in the process so that individuals who are not a threat to public safety can be appropriately bonded out, can get out and be monitored by the court while still maintaining public safety. And that line between those two things is where we stand, trying to make that judgment call on a day in, day out basis. So we're happy to be partners, but that public safety metric is absolutely our guiding principle.
And I think public safety has to be, but I think you're articulating the point that we just want to make sure we're bearing down on as much as we can, which is when you are not a threat, and either through bonding or ROR or moving along the 701 process where appropriate, that's being done. So
100%. I want to keep those 3 meals a day in that bed warmed up for somebody who's truly dangerous to the city of New Orleans and not somebody who's just poor.
Thank you. And then the last one is, and I realize this is more in the judge's court than yours, but I'm curious about it. One of the things that's supposed to be used for sentencing is a risk assessment instrument. Do you all get a copy of the RAI? That's yes.
We do on a daily basis before the first appearances. We receive emailed copies of that it's a risk assessment score that's made part of the record during the first appearance. And we vet that criminal history that they provided, the court worked up with the actual triple I's to make sure it's accurate.
And may I assume that's used in both juvenile court and in adult court?
I believe so. I'm not familiar with juvenile court.
It is.
Okay. And if judges are not using that risk assessment instrument, then that is a tool that they aren't evaluating as part of the overall criteria and evaluating the case in front of them. Is that correct?
Is the question if they're not
Yes,
using it?
if they're not using it.
If they're not using it, I don't know why the city's paying for it. I mean, let's just be frank. I mean, if that the process of developing that information costs quite a bit of money, quite a bit of taxpayer dollars. It has been deemed to be important to deciding whether or not a person is a threat to themselves or to public safety. So I think it'd be deeply problematic if there was not a uniform, consistent policy about all judges using them. I think that's something that absolutely needs to be readdressed. And if there's an argument for them not using them that they are making, then we certainly should be paying for it as taxpayers.
Yeah, I mean, I think I appreciate your answer for two reasons. One is it is a tool to be used so you can see where somebody is, how many times they've been arrested, recidivism, et cetera. But then the flip side of it is at some point we're supposed to do a statistical analysis on what happens. And so if Joe is over sentencing somebody on simple possession of marijuana, for example, then you can do it. If you're not using the RAI at all, we can't have that type of data to make the best informed decision.
And if you care about it, you measure it. And if you don't measure it, you don't care about it.
All right, well, I appreciate it. I think we have one public comment. Is there one online comment as well? Thank you all very much for your time. I know it's been lengthy, but it's important. Mr. Burnside? I see Mr. Riley's going to walk up to fill out a card as well.
Mike Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. I will indirectly call out my good friend, Councilperson Green. I'll look to him for approval because I'm going to say a couple of nice things, and I want reinforcement to continue this behavior that's weird and feels very uncomfortable. The first thing I want to say is that I agree that open source material is very important, and any intelligence agency that has any intelligence gets their source information maybe 85% from open intelligence. So it's very important to keep that tapped. The next thing, I will disagree with the council president, and I will say that I believe civil forfeiture is really important. We're a capitalistic group of people, and if money's not on the line, 50% of all people just don't give a shit. So it would be a very good tool to keep in the arsenal and use, particularly vis-a-vis serious capitalists. And finally, here on my little right-hand note, before I get to the big stuff, I want to mention thank you for the transparency, both in the dashboard creation so that an informed citizenry can exist, and for brass so that the council people and their staff can keep an idea of where the money goes, because it's their power and their responsibility as the people's house. So those things are positive, and I thank you for them. Unfortunately, the handout handed to me lacked all even numbered pages. And so while I was able to look at the overhead and try to follow you, I got lost significantly because, as we can see here, I start with 7 and 9 and 11 and 13 and 15 and 17 and 19, and there's 23 and there's 25 and here's 29, and I don't have any even numbers, and my life is sad. An employee did bring me a nice thing, but they brought it to me at page 28. So my life is confused, and in my confusion, I may say things that are unfalse. They aren't meant to be lied, and they aren't meant to be true. They're just meant to reflect my confusion. So numbers matter to me, and I understand that you do have numbers because I listened to you and Councilperson Morrell discuss them, but I'm going to say anyway what I'm going to say, and then I'm going to try to say why I'm going to say it, even though it's a repeat. The number of cases received from NLPD is an important number. The number of cases that you consent to file is an important number. The number of cases that you drop is an important number. The number of cases before a jury is an important number. The number of cases before a bench judge is important, and the number of plea cases that you generate is important, as are whether they are changed by a judge or accepted unchanged by a judge. And these numbers should be prominent. We should know essentially the throughput of your entire office. Now, of course, it's nice to know the number of people that are doing this work. It's nice to know the individual caseload that these people carry, and it's nice to know that their actual salary reflects that their work is being done. So salaries and workloads and numbers of people are all sort of important for people that are trying to look at a system and say whether they want to support it or not. The last thing I want to touch on very briefly before I get into the meat of my discussion is the Grimm's Law discussion. I want to publicly say that I agree with Councilperson King.
Mr. Burnside, you're way over the 2 minutes, so I'll give you a
I'm
little.
already way over 2 minutes.
I mean, so I don't mind giving you a little, I'm just giving you a little more time, but just trying to make sure we're keeping them moving here.
I have a story I want to tell. Will you give me personal
Yes,
story?
yes.
I will ignore Grimm's Law other than just say I agree with Councilperson King, and I won't give the reasons or the stories there.
Okay.
We cannot use the DA and the justice system to solve all of our problems. And if we don't use other tools to solve our problems, then our problems migrate to them. And it's unfair to them. I had a mother walking down the street. She was carrying a little tiny baby. I was talking to an 80-year-old lady. She decided all of a sudden to discuss this with the mother of a pretty little baby. All of a sudden, I was in the middle of a discussion between an 80-year-old Black woman and a woman that I thought was about 37 years old carrying a baby, but it turned out she was a grandmother and the baby was a preemie. The mother and my neighbor decided to talk to each other, and all of a sudden they were in the middle of a discussion of how bad the mother was because the grandmother was taking care of the baby. The grandmother was pissed at her daughter because the first words out of the baby's mouth were shit. The daughter and this daughter's boyfriend regularly fought at home, and the baby learned what the baby was taught. And instead of the word mama or this word dada, the grandmother informs everybody with great bitterness that the baby's first word is shit. You can't solve those problems with a DA, people.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Riley?
How you doing? Bruce Riley of Vote. First, I'd like to say I fully agree with everything that Michael was saying. Secondly, I'd like to echo what you were saying, Councilman Giarrusso and DA Williams. I really appreciate the op-ed you wrote. I know a lot of people who are concerned about, the the quote I think you used, like, oh, a liberal is just a conservative who hasn't got mugged yet or something. Look, I've been mugged, I've been sexually assaulted, I've been beat up, and everybody I know has been through all those things, right? I've had friends get shot right in front of me. I had someone get stabbed right in front of me. And then to say that people that agree with a different type of system accountability are just people that are somehow immune from it. No, it's actually the people who are most impacted who want a different type of accountability, something that's more accurate and just. And so I think that's exactly why we're here. Just a couple of things I want to point out. When people talk about stats of crime rates in New Orleans, you know what the denominator they use is? The number of residents. Now tell me the difference between the number of people who are here during Mardi Gras and the number of residents. Y'all know, you got tourist councils and stuff, maybe you know it back of your head. Any weekend, the number of residents versus the people who are here. So all those crime stats are BS. So I encourage you to try to get that redone by Jeff Batcher and others to account for the amount of people who are here. If you work in Metairie and you're here, you're part of the denominator. If you work in Baton Rouge, or you live in Baton Rouge and you come here, you're part of the denominator. So fix the stats, please, and tell Jeff Landry, right? It ain't just about us. It's going on in Bogalusa, is the most crime-ridden place in all Louisiana. It's not here. Secondly, all due respect, when you asked about the charging process and people in, there was a lot of gobbledygook. There is a process. I'd love to hear what OPD has to say about the 60 days you have to review the body cam footage, to get the statements and such. Honestly, if you arrested me today for something you accused me of doing, it shouldn't take you 60 days to figure out whether or not I legitimately have a legit charge against me. I don't understand how that happens. What do you got to do? Solve the case before you even charge somebody? They say you can indict a ham sandwich. Well, if you arrested me and put some cuffs on me, you should have a darn good reason. There's a presumption of innocence. You can't tell me there's 1,000 dangerous people in that jail right now. If you're trying to keep a warm bed for the dangerous people, you can kick out about 500, 600, 700 right now. Easily. Some of them can't afford bail. They got bail posted. Some are being held without bail. They got attachments. They got warrants. They got an accusation of probation violation. Maybe there's a Gwen's Law situation. That's hundreds of people with low-level offenses who, in the end, might only get time served. Oh, you've been here for 160 days. Well, you know what? Yeah, you're guilty. You walk out the door. Well, you know what? Why couldn't I have been on bail for 160 days? Maybe I could have pled out to weekends, kept my job, kept care of my kids. Someone could watch my kid on the weekend, and I do a whole bunch of weekends. There's a way that we can help our society. And we put too much on DAs and police officers and sheriffs and such. I want you to ask every single agency that comes before you about the issues that you ask these guys. They're trying to solve addiction. You got a public health unit. You're trying to solve mental health. Y'all got a hospital or something. You got a therapist on staff. No, we need the public health department. They got what, 87 people on staff. What you got on staff? 250. We got 250 people to lock someone up after they've been arrested. We got 87 people to deal with the public health for hundreds of thousands of people, including all the folks that come here on Mardi Gras, right? So we have a lopsided system, and then we grill folks here and say well, why did this kid grow up in poverty and turn into a pissed off 12-year-old who decided to throw a rock through a window? Well, Jason says, by the time I got you, you'd already been arrested. I wasn't there when you're 12. I wasn't your Little League coach. I didn't work for NORD. We're going to take money from NORD to build a mental health jail, $110 million, and then wonder why all the kids are here to fill it. I'll leave it at that.
All right. Thank you all very much for being here. We appreciate all of your time this morning.
We have one public.
Oh,
comment.
sorry. Got public comment, and it sounds like Councilmember Green, I just noticed you have comment too. So why don't you go first, sir?
I just want to reemphasize that the New Orleans City Council responds to concerns as they exist. We recognize that there are substantial problems in the way people raise their families, in the situations in which they find themselves, but there is no excuse for the levels of violence that take place in our community. None. Not poverty, not disaffection from family and the like. The reason that these offices get funded the way they do is because the public demands and should get public safety. And they are getting it more now than in the past. But the reality is that someone needs to address why community organizations in the community haven't stopped these guys from going out in the streets with guns, pointing them at senior citizens, taking their cars. You know, one of the problems that we have in my district, and I want to emphasize this, is the number of people who are going around with guns and masks on and are carjacking 80-year-olds, pushing them aside. District Attorney, you spoke of your situation, and I wasn't going to bring it up because I know that's pretty traumatic. I've been carjacked. A guy who had a gun who was willing to kill me over a Ford F-150. If he could have been found, he deserves to be in prison. I don't care what his background was or his situation. And I want to clarify it. My call was taken by a guy with a gun. He didn't point it at me. So I didn't even say he pointed at me. So it wasn't technically a carjacking. It was a theft by a guy who had a weapon, and he crashed into a vehicle and injured somebody else. But at the end of the day, while I understand, I hope that some of those who feel that we are putting too much money into certain categories, especially in the criminal justice area, will recognize that it's because nobody else has solved the problem of the predators, as the criminal sheriff calls them, who are out there who are doing the types of crimes that we have seen that were recently committed. This past weekend in the Desire area, carjackers, one who was armed with a gun, took a car from a woman, and in this day and age, they still dragged her because she didn't get out of the car fast enough. Who's still doing that in these days? And I don't care what the circumstances are. I don't care what society has not done right. At the end of the day, Jason Williams and his mother need to be able to get out of the car on Race Street and not have to worry about someone with guns pointing them at a senior citizen or pointing them in the direction of a senior citizen and taking her vehicle and putting her life in on the line. So I'm just pleased that there was some progress being made. Mr. DA, I appreciate the work. Shutting down the business that you shut down was important. I was glad to be there. The fact that you are willing to be concerned about the constitutional rights of those who are accused, but also want to address the issue of public safety and making citizens safer than our citizens in our society from murder and harm is very important to me. I only want to emphasize that to say the city council has provided so much money for programs. We provided support to the public school system, $10 million over 3 years for trauma recovery at schools, at up to 15 schools. We provided resources, as we talked about with our health department. We have a health department budget that's in the tens of millions of dollars. Those things don't get emphasized. I just hope that everyone who has a concern about our society and about people fitting into society and not being incarcerated will do everything that they can to refer people to the resources that we have within our budget, within our system, even within these various offices, the sheriff's office, the DA's office, the police department, to help people to get the help that they need, but they do not have a right to prey on others in our society. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Spears?
The one comment is for informational purposes for the VA. What are your plans to prioritize New Orleans East when it comes to deterring crime? As your presentation stated, attacking hubs for criminal activity and shutting down businesses that are problematic in our area. The media outlets love to add New Orleans East to crime in their headlines. What specific plan are you working on or have that will ensure New Orleans East residents are a top priority when you look at crime in our area, also partnering with other organizations who are actually boots on the ground to offer community support? We want a safe, thriving, and prosperous community just as much, if not more, than other places across the city. I want to know, are there current hubs of criminal activity that you have identified, and is there a plan to deal with them? And I apologize, the comment is from Candace Taylor, who is not a paid actor.
And I would just say to Mrs. Taylor that absolutely we have targets in our sights in New Orleans East specifically. Some of them are similar to that New Image corner store, and some of them are residences, apartment complexes where people have lost their lives and been assaulted with little to no redress from the out-of-town developers who have made tons of money off of low-income housing in our city and have not reinvested that money in the protection and security of those residents. So I would say to Ms. Candace, more to come. And New Orleans East is absolutely on the list. I just want to thank this council for its partnership. We can have safe streets and fair courts. Criminal justice reform and public safety are not antithetical. They go hand in hand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, public defenders. And with parity, you guys will be 2 hours because the DA was 2.5.
Only at 85%, dude.
Oh, darn it.
Lindsay's here.
I think everyone's gonna get to talk about.
All right. Thank you all for your patience this morning. It's good to see you all.
Good to see you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Engelberg, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you, council members, for having us. I have the privilege of sitting at this table with close to a century of public service, really dedicated folks who, along with about 100+ folks at the Orleans Public Defender's Office, fight for our mission to fight for our clients by providing excellent client-centered representation, reforming the system, and partnering with the community. To my left is Lindsay Hortenstein, who's our Deputy CIO and Director of Media and Development. To my right is our longest serving public defender in our office, Danielle Berger, who is the rock of our and the foundation of what our office is built on. To her right is Meg Garvey, who has served longer than me at the public defender office since right after Katrina, and is our policy counsel. And to her right is Robert Jones, our Director of Community Outreach, who probably needs no introduction, but is one of, I think, the hero and inspiration to many here in New Orleans. And we're so pleased to have these public servants do the work they do, along with the folks at OPD who do tireless, dedicated work done through the lens of dignity, justice, and hope for our clients, their families, and our overall community. Slide 3. This city, this council, this administration, the CAO's office has done something truly momentous and forward-thinking through the parity public defender district attorney law. It's something we should all truly be proud of. Councilmember Green, you often talk about good news. This is one of those good news stories. We know it directly contributes to a more fair and just outcome. It protects innocence, prevents wrongful arrests, and drives us down from being the exoneration capital of the world, and increases our ability to identify and address the root causes of system interaction for our clients. All this improves the clients and the community's overall health and safety. So what have we accomplished in 2023? With the 2023 parity budget, we worked to fill significant gaps in capacity and representation, increase retention, and create more equitable representation for all of OPD clients. We have increased staff, hiring 37 people to fill vacant positions, attorneys, investigators, advocates, social workers, administrators, with a focus on increasing diversity, including life experience diversity. We've increased retention through increases in pay across the board for all employees and kept up with recent ADA salary passed by the legislature. We work at a breakneck pace. Just in fiscal year 2023, we represented over 1,700 cases in criminal district court, 17,000 cases. Thank you, Lindsay. A big difference in criminal district court, juvenile court, municipal and traffic court. Slide. In 2023 has been an exceptionally, in my 17 years at OPD, some of them in most recent memory, most busy year at Tulane and Broad. Today, we've gone to trial almost twice as much as last year. We've had 38 jury trials and approximately 36 judge trials. We filed 52 writs to date. Our client service division is on pace with the largest number of clients in the division existence. Bottom line, our staff is working exceptionally hard and spending countless hours to serve New Orleans. And none of this would have been possible without the parity law.
Mr. Engelberg, before you go on, I asked the DA about the sheriff's presentation yesterday.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you a similar question. And part of our criminal justice system is being able to prepare your client, understand what's going to happen, go through the evidence, being able to have full and robust communication so you don't have a chilling effect on that happening. Are there any issues with your office, not you specifically, your office's ability as a result of the decline or not having enough deputies in facilitating that type of communication?
Well, thank you for that question. I do think we do need to, we're constantly working to try to get better access for our clients, constantly. We do often, we work hard with the sheriff to collaborate with them to improve visitation. But, part of it's both structural, and then there's probably some other things that we can do to fix the situation. But I'd say structural in that there's only, the way that the jail was improperly designed, there's only 3 visitation rooms. And that's just unacceptable. There needs to be 20. And so for that reason, plus I think what we've seen with just delays in process, we sometimes both are limited access to our clients, but also wait lots of hours waiting to access our client. And we're working hard to try to fix that. It's one of our biggest priorities, because without access to your client, you really, so it's, as a client-centered office, it's the most important thing for us to do, to be working in partnership with our clients. And it's not, we just sit there and tell them what to do. We work with them to give them full information and to give them the best representation possible.
Well, whatever we can do to help with that, because we want to ensure that communication is facilitated. You will often hear us fuss at departments or agencies for not communicating with us, and that's as an elected official. It's far more different, in my view, when you are incarcerated, you're relying on your lawyer, and you have to be able to have that contact with your lawyer. Ms. Garvey, do you have something to add?
Yes, council member, thank you for asking about that. I would also suggest that, there's been some conversations about the population in the jail and about, issues. And I know we heard from the sheriff yesterday about violence in the jail. And I would just assure you, I don't think that I'm the only one that believes this. I think there's probably people that have been through the system that could attest to this. But when people have access to counsel, when people actually are able to prepare and have their needs met and be able to share with the only person who maybe could be in touch with their family or meet their needs on the outside, you're going to see that in their behavior and in the general demeanor of the jail. So not only is access to counsel and being able to visit with clients part of just our job, we can't do that, right, without our client, and a serious constitutional issue, it's a public safety issue. So we definitely look for any help we can get. And any collaboration, we're always willing to come to the table and work on that issue because it is a serious problem and we welcome any assistance. Thank you.
And Councilmember, we've worked with the Office of Criminal Justice Commissioner and Commissioner Stevens. It's one of the things that there's a jail population subcommittee that meets regularly, and the alarm bell has been raised, at least I know through this council and by yourself and into the work through that subcommittee, that we're at a crisis point. And so one of the things that jail population increase has done is put pressures on all parts. And you actually slow access how a case goes through the system that when you get to that breaking point at the jail. And so not only is it an issue of health and safety for the community and the jail, but also for how a case gets moved through a system. And so what we look forward to do is, I think we had a really productive collaborative relationship and have had to look at how we can safely reduce that jail population, is to doubling down on that work.
Well, can I just ask one more thing related to that then? So maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like there should be some guiding principles for everybody in order to do that. I mean, I'm troubled by the fact that just in a year, the population's gone up so much without really a concomitant explanation for the why. And so what I would like to know and see everybody working on is, if we have too many DOC prisoners, I think the sheriff said there were 93, then let's try and move the DOC prisoners out as quickly as possible. If you have people who are sitting in jail because you're waiting to see whether or not they're going to be prosecuted, then we need to facilitate that process. If somebody is in there on a bond, that's too high. So my hope is everybody can develop a core set of principles where we agree this is a violent offender, you need to be in jail, versus these are the reasons that you don't.
Yes. And I think one of the things that we can do is also educate the public as to both the law and constitution and purpose of bond and bail.
Right.
It is imbued in our presumption of innocence. It is actually an instrument of release. And whether someone has a $8,000 bond or a $2,000 bond or $1,000 bond, often just what that matters is how much money is going out of that family's pocket, and destabilizes things further. And so not only does the jail, even just a short stay in jail can destabilize our community, make us less safe, but so does increased bond, and so does detention when someone does not need to be. And I think one marker to look at is when someone is safe enough for release after a conviction or probation, or the case is dismissed, or the case is time served. Well, that's a failure of the system to have that person in pretrial incarceration.
Thank you.
Because of the 2023 parity budget, we were able to create a more equitable level of representation for all clients appointed to the public defender. We talked about this last year at this table, that our emphasis was going to be to increase the resources for our conflict panel that is done through the private bar, through contracts, establishing more equitable compensation that are commensurate with best practices, and also adding the similar wraparound services if someone gets a conflict contract panel attorney with investigation, social work services, and other services as they would if they got a staff member from our office. Additionally, we expanded contracts to allow for full representation from arrest to disposition. This puts contract attorneys at the ready in magistrate court, municipal and juvenile court, to respond to the representation advocacy needs throughout all courts. Because of the 2023 budget parity budget, we significantly increased the capacity of the client service division to support clients. This is historic stuff. To date, we have assisted over 1,000 clients who are projected by the end of 2023 to have the number of clients served by over 1,200. That's a more than 100% increase in number of clients served over the last 3 years, and is directly tied into the parity law. The needs of each individual client drives the work, but this frequently includes securing referrals for housing, substance abuse treatment, mental health treatment, education, job training, as well as even basic things like obtaining driver's license or documents or reinstating benefits to even give someone a basic safety net.
Councilmember Harris?
Yeah, so are you using Unity or how are you addressing homelessness?
It is probably one of the biggest crises in our community.
Yeah.
And one of the things that we often have the least amount of resources to refer to. But Unity is a valued partner. And, you know, but what we often hear from our client advocates and social workers is that housing referrals is one of the most intractable, difficult things to accomplish.
Yeah, no, I agree. We should connect with Nate Fields, our new housing director of housing homelessness strategies and services to make sure that y'all are on the same page and that you have the resources that you need. And we also need to include you in the broader discussion about how we can help, especially people coming out of incarceration and reentry. So let's connect offline about that.
Yeah, and one of the things that we're most proud of is the work over the last year with our resentencing unit that is really focused on reentry and has folks like Robert and his team that they work with just doing incredible work to stabilize folks who've often been incarcerated for decades.
Yeah, and the ID situation and making sure that people coming out of the sheriff's custody who have no IDs and no documents. I mean, it's heartbreaking because those are basic documents that you need to get a job, to get housing, to get back on your feet. And so again, I think we need to, and I thank you for what you do, but I do think the city needs to take a hard look on how we can make those services more readily available, even if it's a mobile ID unit that we use to get people their IDs that they need and the documents that they need. So thank you. But again, I do want to connect offline.
Thank you. Well, Councilmember Harris, I think we definitely want to do it. I would say that it is hard to understate how each individual person and where the work needed to support that person goes. There's just not enough hours in the day and not enough people at OPD to support that. And so even given what we have and the increase we have through the parity budget has really saved lives, especially this 100% increase over the last 3 years of services provided. I would just point out that just in 2023 alone, we haven't even finished the year. We've done 339 referrals for substance abuse treatment and 156 mental health treatment referrals. And that's 495 referrals from just through the end of October has saved millions of dollars, but also we believe have saved lives and improved our overall community health and safety. In 2024, we will continue to work hard to divert clients from the system to further reduce overall costs and increase public health. We're working in 2024 to expand our mental health unit that provides intensive individualized work for people suffering from serious mental health illness. I know we talked about this last year, but it's still ever present. We're in a mental health crisis in our city. We are in a mental health crisis, and we are trying to do our part with our clients to take a multidisciplinary approach to link mental health providers and other community resources to meet their complex needs. We are working with all stakeholders to increase diversion opportunities, including recently working with the District Attorney's Office for mental health diversion. We're working with community partners to support clients before, during, and after treatment so they remain successful through those programs. And we are partnering with the city, like the Commissioner Stevens and the Office of Criminal Justice Coordinator and community partners for meaningful solutions outside of incarceration and the criminal legal system. And I did want to, Councilmember Green and I and Councilmember Thomas were at the, and I think a few others may have been there at the mobile crisis intensive unit opening. And things like that are another good news stories where we can divert criminal legal system interaction and to where it appropriately should be. And I want to give a special shout out to Director Davis and Deputy Superintendent Nick Gurnan for the lead program in the pre-arrest diversion program. These are things that we should both celebrate, advertise. We will work hard to support them and work with them to make sure we shrink the footprint of the criminal legal system so that it can address true safety issues and further promote our community health. And we are looking to maintaining and looking to expand the work that started with the city's Safety and Justice Challenge. that provides immediate work at first appearances to safely reduce the jail size, as we talked about with you, Commissioner Jeruso. So how are we going to respond to a growing and changing needs in 2024? What work remains in 2024? Well, obviously, much depends on resources and funding. Yeah, obviously the whole concept of the parity law is the work that is and the resources provided to the district attorney drives our work. And with any increased resources and everything that we can do within our current resources in the current standstill budget, these are the things that we are going to prioritize. We're going to try to increase staffing as much as possible to meet workload standards, particularly at the most serious case level. Right now, just as I looked up this morning, there's 911 open cases with our office with either people facing life without parole or virtual life sentences. That's astounding numbers of time and resources over the next year to fulfill our constitutional mandate. In 2024, we hope to increase the number of attorneys to our panel and pay them for a closer to market rate for what the amount of their services. For example, just of those of this life with of those 911 cases, 189 are represented by our contract panel attorneys and who are paid well below market rate, and we're going to seek to try to improve their compensation. In 2024, with increased juvenile transfers, we need to have a dedicated adolescent transfer squad. In 2024, with increased Gwen's Laws hearings, we need to expand our first appearance advocacy and magistrate advocacy team to meet the needs of those growing hearings. This is again critical as the jail hovers at its maximum capacity. With the acceptance rates and where they are, we need to put extra resources in 2024 on the front end to increase diversion. We need to do much better in this area, and we're working with the district attorney's office to do that. Both entities agree that the current numbers are way too low, and we need to increase those numbers in a safe way in 2024. With our citywide mental health crisis in 2024, as I said, we're going to we seek to increase our mental health unit to be able to serve more clients. With increased cold cases and ramped up law enforcement technology in 2024, we hope to create a forensic practice group. In 2024, we hope to increase our partnership with the Louisiana Center for Children's Rights and other community legal partners to serve some of our most vulnerable populations. And in 2024, we hope to sustain that reentry and resentencing team that we just spoke about, whose grant is currently expiring. That has been an incredible team of peer advocates and attorneys who have been enormously successful in bringing home people after long-term incarceration and supporting them with reentry. Lastly, I think it's important that we can't leave this presentation to highlight that in September, just a couple months ago, the American Bar Association, National Center for State Courts, and the RAND Corporation released the National Public Defender Workload Study, which updated long-held standards that had been in place since 1973 that have long been outdated. The study reaffirmed what we have long known and warned against: the harm of untenable workloads that you, Councilmember Morell, just referenced earlier for public defenders. The study specifically determined it requires twice as much time as previously identified to represent someone facing a felony charge, especially for those serious felony charges that carry a life sentence. A conservative application of these recommendations sets a maximum workload of 59 low-level felonies and no more than 7 life without parole cases for attorney per year. We have lots of work to do to reach those levels. As of late October, OPD had represented 6,148 felony cases and 313 life without parole cases. These standards mean we would need a total of 104 felony attorneys. We currently have 44, and 44 life without parole attorneys. We currently have 15. We are constitutionally bound to provide that representation and have to respond to the demands of the system. As our workload increases from the prosecutorial side, we must have the resources to properly adapt and do our constitutional duty. every year we try to highlight a different part of our office, and today we want to highlight here about one aspect of our office that involves representing families in juvenile court.
If you will forgive, I'm going to read what they were going to say. One is currently in juvenile court in a case, and the other is was stuck with the closures on I-10 coming in from Slidell. So neither one was able to join us this morning. But this is the writing of Doris Jones Anderson, who is our parent advocate as part of our child in need of care team, which works with parents facing losing custody of their children. She says, some years ago, I was once a SYNC client and 10 of my kids were taken away from me and put in foster homes because I was an addict and addicted to cocaine and had a baby born with cocaine in its system. I was given a case plan to go to rehab, visit my kids on supervised visits, and get parenting classes. I was able to briefly have my kids back home, but that wasn't the end. I tried over and over to get clean and stay clean, but I kept relapsing. DCFS finally came to my house for a visit and I was high, unfortunately. They called the police and came to get my kids. It was a terrible time, as you can imagine. DCFS took them with all of us screaming and crying, and it's a day that I would never forget, and I felt like I would never see my kids again. After about 2 years, I really accepted where I was and the work that needed to be done. I didn't have much support from my family and friends, but I worked my case plan and was able to go before Judge Ernestine Gray in juvenile court, who really worked with me. I worked my case plan continuing and was able to get my kids back, but it was a long and hard road to do alone. My job as a parent advocate is to give and help with support resources, housing, food stamps, Social Security, medical appointments, accompanying to supervised visits, finding transportation and other things like finding clothing, emergency funding, bus passes, and the list goes on and on. What I do tell my clients is my story and let them know that this is not going to be easy. It's not going to be a piece of cake, but we as a team will get you through. I give them hope that they can get their kids back and give them the courage to fight their addictions and other troubles and help them take it one day at a time. I worked with a client recently who was going through the situation that I was in. He was frustrated and really upset. And I just told him, I said, you can do this because I did it and I've been there and I know what you're going through. I understand and I believe in you. He said, I can't tell you how glad I am to have you and to help me see the light and keep me in line. I'm going to be good, Miss Jones, is what he said. He has now on the path to getting his kids back and really working to stabilize and reunify his family. There's still work for him to be done, but I really wish I had this kind of support when I went through the system. Having somebody to give me hope, courage, and strength, someone that understood what I was going through is critical and would have been for me at that time.
I hope Ms. Doris is listening on her phone or right here, and I thank her for those words. And I hope you guys get to meet her one day. What those words say really signify and everything that OPD is about, which is dignity, justice, and hope, and which would not be possible. There would not be the work possible, Ms. Doris, or of all the great people at OPD without this chamber support. And so we thank you. We thank you for the 2023 support and for the 2024 budget. Thank you.
Councilmember Jeruso is not here, so I'm just going to jump in. What are the salaries? Are they competitive with other surrounding parishes for your office?
So we did the sort of base salary that the ADA has raised their rates. The DA's office has raised their rates. Our first year lawyers are making those salaries. And so we did use our resources because one of the things that is our constant battle is people leaving and people who can't sustain the work. And when it's done because of financial reason, it really breaks your heart because they're such great public servants. And so we put a concerted effort to try to bring our pay scale to reflect the work that people do. And so our attorneys start at the same level as a new prosecutor does. And so we're committed to having those, at least between us and our counterparts, equity in that system.
When you see people leave, are they leaving for other parishes? Are they leaving for private practice? Where are they going?
Well, I can say that because of the parity law and the parity budget, our attrition is drastically down. We were averaging before the parity law over 20 plus people leaving a year. It's really hard to have a quarter of your agency turnover every year. And our average now is more like 10 or 12. So so closer to 10%. And so we still need to get those numbers down. It's a real variety of reasons. It isn't going to neighboring places, but the work is hard. So and for better or worse, people really care at our office, and so and this is why this workload issues and trying to get the workload to be sustainable is so important. Is that it's often through burnout. Because we try to support people that this is a long marathon, not a sprint, and not just say you have to go run fast and hard for as long as and hard as you can until you collapse. But this is a work in progress, and so I'd say the majority of reason is number one, we do need to still improve our compensation, but having increased benefits thanks to the work of Danielle and Lindsay. Actually, for the first time in the last couple of years, having retirement, even though our counterparts have always had retirement, and folks like Danielle, who've worked for close to 30 years, just started getting retirement 2 years ago, is an outrage. Those are things that are lowering that turnover rate, and I think helping the entire criminal legal system. But also, we still need to do things to get the workload to be sustainable, so that people who care so much can keep doing it.
Yeah, and I'm going to be Councilmember Green here for a minute. Benefits are important, especially as you're coming out of law school, and that student loan forgiveness, especially as an attorney and having law school debt burden, is very helpful.
Yes.
It
should be noted, and that's just both public servants at in both sides. People are doing real sacrifices and doing real public service for the care they have for New Orleans.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. On LCCR, does your funding request include funding for LCCR?
So we are asking for a parity funding request, 85% of the district attorneys.
Yeah.
And we are asking for additional monies for a partnership with LCCR so they can serve some of our most vulnerable citizens.
And does the funding request that you're including meet what they need or what they received last year's? I don't see it.
So last year there was a funding for LCCR of $250,000. In addition to other community partnerships, we are asking for an additional $500,000 for them so they can do the important work of serving the children of New Orleans. And they, by having a team of folks by having a team, we've seen the great results by having the team approach that LCCR does, the holistic approach, that the results that they can get for turning a kid's life around and giving them the attention, frankly, that they deserve and are entitled to.
So you're asking for an additional 500, so that would bring them to what?
In addition, it would be a 750.
750 ask. Okay.
Yes. And that's in addition to an additional community partnership to serve our vulnerable citizens.
Great, thank you. Any other council members? Any online comments? Two public comments. I'm sure Michael Burnside is one.
Just one comment, Councilmember Harris.
Sure.
If you don't mind. I was researching some stuff on public defender's offices, and I don't know if I got enough information, but it was almost it said that around some states and some communities that public defender has a budget that's flexible depending on case and workload. how does that happen in other states and do we have that flexibility here?
So I think the public defender system is in a crisis throughout the country. And it's drastically under-resourced and underfunded in every place. I'm not aware of a sort of per case, type thing. I think sometimes that when someone is a private attorney on a contract, they get a per case payment, for those cases. But I think this ABA study that was really exhaustive, that updated these way outdated early 1970s standards, show that we have a long way to go to get to the right workload for each public defender.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. I'm going to research it a little more, but it almost alluded to the fact that when your caseload grows or when the system is more stressed, that there's some public defenders that have access to funds to compensate their ADAs or to help them with an increase. And I don't think we do that here.
Correct. And I think one of the things that the federal government does is that when their public defenders have, there's a certain cap for their public defenders, and then the rest go to their CJA panel of private attorneys. That would be a great place to get to.
Thank you.
All right, 2 comment cards. Ronald Marshall, followed by Bruce Riley. I don't have you, Mr. Burns. We'll get in line and you'll go last. We'll get you a card. Mr. Marshall.
Good afternoon. How y'all doing? My name is Ronald Marshall Vote. I can't wait. I heard a few comments about the overpopulated jail, about bail, and it's just ironic because I was just in my office a couple of weeks ago thinking about bail and how we can get a compromise, right? There was this win-lose mentality in New Orleans. When the bill is high, the district attorney's office is winning. When the bill is low, the ODP office is winning. And as a result, the sheriff's office is stuck in between with overpopulated jail. So I was just wanting to just encourage this body to think about a bail reduction act and how we will work in practice every day. Let's say, for instance, a judge sets a bill at $50,000. That bill would decrease by 10% every day. That way, the person who is charged with a felony, the district attorney has 60 days to charge them. That bill is constantly decreasing. Every time the bill decreases, the new bill will decrease the second day. When a new bill will decrease the third day until it's reduced to 0, and that person is automatically released from prison. That's the best plan. That's a compromise for the district attorney's office, as well as for the OPD, as well as for the city of New Orleans, and the people in prison. Because a lot of people that go to jail can't afford the bail. So if you let them sit in jail for 60 days, every day they sit in that jail, that bill is reduced by 10% until it's 0, and they're released. That is a compromise. I just want to encourage this body to consider that a bill reduction act. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Riley.
How you doing? Bruce Riley, Vote. First, I just wanted to say something. I don't know if I heard, but I think something we all know is, what these folks do is constitutionally required. It's not an optional thing, and it's required for our government to provide for these services for people if they're charged with a crime, because we believe that to detain somebody or to imprison somebody is like the most massive thing a government can do, absent dropping a missile on them, right? And so let's not be fooled that this is some side of coddling or gift or handout. And these people, they work above their weight class as much as probably any group you could picture in this whole city. And so when they're asking you for money, you shouldn't be looking at 85%. You should be looking at 110%, right? There's no reason why we should even stop at 100. You should be saying wow, you guys do such great work with your client services people, with the mental health, with the social workers. When you look at their vacancies on their staffing chart, it's kind of depressing, right? And you see what they should have. They've got what the standard should be, I think, 104 felony attorneys. They currently have 44. Imagine if you had needed 104 people on your staff, but right now you have 44. How much stress are you providing for those 44 people? So I wonder, Danny was talking about burnout and struggle. I don't know if NOPD's got any extra police cars, but maybe they could get a car out of the deal, right? What are we getting for all this pain and suffering? The fact that they're getting grants to hire lawyers or different schools, they can have a postdoc kind of thing, where it's like, oh, here's a fellowship and here's a free lawyer. That's not coming from us. That's not our tax dollars. That's not our constitutional obligation. That's something that they're able to get from other people who care about this issue. So I just want to say, just remind people about the clear need and requirement of what we're doing here. This is not some little handout for people. And I'll just close by saying, as someone who has formerly had an overworked public defender, when you can't get a hold of them, when you write them letters, they don't give you a letter back, you start talking amongst each other. You start saying public pretender. You start hating the whole system. You start saying they're all in cahoots. You know, my lawyer actually went to the wedding of my prosecutor. Well, they might have gone to law school together. I have a little bit different perspective now, but imagine as a young person how much I believed in the system when I found that out. Right. And the fact that they can't keep up with any of their clients and they've got like 7 minutes a client, they got McDonald's drive-through service. We should be worried about that. And we're talking about jail overpopulation. These folks can depopulate the jail probably more than any of the other folks that we've had sitting in this panel. Thank you. Other than the judges.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Burnside. The other guy wants Thank you. Have a lunch.
Michael Burnside, 2215 Felicity. So I'm caught between Councilman Green and Councilman Jeruso. The G's have got me on either side. So I want to say nice things for 2 minutes and then my time will be up and it'll be really sad and I'll cry. My brother Thomas is dead. He was a public defender in a small county in Wyoming, and I was a teacher. And teachers get their debts forgiven because there's programs out there that say if you go teach at a particular school in a particular district, the state of California will start forgiving your school loans. And so I think that you public defenders need to figure out a way to get your young people have their loans forgiven. There needs to be programs. I mean, if teachers can do it, certainly public defenders can do it. You're all lawyers, write the law. So let's see here. What do I really want to talk about? Since I'm obviously short on time, I can send an email. The reason that you only have 3 rooms is because you aren't there asking for 20 more rooms in this phase 3. So if phase 3 is going to be built, you guys should get your 20 rooms. You should push it. You should go see the federal judge and say, hey, 3 rooms is not enough for family and lawyers. Plus they're not open 24/7. This is a constitutional violation of the consent decree. We need more rooms, period. Just lay it on the line. Fuck that shit. The next thing you need to do is join the conversation about these phones. Neither one of them brought up phones here before you, but yesterday or whenever the heck it was, there was this big discussion about jail violence and how the reduction is basically 50% solved by free phones. If you believe that, you need to come in on that discussion and say free phones are a way to reduce violence, reduce the chances of our clients being double charged because they're in jail, and reduce the amount of time that they're going to be given. So you need to really weigh in on that. As far as pushing this equity law business, it needs to be in here. People forget. People don't have history. If you really are advocating for something, you need to say it publicly that this is a great idea and other DA offices in the world should follow this example because we've got cash and we can pay our guys the same as their guys. Okay. And it needs to be here where people can see it because out of sight, out of mind, baby. And as far as other things that you might want to think about in the long term, when people get out of jail, they got parole officers, they got probation officers, they have all this stuff that's basically, and I'm going to say completely stupid shit, on the side of the DA's office. Apparently, I don't see too much of it on the side of the reentry office, right? The DA's office. When they come out, you guys aren't there, you know, you've got a grant that's expiring because of some reason. Reminds me too much of the American Can Corporation. You know, we had affordable housing, then we didn't.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Thank you all very much for your presentation. We appreciate it. And then I see NOPD is here. Why don't we just take a minute to get them up here and check on our colleagues in the back and we'll get started in just a minute. Thank you all very much.
You have the latest one that I saw.
Stephanie gonna, how?
Chief, are you gonna be standing for this presentation or would you be taking a seat? Okay.
Sorry. You're fine. Okay, thank you.
Ready?
Our microphone's live. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, we're ready to start it whenever you would like us to.
Yeah, can we have maybe one more minute? I have
Sure.
one or two council members who
Yeah,
are,
no problem. Just let us know.
yeah, thank you very much.
We just thought you were waiting on us, so sorry.
No, this is on us. We have to think about maybe building in a lunch break.
Yeah, not a bad idea.
do have our executive team and our Dr. Kelly over our lab. So they, as you see, are present as well. So without any further ado, I will begin the presentation. All right. So we'll see. Make sure we're moving here. I am not advancing. Just turned it on. Was on. I can use the, you want me just to use the cube? Okay, we'll just go down here. Well, that's not advancing. There we go. So this is working. That's fine. As you can see from the agenda, I'm going to be covering 9 basic topics, although the numbers will be presented by Mr. Montano. So we'll begin with our 2023 goals and what accomplished there. We'll go to the 2024 goals. We're going to discuss civilianization, recruitment and retention, facility and equipment, so on and so forth, personnel overview. Then the numbers will be presented at the end of the presentation. And then finally, I will touch on the consent decree. So let's begin with the 2023 department goals and where we are today. There were actually 6 goals that were identified last year. As you can see, it was reduce violent crime, sustain reforms, build strategic partnerships. And then the next 3 were to strengthen the community trust and relationships, better utilize our resources, and then this continuation of recruiting and retention. So let me back up for you now. Those were the 6 main goals, and where did we accomplish? Not me, obviously. This is your department's accomplishments prior to my arrival. Obviously, the New Orleans Police Department did a fantastic job on the first goal of the violent crime. We dropped as a department overall, the drop was 20% for violent crime. And the national trend, there is a trend nationally for a reduction in violent crime, but they were on pace at only 4%. So clearly 5 times better than the national trend is what New Orleans has done. Let's move to the issue of reforms, and that's going to fall under the consent decree and how far we have approached with the consent decree in meeting all of the mandates. As you know, we have 2 different kind of a bifurcated approach. What does New Orleans, how do we score ourselves and the accomplishment of all the paragraphs that we have to show to the judge? And then we have an independent monitor. The monitor says that we are at a 73% compliant rate. We think that we are at a 90% compliant rate. And it's not because we are having a debate necessarily about compliance as much as it can a lot of times be on pacing, timing, in other words. So the police department turns in proofs to the monitor, such as new policy development, training, things like that. And the monitoring team also then takes a month or 2 or whatever their timeline to review those proofs. And then we'll come back and say, yes, you are in compliance or you're not. And so sometimes timing can impact that gap between where we believe we are and where the monitoring team is. Regardless, we are in a great deal of weekly conversations with the monitoring team. So we are working through all of the outstanding the particular paragraphs. So that has to do with the reform issue. Let's move to the strategic partnerships. The New Orleans Police Department, I think, has healthy relationships. I have met now with almost every one of our federal partners, as well as the State Patrol. I've met, as you can see, our list of the FBI, the ATF. I have not met with our DEA partner yet. We do have the U.S. Marshal representation at our weekly violent crime meetings. met with the district attorney's office, U.S. attorney's office. But not only have I met them, but their feedback is that we have been indeed building on those strategic relationships. Let's move on to the next three goals from 2023.
Chief, hang on one second, because Councilmember Harris has something that I did.
Yeah, Chief, on this point about meetings, and I know you just got into this position. I want to make sure that you're also meeting with University Police, Tulane, Loyola, Xavier, Dillard. All of the universities have police forces in New Orleans, also Port, Harbor Police. That's important too, because as you talk about force multipliers, part of the encampment decommissioning will include additional law enforcement involvement. And so making sure that we have those partners on board is going to be important.
Yes, ma'am, and I'm also still doing my meet and greet, but historically, NOPD has indeed had those relationships. And I think that particularly the university chiefs get together as a group monthly or bi-monthly. I'm not sure what the cadence is, but they have established very good relationships. My goal is to continue those, and I have met quite a few of them.
Yeah, and just for our CEO, a reminder, I know that there are particular agreements that need to be put in place with the University Police to make sure that they are able to help. So I know some of those have gotten held up in legal. We just need to make sure that those
The mutual aid agreements.
yeah, they need to be executed and updated.
Thank you for bringing that again. Mutual aid agreements always have to be reestablished with new superintendent. So thank you for that. Okay.
I wanted to ask, and again, this is more budget related. What's happening with the Emperors right now, the pension system? Where did that money come from? What's going on? I mean, and look, in all fairness, I sent my questions to the chief last week, so this is no pulling of punches, like this is all on the table. So I just want to make sure we all understand where that stands.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, I'll do my best to kind of give you a little bit of a layered answer since it is a layered issue. Obviously, at the request of the law department, we have continued to pay the penalties as a result of the dissolution of our statute that we're interpreting that way. Those funds have been coming out of general fund. I believe the payment is somewhere in the 50,000 range. It's got a tiered effect over the course of time, based on what is really coming around to a net new 200 police officers. So where we are moving forward, I think we are still in conversations with the NOMERS board and the actuarial analysis, because some of the ideas and the positions were put to potentially, could we move civilian staff over to the Emperors program to try to augment that net 200? What are the challenges and effects of that? What is the long-term sustainability, meaning the financial liabilities for permanently moving employees from NOMERS, which is a less expensive from the city perspective, to Emperors? And what is the legal challenges associated with forcing an existing employee to do the same? The second part is the analysis, really determining what is the effect of a new employee, meaning not dealing with old employees. So my understanding and what the conversation and the development of a working group for this Empress program, I believe that Councilor Moreno had asked for, is to have the actuarials present those findings or that analysis to determine what is the best course of path for the city to undertake, meaning should it exist with employees moving over? Should there be new employees? And what are the effects of the dualities between paying the payments or the penalties while we work toward a mutual solution for this effort, or moving employees over to that aspect? So that is being scheduled. I believe the report has been done. I have not seen the analysis yet. That is being scheduled. I actually asked Jesse from NOMERS to come in case it got a little bit more in depth for that particular question from the council. But that is a schedule to happen, I believe, in December. We wanted to do it in the middle of budget since it is an important piece. Now, for the purposes of the payments, at the advice of the city attorney, we will continue to pay them. The anticipation is to do it through general fund. I will be placing it on the amendment because I wanted to make sure the council has proper input in this particular subject matter on where and how those funds should be paid for. But the anticipation was to continue to pay the penalties until we figure out a long-term and a short-term solution for this issue.
Thank you. I appreciate the detailed explanation. Let me ask this question. in a world which everything goes badly, we can't work it out, we can't transfer everybody. Do we know what the penalty would be for 2024?
You give me 1 second.
Sure.
Yes.
I mean, obviously, we all want to try and avoid that. I know everybody's trying to work towards that goal, but I just think for eyes wide open.
Sure. Starting for 2024, starting from January to June, the payments would be 50,000 approximately, which would have a net effect of 300,000. From July to December, the payments grossly increased to 214,000, which would equate to 1.3 essentially, for a grand total of 1.5 million.
Okay. All right. Well, we look forward to trying to work. Obviously, it sounds like we have to get all the actuarial issues ironed out. Are we going to cordon off then, Mr. CAO, 1.5 million in the budget amendment? So that way we're prepared and we're not pulling from different sources.
Mr. Chairman, yes, I didn't want to, and I think I got the advice from the council not to build it into the budget in our executive forum, but to leave it outside and through the amendment process so that we can have that conversation. My recommendation is absolutely to quarantine it off, with the anticipation that a worst case scenario does happen, but with the hope and anticipation that we can come to some resolution prior to that impact really sustaining the city of New Orleans and specifically our police departments.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
With your permission, sir, I'll continue. Okay. So there are three last 2023 goals. I was just about to address the strengthening the community trust and partnership. Again, NOPD really deserves kudos. They have established wonderful relationships in their communities. And even though you can see some that are listed here, a couple that are not that I want to highlight is that our captains every month push out an absolutely fantastic newsletters for their communities. I saw one yesterday just by Captain Watson and then one today by Captain Contreras. They were fantastic. And so those alone are the types of things where you're going to build community relationships. They have their monthly CPAC meetings. All of that is a part of the fabric of how NLPD has been doing business. So I shall hopefully continue to build on what is already established. The next and fifth of the 6 goals is better utilizing the available resources. This obviously has to do with, well, not obviously, so I'll point it out. The development of the APR unit, which was the alternative police reporting unit, is a huge burden reduction on the officers because these are the types of reports that we want our citizens and residents and visitors, they can call in. And not every call requires police presence. And this alone is a burden reduction. But I want to point out 2 others that are not necessarily listed here. And that is the work under Dr. Jennifer Avagno. And that is the mental health response, the alternative of having police respond to that. Since just the middle of the summer, that unit has picked up over 1,000 mental health calls. And then the other one that I also is not listed here, but I want to point out is the OSS program. And that is picking up the smaller and more minor traffic cases, collisions that non-uniform officers respond to. Those are true burden reductions. And so, in addition to your list here. Let's go to the third and final 2023 goal, which was the continuation of the recruiting and retaining commissioned officers and civilian staff. We do know that last year in 2022, we did not for NOPD have a very good record of recruiting. We had 28 total. That has exponentially changed from 2022 to even halfway, or at this point, we're 11 months into the year. So there has been a shift in how the recruiting is being done. And I would say, and we're going to talk about civilianization a little bit later, and you're going to see the actual numbers. So that has actually been an exponential move positively forward. So those are the 2023 recaps. And now I'm going to move to the 2024 goals for NOPD. I wanted to keep things very simple and consistent. These are not the only goals. But from the time I even interviewed here, I have left a consistent message. The top 3 goals for 2024, they're not exclusive, but it is obviously the continuation of reducing crime. We'll be a little drill down in a minute, increasing that recruiting and retention, and then full compliance with the consent decree. These are my big 3. Let's look at each of the big 3 and then we can drill down. But when we talk about crime, obviously we separate people crime from property crime. When we look at people crime, we're talking violent crime over non-violent crimes against persons. What I want us to do is continue exactly the plans and the strategies that are already employed. That's why you saw a 20% reduction in your violent crimes. But in addition, this is the add-on, this is the add value. I want a laser focus on gun violence. And so that is where I am indeed going to be returning to this approach. The brand name right now, and I don't want us to get locked in. I'm not saying that should be our brand name, but it is the Operation Ceasefire approach. Under Operation Ceasefire, it is a very precision-based focus on gun crime. But in addition to that, you are also going to be bringing in wraparound services to address the upstream reasons people find themselves picking up a gun. Right, so that will be the #1 strategy in addition to what we are currently doing. Then I want to have a continue, but be a little more precision based, if you will, on our violent crimes, including domestic violence. Whether the actual assault or result of a domestic violence crime is at a misdemeanor level, domestic violence is violence against your most intimate partner. So we will continue to focus on violent crime. Pardon me. Our part 1 crimes, I have underscored motor vehicle theft. So now we're going to transition to the property side. And under property crime, we have not gone down. We have gone up in property crime. But we also know that our biggest drivers of our increase of property crime are motor vehicle thefts and car burglaries. And those are also quality of life violations as well. So there will be some precision-based focus on those particular types of crimes. And then you saw the quality of life issues right there. Okay, so that's crime. Now I want to move to the recruitment and the retention. That's the second big goal. And so right now, I have to begin with what we have. We are not a 1,200 man department anymore. We are a 900 staffed commissioned police department. So I've got to begin with what I got. And therefore, to try to deal with staffing where we put more officers in the areas and the districts that have more calls for service, I need to look at redeployment of what we have. Okay, so I'm presently going to be piloting, hopefully, in the 7th district, and I'm working with PANO and our FPO and our own people to maybe look at schedule redeployments that might be able to put more people into that 7th district where your call volumes are so much higher than the rest of our district offices. Moving on then with creating new hires. I want to create what I call the pipeline. I'm going to show you the pipeline visually in a moment. But the pipeline is about home growing our own future leaders, our own future employees, whether they go into become a police officer or they go into the many professional staff opportunities within a police department. And that is through a pipeline. So we want to indeed employ New Orleans raised people first. That's what I call homegrown. But I also know that lateral hires, these are men and women around the country who are already police officers. Those are what we call our laterals. And to get our laterals who would be interested in coming to New Orleans, that you first target in-state. A way send you to 6 months of training where you are not, you're in an academy, you are not on the street, we're not getting anything in return. A lateral is plug and play. So they get about 3 to 4 weeks worth of training and boom, they are in the districts as officers taking 911 calls. That's why a lateral is a good investment. But between laterals, I would prefer Louisiana state laterals over out-of-state laterals. I also want to enhance the development opportunities for our professional staff. Our professional staff are valued. They need to understand that without them, we could not operate as a police department. And yet professional staff typically are left out in terms of making sure we're investing in them, giving them upward mobility opportunities and training. When you train your staff, you are showing value in them, and they are as important, and I don't want to see them leaving as well.
Chief, can you hold 1 second?
Chief,
Councilmember Harris.
I do want to ask about the staffing for the crime lab. Are we adequately staffed at this point? Is that staffing baked into the budget? Where are we with crime lab?
Well, I do have Dr. Kelly here.
I see her.
And so Dr. Kelly, if you wouldn't mind speaking to that for us.
Hello,
Hi.
Dr. Kelly, Crime Lab Director. We currently are allotted 16 total positions. Of the 16, we have filled 3. One DNA analyst 1 is currently working. He started last week. Looking to staff the remaining positions. And that's currently where we are.
And that staffing is baked into this current budget year's ask.
Mr. President, Councilmember Harris, those particular positions, yes, but I just want to also really shine bright. We're using a very similar model we did last year, the budget to actual. So whereas, and you'll see that in my portion of the presentation where and I think without exception, there's never been a hold on any position that needs to be hired within NOPD. And I have that same kind of rule for some of our other safety sensitive positions, whether that's fire, safety and permits, code enforcement and the like. Although you may not see it reflected on paper, what we've been doing is allowing the green light to hire and we clean it up at the end of the year. So for example, in our mid-year cleanup, which you'll see for NOPD and on the civilianization aspect, there's probably almost 50 new hires that weren't budgeted for that we're allowed to hire that we're just cleaning up on the back end through the mid-year adjustment, and which is what we anticipated and is the way I think the new way of really budgeting to actuals that makes sense for us not holding or locking up those positions. So where chief NOPD needs a position, council, mayor, whomever has a priority position, they are allowed to hire so long as it serves the need. It's really those core safety sensitive positions. So I don't want anybody to get too hung up that they wouldn't be able to hire because as we need, we have allowed them to hire.
Got it. While you're here, Dr. Kelly, what about on your facility? Do you have all your equipment that you need or are you still waiting on equipment?
We still need equipment and we also are waiting on chemicals and reagents that we've requested. So there's going to be ongoing requests as we continuously keep up with the forensic community that is ever changing. And also as we continue to assess our needs. So yes, we have put in requests. We're waiting on that to come in. And we also are continuing to order things that we're waiting to come in.
What's the status of the requests?
Yes. I am approving everything that is being requested by Dr. Kelly. And so when it comes to prioritizing approvals of any request of supplies or needs, Dr. Kelly will get what she asked for, be reasonable. So that's right. She has been extremely reasonable, and everything she has asked for, she has needed, and I will approve everything.
Okay, and it's not getting hung up in a Byzantine procurement process, it's going through, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, while you're here, Dr. Kelly, DNA, I know that we've shipped some DNA off to the state, our DNA backlog. I'm assuming that's being cleared as we speak. What is the timetable on you getting up and running so that we no longer have to ship DNA to the state lab?
The timetable is by spring of 2027. We're hoping to be fully operational.
Okay, it's a long time.
Yeah, yeah.
Is it a staffing issue? Is it an equipment issue?
It's a little bit of multiple things, multifaceted. So staffing, we hope to be fully staffed by 2025. We're again waiting for equipment and also ordering new equipment. We need to get validated. We need to get accredited. We're creating protocols from scratch. We are hoping to get some renovations if we can in order to optimize the workflow in the DNA unit. So that way we can have a front to back type of workflow, and we don't want to cause any contamination issues. So we want to optimize what's currently there.
Yeah.
And we're also trying to keep up with our estimated capacity. So right now we're guesstimating what the capacity is going to be based on what LSP currently is processing, but we want to make sure that we're also focusing on growth. So we're trying to consider all these things in our timeline. So 4 years is pretty standard. And I'm hoping that with, procurement and with renovations and staffing that we're able to meet that deadline.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Councilmember Morrell.
Hey, Doc, don't leave yet. I have a follow-up question. Sort of related, but not related. So it's come to my attention. Let me make sure I get this correct. I don't want to speak incorrectly. So apparently there is a national database for missing persons, and a concern that's been brought to my attention is that we are not really taking part of it as far as submitting DNA for missing people to the national database, which historically is used by the jurisdictions to close missing person cases. Apparently, according to what I've received, there are only 49 people listed missing in NamUs since 2018. And obviously the number is much, much higher than that. Why are we so behind? And are there protocols in place so that we can have more people that are missing submit to the database, because you have families that are waiting for closure? And if we're not even submitting to the database, if they do stumble across an unfortunate body somewhere, and this could be a closed case without us participating in that database, it's just left open forever.
Yeah, so historically, I'm not really too sure. I would have to get with what LSP's current process is and what records and data they have. Right now, we don't have an in-house policy yet because we're starting at the beginning with body fluid identification.
Okay.
We want to start there and build up the body fluid identification testing first before we get into DNA analyses. So we're not there yet as far as a policy in-house, but it is definitely something on our radar so that we can make sure that we have enhanced policies and don't have anything slipping through the cracks.
Right, because obviously, when you're using Louisiana State Police, you're prioritizing the cases that require testing. But in this instance, testing isn't really required. We're just submitting DNA to the national database. So they've got a record of it. So I would love to have a follow-up with you as far as, because we have the numbers I'm hearing, we have anywhere from 1,000 to 2,000 people that go missing a year in the city of New Orleans, which is the terrifying number, but I don't know how far that is from the national average. But if we have that many people going missing and we don't have a protocol to collect DNA on open cases, especially ones that are multi-year, to get to NamUs, that's problematic. And that's something that if funding is necessary to get us there, we should be doing that, because those families do deserve at least to have the potential for closure. Because like I said, you may find a body in a jurisdiction that's not ours, and without DNA and NamUs, it's like it never was found.
I agree, yeah. So what I'll do, we'll have a follow-up, and I'll also check with our accreditation bodies and make sure that that's something that we're able to do prior to being able to do a DNA analysis on casework because there's a sequential step to being able to access that database. So I'll do that and I'll make sure that you have the information that I gather and we can have a follow-up.
Okay, thank you.
Problem. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Chief.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly. Thank you. And as you can just see from the remainder of this list here, some of the things that I want to do, I want to be able to better utilize our reserve officers. We have 75 reserve officers. That's a significant force multiplier. I'm going to be discussing in-house as to whether or not the feasibility of even paying some stipend for the reserve officers, so that would incentivize them to be able to come in and be maybe more utilized than what we've done in the past. I do know that investing in our infrastructure and our buildings will make an impact in recruiting. And then two other things. I did provide job share opportunities. This is where we do have one officer who's a part-time officer, and I'd like to see if maybe those who may otherwise retire, but they might stay if they didn't have to work full-time. And so if you take one vacant position, you put two people who are interested in part-time work, and you fill one position. So I'm exploring that, and that would be a goal. And then I've already mentioned in my hearing, but I think one of the recruiting and retention issues would be if we could provide childcare. And so what I'd like to do is continue to work on that on my staff side. What would that look like? And then come back to Mr. Montano and to y'all if we could really put something together in numbers and what that would look like for the future.
Chief, on infrastructure and buildings, I see property management here. And I'd like to get a status of the 6th District AC, the main office AC. Where are we? What do we anticipate for next summer, which is going to be just as hot as it was? I don't see DPW here, but the streets around the 2nd District are horrendous and unpassable. So I'm sure you've explored all of the stations. You know the conditions. They're problematic on many levels. But Mel, good to see you.
Nice to see you. Thank you. And good afternoon. Yes, we've done a lot of things since last summer. And so let me go over some of them. The first most important thing is that we've entered into a maintenance and on-call repair services for HVAC on some of our largest buildings that we have. So for example, City Hall is one of them, but more importantly for NOPD, the headquarters building is one of them. So, excuse me. So we have a company that has now the contract has been delivered, and we're going to start the preventive maintenance program between now and let's say January, February, and be well ready for the summer, specifically with NOPD headquarters. Let me stay on HVAC because the 6th District, as you remember, has a sort of a proprietary system, and we needed to let that contract out to a specific company to take care of that. We were floundering before because different people couldn't fix certain things. So the 6th District will be on a proprietary same thing, maintenance and on-call repair. Okay. The rest of the NOPD districts are going out to bid now as what we call Cluster 2. And just for your information, NOFD is Cluster 3. But having said that, NOPD headquarters from an HVAC point of view should be fine. Second, we also have had problems with NOPD headquarters elevators. There's one elevator that's been down for quite some time. We've entered into a contract with Otis because these are also proprietary elevators. And so we now have a contract with Otis for several buildings, specifically NOPD headquarters, and incidentally City Hall as well.
What about the 8th District, which I don't know if the elevator is working in the 8th
District.
Or the 8th in the quarter?
The 8th will be in a different, it'll be in a different cluster, but that'll be done, the 5th and the 6th are in the same cluster, but not the 8th because it's not an Otis.
Okay.
But we will be entering into a contract very similar for non-Otis elevators. So that's in the works.
Okay.
Okay, so that covers HVAC and elevators. The generators, of course, you know that they've been on a program for a long time, and we do that monthly testing, and we attend to anything that shows up as a fault. And those calls are made every 2 weeks, and we're on top of the generator issue. I'd also like to point out that we have for a few weeks now, we've had some people in maintenance assigned to NOPD headquarters. And literally, some of our people have gone from floor to floor looking for things to fix. Everything from plumbing to painting to, and I'll talk about renovations in a minute. But there are people there, and we have I have a spreadsheet that we send to Miss Stephanie here, who keeps us honest. And by the way, we track NOPD and all public safety departments completely separately, so that we just focus on them and get their problems fixed. We also would like to point out, by the way, Otis would take on the maintenance only if they did pre-maintenance repairs. And it so happens the headquarters Otis elevators required over $140,000 worth of repairs before the pre-maintenance could be taken on. Then in the middle of that, they had started it. They're waiting for some parts now, but they're going to restart that around the 20th of this month. But Otis is engaged. The last thing I'd like to point out is that we've worked with our Stephanie and others in the department, doing some renovations on the second floor, the fourth floor, the first floor, and basically refurbishing some parts of NOPD headquarters. Incidentally, I was there for some other reason, and I saw that the flags were tattered, and I said, "Wait a minute, come on!" And the flags were replaced very recently. At least they're. Sorry, I'm getting
A buzz.
buzzed.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to talk about.
Okay, let me back you up for a second. Central evidence, what's the status of that? I'm hearing that there are rodents, there are leaks, what's going on there?
I'll tell you what we are. Central evidence has been a problem from day one. It's a very, very difficult building. In fact, their HVAC system literally is not working. We have a temporary system in there at considerable cost, and we have a bid out for permanent HVAC system for central evidence. Now, central evidence is the longer term plan. By that I mean a 2-year plan is for central evidence to move to one of the VA buildings, but it's going to take some time. So we said, okay, they can't last another 2 years with these systems and with these leaks. So I believe on the capital side, they're doing things with the roof, even though we don't own the building. We don't own the building. That's a leased building, but we are providing temporary air conditioning and they're comfortable. I check in with Captain Hart and others Captain Hart used to be there until recently. And the last I heard was that they're comfortable from an AC point of view, but we need a permanent solution.
And pests and mold that are in that building as well, rats, mold.
I don't want to address that, but I believe mosquito control, et cetera, they are addressing it. They've been there. I've been there, et cetera. I can't speak to pest control, but
If you could coordinate with them, that'd be great. And then finally, for the 6th district, we were there for trunk or treat. There's a window that is boarded up. That's not a good look for our NOPD. If you could take a look at the 6th and get that window prioritized. I mean, it's in the middle of the community. You can't have a celebration and have our people see a boarded up window. I mean, it's just.
I'll the window, but we'll certainly look at it
all right.
Immediately.
Thank you, Mo.
Any questions? Well, thank you.
Mr. Chair and the council, I went ahead and I advanced my presentation to the facilities. So you will have, if you go to slide 22 and 23. You will have a recap of some of these facility issues there. So they were just a little later in the presentation, but that's where you can go, all right? Any questions of me regarding facility?
Well, I guess this isn't per se capital, but one of the issues we've also heard we asked about last year was getting supplies into NOPD's hands, like printer paper, things that seems to take too long. There used to be a quartermaster system that, we've had this conversation. I'm just trying to facilitate how we get the stuff that they need that is not capital. So whether it's laptops or printer paper or pens, whatever the case may be, is how we make that.
If I may
more efficient.
defer to Chief Williams and
Okay.
Stephanie, but I think Chief Williams would be the one who has a little bit more
Okay.
oversight of that.
Great.
So absolutely, we're able to make sure that we get those supplies that the officers need. We make sure that our supply room is staffed with day-to-day supplies that are needed for the officers, that they know they can send someone to pick up those items. So that's something that we do have in place to make sure that those things are readily available for the officers
And they're at a central location, so somebody can
Yes.
just come
at police headquarters.
at police headquarters.
Right,
So,
all of the districts are aware of that. They know where they can get those supplies from.
okay, thank you. All right, Councilmember King.
Yeah, I have a question about the building of the new fourth district. I'm not sure who would that be for, but the fourth district new station on Wall Boulevard. There was supposed to be a fire station next to it, city-owned property, and that fire station was never built. Mr. Smith, so the fire station was never built. The funds was used for other projects in the district. However, the maintenance of the trees and the grass it hasn't been done. So we have a brand new station, and right next to it is city-owned property with grass and trees. And what's the plan for that? Do we plan on getting that cut?
Good afternoon, first of all. You may not be aware, but the plans for the fire station are complete. We were just short construction funding. So that's, on pause until we get additional money to queue that project up. I need to have a conversation with Parks and Parkways to see if they can assist us in maintaining that space, because you're right, it's there. I'm sure it's overgrown. So I need to follow up with Parks and Parkways to see if they can assist us with, cutting that and keeping it maintained, especially with the new department, with the new police department coming online. I guess next, they're scheduled to be ready for police move in the end of this month. So we'll be opening that station soon.
So do you think the property that's city-owned would be cut and ready for be presentable for the opening?
Once again, I'll circle back with Parks and Parkways and, do everything we can to make sure that happens.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
All right, I think I've addressed already the recruitment and retention. So if I may move then to the third big goal for 2024, which is the consent decree issue. And goal for us with the NOPD is that we will be in complete compliance in 2024 and would be able to begin the self-monitoring stage, which is a 2-year time period, to show that not only we can sustain these reforms, but that we can also build on them. So regardless of whether or not we have a consent decree or not, that we are indeed a constitutional policing department. We will always be a constitutional policing department, and that we are ethical, that policing is ethical. And so that will be the goal, is to get into that stage of self regulation this year. Those are the 2024 goals, and they are not exclusive, but they're the big ones that I want everybody in the department and everyone in the city to understand. That's where our focus will be. Let's move to civilianization. This is a little bit of what we have done and where we are going. So when the agency actually is in a prime position for converting many positions that were being done by sworn staff with our professional staff. And so there have been great strides in making that transition. So I want to show you the actual numbers. I will begin by telling you that there were over 66 positions that our own staff recognized that did not have to be done by sworn officers. But last year alone, here are your civilianization positions right here. Not all of them. I've got another slide to follow this, but I want to show you the conversion. So last year, up to the time we are here today, 106 positions have been filled with professional staff members. I use the term professional staff rather than civilian because that's who they really are. They're professional staff. And so you can see the list of them right there.
Councilmember Moreno?
Thank you. Chief, appreciate you showcasing this on professional staff, as you want to call them, the manpower hours, by freeing them up from things that they don't necessarily need to be doing, to help with cold cases. And then the other piece too is also creating positions for professional staff to help when there are reports of sexual assaults. And here's why I bring this up. So we had a conversation with the Orleans Parish Communications District. Was this, all the days are running together, I guess this was last week. And there was a whole issue of when a sexual assault, when a rape occurs, and what is considered an emergency and what is not.
Right.
Oftentimes what we've seen, and I can send you specific incidents that Jeff Asher flagged for us, where you've had a victim call 911 and say, something happened to me at this location an hour ago, and the response will not be categorized as an emergency because it's a prior event. And therefore, by the time police get there, the victim's not even there. One of the situations that we had was actually a woman who was with an Uber driver. The Uber driver was helping her and calling 911, and they were outside of a restaurant. Well, of course, he couldn't wait there for hours. She wasn't going to stand there on a corner after being sexually assaulted for hours, and that was a GOA. And so if there were professional staff who could go and meet the victim, if, obviously this was someone like the person who I just mentioned, who was standing on a corner after, she's now in a safe location, who could then walk he or she through the steps that need to be taken to go to the hospital, to get the forensic medical exam, so that the evidence can be preserved, to start providing her with the assistance that providing him or her with the assistance that they may need, I think would be incredibly beneficial. I'll also say this, that not only are gone on arrivals troublesome when it comes to sexual assaults, but also the solve rate for sexual assaults. It's incredibly low. I need to take a look again on what Jeff had sent me, but I sent him to you, Chief. And the solve rate was at something unbelievable, like 7% or something like that. So just another suggestion as to where professional staff could make a huge impact and very troublesome and at times violent crimes, particularly when we're talking about cold cases. I think that it was Chief Harrison, who used to be here in Baltimore, who actually started using civilian employees to start working on cold cases. Because I remember watching a CNN story on that, and I was like, wow, we need to be doing that here. So it's not really a question, but just something that if you could urgently start looking into, that would be great.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
I want to address the GOA issue.
Yep.
Okay, because I think that you will be somewhat pleased some things we have learned in preparing for the budget. In addition to what you have referenced about using professional staff. Okay, the chief has left, Chief Lebrano, but let me share with you what in all of this issue about GOAs. I want to give a shout out to our sexual assault unit, Lieutenant Cilius and her team. They, about a year ago, took and when there is a practice that's going on right now, they get all of the 911 calls through communications that are now tagged GOA. So for your sexual assaults, your DVs, what was the other one? I apologize. There was a third one, rapes, I'm sorry, which would be the sexual assault. And Lieutenant Cilias and her team call them within 24 hours. So they go through the list of every GOA. Every single call that came into 911 that the officer did not get to does get a identification number report. So it is actually tracked, so we have it, whether or not when they call, the victim calls us back or not. We do document it to clean the validity of the data that Mr. Asher pointed out. So, and I did listen to the budget last Friday when you had the communications director here, and Mr. Morrell, when you played the video, I watched that several times, my staff did, so that we had a full understanding what the issue was you were addressing. But for us, those cases didn't go away as though they never existed. The data has to be reliable. It has to be valid. So we are doing a 24-hour touchback to every single one of those calls that come in. That then, if the person wants to continue to have follow-up, we will absolutely do that. So we're trying to address that GOA problem and at least get our data and an attempt to do that. And that's in addition, Councilwoman Moreno, about adding professional staff. I will tell you, Chief Lebrano, who just left, he had another meeting. He said they started with, he gave the sexual assault unit 2 additional detectives, saw that there was positive work going on. He gave them 4, and now he's about to give them 8 detectives. So it is something that is being definitely addressed and taken with great seriousness. I just thought, since you referenced the GOA, I would take this opportunity to address that.
Well, I think you spared me having to play video again. I had teed up for you. I'm good, Paul. I don't need to show. Literally, I was going to play video again, but since you've admitted you've seen it several times, I think what I would say is a refreshing change is, rather than hiding that there is a problem, you're acknowledging there is a problem with gone on arrivals and you have a plan to solve it. I think what's challenging for us and what's been frustrating for the last 2 years is that when you talk to people who have been I would say the second victims, the twice victimized people with gone arrivals, as an NOPD data point, they were treated as not having had a crime occur to them. And I think that having that 24-hour touchback to make sure there's been resolution, recording that if a crime occurred, we're definitely going to investigate it and we're going to collect evidence and everything involved, that would go a long way to realizing that. I think one of the challenges we face with NOPD, and the challenge you now face as the chief of the department, is we cannot help you if you don't give us good data about what you need.
Right.
And when I talk to people in the city, people who elected me, people that fund police departments, they don't want to be told things that make them feel safe. They want to be safe.
Correct.
And when gone arrivals were kind of pushed to the side as a non-thing, sure, it made your stats look better, but if your stats are bad, or your stats look better, and at the same time you're asking for additional funding and initiatives, those two things don't make sense. If things are working out and you come to the council and say, we need more money for civilian positions, then if your stats are kind of rigged to look great, it's like, well, what do you need? Versus when you tell us, listen, here's my plan to deal with gone arrivals, we're gonna need professional staff to do follow-up calls. Then when you come to the council and say, I need money for those staff positions, we go, okay, you've got a plan with a solution. I know how to get to ask this question during recruitment. I know you and I have previously discussed training and recruitment in facilities.
Yeah.
Have y'all worked out a plan on facilities?
I have told the Chief Woodfork. There she is. All right. we have a goal, and we're gonna show you this in a minute, that we do have an aspirational goal to have 5 classes next year. If we were to accomplish that goal, and I think we will, because you got Chief Woodfork on that.
Right.
Okay. I already know, and Chief Woodfork has made it very clear to me, we do not have the facilities to make that happen. However, I promised her, if you make the numbers, I will find you a facility. She's already mapped it out. She knows that we cannot do it with she and her staff. And so, however, that's when I'm going to come back to Mr. Montano, come back to y'all and say, okay, now we're ready.
Well, and I say that because in my conversations with current and former officers who dealt with the academy, really you're talking about a school with also workout and additional facilities. And we have a tremendous opportunity right now as the school board is doing a realignment because they are shrinking as far as their population, that we could do a land swap pretty easily using some of the city's existing land, where we could get you into a facility fairly quickly. So if we can identify what kind of property you're looking for, I'm happy to do a follow-up with either you or Chief Woodfork to figure out what that looks like. We can go to the school board, say, this is what we need, how many classrooms, how much space. And maybe rather than have the city have to go build a building whole cloth and that take an extended period of time, we could take over a facility that's mostly what you need and then add to it, if that makes sense.
Good
Chief
afternoon.
Woodfork.
Yeah, what we discussed was, in order to facilitate, those extra recruits that we want, that class of 40, 50, and have our in-service classes, go on at the same time, that we had to have the proper, facility. And right now, the building that we're currently in can't house all those trainings going on at the same time, coupled with the fact we currently have 22, on our staff. As far as the academy goes, we actually need to be at 31. So we need to add the spacing and also the staffing. So I think that's what we were discussing, having a large enough area to provide the space we need for our in-service training and other trainings that we have, while also having those classes going on those recruit classes going on at the same time, which brings us to even further. We're going to have our cadet classes at some point too. So we have to house all those different classes going on simultaneously, some of them. Of course, there's the track that is already in the works. We have that the track that we're going to do our running on, and recruitment is going to use that. And also the academy is going to use that as part of their training too. And it's vetted to be at an area right near where the training academy is right now. So we have to.
Where is the training academy right now?
It's actually right off of Paris, right next door to the 3rd District Station.
Okay.
So it's just a building right there. So we've even talked about that, moving the 3rd District out and having that, but I don't even know if that building is big enough to house what we I don't think it is what we actually need. We actually need something that encompasses everything. And my hope is that recruitment and the academy are encompass the same area, because it goes hand in hand. You come straight from recruiting, getting onboarded, hired, and then you moving right into the academy, whether it's as a cadet, whether it's as a recruit, or some type of training that you have to take to be investigative specialist or whatever, but you still have to go into the academy. So that's my hope, that in the future, of course, it's down the line sometime, that it'll all be in the same area, same building, because right now recruitment is being housed on Poydras at 1515 Poydras, and of course the academy is out off of Paris. So
what's our follow-up mean? I think that if we can find a significantly sized former school board property, and then I think it'd be so much easier for us, especially because some of these properties are in very good shape.
Yes.
For us to get you in a singular building, it is not difficult to build you a track, build you a gym, build you those additional facilities. If we could figure out a way, and the city has plenty of property we can land swap with, you don't have to go to public bid.
Yes.
So we can do that quickly. So what's our follow-up? I'll work with Chairman Giarrusso to figure out how that would work. But I mean, that could really get you where you need to be for next year fairly quickly. I know I'm putting, President Parker on the spot, but he's used to being on the spot. I'm sure we can figure something out.
Yeah, I told the chief, I was like, wow, you're very ambitious. He said like 5 classes, maybe 6 or 50 or 40. I was like, oh, wow. Oh, yeah, we need a facility, we need the area, and we need the staffing.
Okay, we'll do a follow-up and I'll begin the conversation with, Council Chair Jeruso with getting school board, give us a list of what properties they have might fit the bill, and then you could review them and see if any of them work.
Sounds great.
Thank you.
Council President, want to add that there are several empty school buildings in Algiers. Algiers, several. Edna Carr, William Fisher. I'm putting it out there.
And those are large properties too, so they'll be on the list, don't worry.
We can make it a short list.
All right.
Through
the chair, I will continue, and thank you, Chief Woodward. These are the civilianized positions we have yet to fill. The most important one on those lists of the 47 that we have yet to fill are 27 of those are going to be under the alternative reporting division, and that would be police investigative specialists. So those are prioritized. I have already asked, as well as anything associated with the lab, as you see the DNA positions here. Those are going to be associated with the lab. Okay. All right. My next point will be the recruitment and retention only. This is where I want to drill down a little bit. This is the pipeline. This is what I mean by a pipeline. This is how we homegrow our own people to feed our academy and feed our professional staff unit. Years ago, we used to have an Explore program, and we're going to try to revitalize that. We're not going to try, we're going to revitalize a Explore post. And that's really targeted for the 13-year-olds up to about 18-year-olds. And they would participate, be a part of our department. They would be involved in minor tasks that we would have, but it's very much similar to what we would call a Boy Scout post or a Girl Scout post. So the Explore post, and then the Explore post would feed into our current and existing cadet program, which is targeted for your older teenagers, young adults. And then we also have an internship program, which you're familiar with. And then through both the cadet and the internship program, we then hope to be feeding our academies and our professional staff. That is what I have meant by the term a pipeline. Okay.
Chief, can you hang on 1 second, Councilmember King? I have a quick question. You mentioned at the beginning of this slide, focusing on our homegrown talent. I don't want to belabor this point. Here it is. We mentioned it the last time you were here for the confirmation. Has there been any more discussion with former Chief Michelle Woodfork and her role in OPD?
Yes, and we're going to be talking about that when we get to personnel. She is over we realigned the division. So right now the academy and the recruiting and the FTO program were all in different bureaus. So I have realigned it under one division. So it is all now under the line of Chief Woodfork over that division.
Okay, well, let me just ask this. I don't want to beat around the bush. There's been some talk about Officer Woodfork not being in the long-term plans in OPD. Is there any truth to that?
What I can say, and then I think Mr. Montano, Chief Woodfork's position is a temporary position through, I believe, March, through civil service. And so that's what I know when I came on board, that was the situation. So
Mr. Chairman, Councilmember King, yeah, I don't think that the position has changed. I think that we always articulated that we had double filled an existing position, letting Chief Kirkpatrick through her confirmation evaluate exactly how she wants to reorganize. I think she's made her determination on at least initially that process. So now, much like I said during her hearing process, we have to formally request through the Civil Service Agency a permanency for her existing double filled position. Where we will ask the council for support is through that process. So this would having a duplicate position to what she's currently in. Civil service staff would have to recommend or at least evaluate, and then civil service then determines the the extent if that fits the needs, we believe that it does fit the needs within NOPD. And then ultimately the council approves that new unclassified position. So those are all the steps that we're currently undergoing. I think that we are still on track from confirmation to evaluation now toward the path to permanency. But the pieces, as I said during the confirmation process, will lie within civil service determination of this position. We should know sooner than later, depending on which way that civil service vote goes, and then ultimately the council's decision.
My last comment, and I'm gonna let my colleagues get at it, if they have any questions or comments. It's just been rumors that the decision has already been made that Chief Woodfork will no longer be a part of the future plans of NOPD moving forward. And if so, it would be at a reduced position with a reduced salary, which isn't what we talked about. So I just want to get that out, address that elephant in the room.
Mr. Chairman or Council President, Councilmember King, I have not heard those same rumors. Obviously, it is the chief's department and you know, I think she was very clear that she is not a shadow chief. So I believe both the administration and the mayor are deferring to her recommendations in this process, and I don't want to overspeak, but I have not heard those rumors. My anticipation, and as I articulated to the council during confirmation, is to request this permanency for this position and the need that it's filled. I believe that the superintendent has identified a role for the former chief existing within the agency. So I can't validate those. I'm not sure. I have not frankly even heard them directly. So I will defer back to the chief once again to say it's her organization to run as she needs. But my marching orders from the mayor were to create and develop this or request, I should say, because it's not totally our autonomy to approve this duplicative position.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Thomas.
Well, personally wishing Chief Kilpatrick and our team success. Now that you're in the position, I think it's incumbent upon all of us to make sure that the city is safer and that you build on the success we have right now. And that next year, when you refer to success, you will be referring to what you've done to enhance that success or to at least begin to stabilize it. Mr. Montano, that sounded good. That was really good. So in terms of your explanation, but just old fashioned for me. Either it is or it ain't. Either you can or you can't. So in reference to the topic that Councilmember King brought up, either it is or it ain't. Either you can or you can't. Thank you.
I'm gonna speak to this, if I may. So Chief Woodfork's position that is protected in this department is captain. She wants, if that's the protected position as captain. All of the deputy chiefs, their protected position is captain. Okay, so I inherited the agency with 4 bureaus. Deputy superintendents run the bureaus. I have said I would not add a bureau. I do not want to add a bureau. I understand, and I want to also be crystal clear about the issue of a ghost chief. I am not going to have anyone as the chief tell me that I have to create a job. If you're asking me to create a job, are you asking me to create a job? Because that was the concern that you had about the mayor directing me to create jobs. I have said that I appreciate Chief Woodfork. I am happy for Chief Woodfork to be at the executive level. I wanted Chief Woodfork at the executive level, but I also want to be real clear. Are you asking me to create a job?
Oh, no, I'm not asking you to create a job. I'm asking you to pretty much stand by your words that you stated at the confirmation that, you know, you said you enjoyed Chief Woodfork's time here. You appreciated what she did. You respected what she did, and that you believe that she should remain in executive position with NOPD at the salary of like 170-ish with her long term pay. And I just heard that may not be the case. So no, I'm not asking you. I don't think anyone up here is asking you to create a job. Pretty much just the words that were given at the confirmation hearing a couple weeks ago.
Right. I have said, and I will say it again, I would like for Chief Woodfork to remain with the executive level. That will be the civil service decision as to whether or not the position can go from temporary to permanent. That is not
I'm good.
mine.
I'm good with that. Thank you.
Councilmember Harris?
Yeah, I mean, the CAO talked about a process and the question is, has that process been started with the civil service?
I'll double check. HR typically handles that particular request. I believe that it could have been done in tangent when we made the request for the double fill.
Yeah.
Because there's a criteria to meet the standards for another unclassified position that has to be checked on and validated by the staff and then sent over to confirmation by the Civil Service Committee. That is in their autonomous purview. However, I think with support of the administration and support of the council, that could bear a significant impact on both civil service members, I would imagine and hope and anticipate. So I will have to get back with you on where that process is, but the hearing has not been set, certainly. And I believe prior to even the hearing, there has to be a staff recommendation to meet the criteria as outlined by the new role of this duplicative position.
Okay, if you could get back to us to ensure that the process has started. I think what you heard during confirmation from the council is that we appreciate Michelle Woodfork's service. We want to ensure that she does not get poached by another agency, an outside agency. And so we would like to ensure that the position is created. So if that process hasn't started, it needs to get started so that the job doesn't run out by the time before civil service decides to do what it's going to do.
Yeah, please just keep us in the loop on that.
Okay, so we will create a position if civil service can do so.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the process that Gilbert outlined that we need to go for.
That was what was relayed and that was what is anticipated. And that's what I believe I highlighted that we would go down the path for. We just wanted to go through the confirmation process, allow Chief Kirkpatrick to evaluate the structure and determine what the best role and fit would be. Now that that is being determined, we are moving forward.
Okay, thanks.
All right, okay. Mr. Chair, you ready for me to go forward? Okay. All right, so this is addressing the officer shortage. All of this is tied to retention and recruiting, but this particular slide has to do with retention, So the good news is that we've turned the corner on your retention. We went from a attrition rate last year of around 16%, and we are now down to 6% attrition, which is even lower than the pre-pandemic attrition rate. I would attribute that to your generous bonus slides, bonus offers that you're making not only to your new recruits. Your total package is $30,000. That is very competitive in this country. Okay, you're right up there with some of the more richer markets of this country at $30,000. That is why your attrition, your recruiting, hopefully you're going to see even more people to the plate, but your retention is definitely impacted.
Chief, can I ask two questions there? So one is, it says 2 guaranteed pay raises, 5%. Maybe I'm just remembering wrong. I remember 2.5% or maybe 5% last year, but not for 24 and 25. And again, I just want to make sure we understand kind of where that's coming from.
Mr. President, Council Member Giarrusso, our presentation for the 3-year plan, which was presented at the last budget cycle, was for 5, 5, and 5 for NOPD sworn staff, not professional staff, but sworn staff only as part of the incentive retention program.
Okay.
Citywide, as far as non-sworn officers, was 2.5, but the anticipation was to better market and provide a higher salary for the region for NOPD officers, and that was the reason that was recommended in last year's budget for 555.
Okay, well, all possible, I'm just not remembering correctly, but, I get it. And then the other thing is, in the previous exit interviews, salary was maybe in the top 3 or 4 items, but sort of morale and predictability and consistency of discipline seem to be the top 2. How are we balancing those against the money? Because obviously we need to pay people enough, but on the other hand, if the intangibles aren't there, I'll try and talk into the microphone a little bit more. The intangibles aren't there, then you can pay people lots of money, but if they don't like the job, it doesn't matter.
That's the key.
Yeah.
You pay them or you can attract them with all the money, but if it's a crummy place to work, they're gonna leave. And if people quit people before they quit organizations. And so, it will be in the health of how we treat each other and where we're moving and what are we doing and are they valued and all those kind of things. So money is important. And so I don't dismiss the impact of money. Because it is competitive, and a good analogy is like a football scholarship. I'm choosing this university over this one because this one gave me a scholarship. But in the end, they're gonna come and stay because it's the best place for them. So money matters, but it's not the end game.
Okay, do you want to jump in? Because I was gonna ask then, sort of related to that, have you had an opportunity to read the latest order on the consent decree from Judge Morgan? The latest?
Yes, oh, yes, sir. The one that came out last week.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, I did read it.
So I just want to stress again, it was not a hero effort by the city's lawyers as underscored by the opinion. And I mean all counsel. I'm not trying to say the law department. But also it permeates a concern about making sure things are even and consistent. And that's always my concern as somebody, I tell people all this time, like I am both an employee in my mediation practice now or independent contractor and an employer. And so being sensitive to morale issues and particularly ensuring that justice internally is met consistently, predictably, and with even-handedness is extraordinarily important. So I feel like that opinion outlined some road mapping that needed to be done. I will, in fairness, say the opinion also says, but for your intervention, there would have been immediate sanction. So thank you for getting engaged early, but I want to just keep on emphasizing the need for internally making sure that those predictability, consistency, fairness issues are being handled.
Well, that's what I agree. So leadership is about how consistent and predictable you are. And if you work for somebody who's just all over the place all the time, then it's very difficult to be consistent and predictable. And people don't know how to follow that. So there's a tightening up that will be occurring. I believe in the procedural justice principles. So what the officers are mainly impacted by the discipline and who gets promoted. Those are always the two that's when rank and file look at me and they're trying to decide, am I legitimate? And they're going to weigh that on how discipline is meted out and consistency and predictability, different spanks for different ranks, or who gets promoted, because who gets promoted is a reflection of your values. So those are the two key areas.
Yeah, you anticipated my question. My question was going to be around promotion. And if you've started to evaluate the prior processes for promotion, whether or not those processes were fair, because, you can go to a football school, but you're a second string quarterback for all 4 years. You don't want that. That's when you transfer. And making sure that promotion is fair, transparent, and paid commensurate with the promotion. That was my question, is where are you in evaluating the promotion practices and going forward?
Well, that is what we're doing right now. And and frankly, that is why I had concern of you, are you telling me to create a position because it impacts that very issue of morale, of fairness, merit, all of those issues. And so what we're doing right now, though, is I'm going to move on to how do people get promoted to the rank of sergeant, lieutenant, and captain. And morale and the belief in this agency, the belief, whether it's true or not, the belief is, who do you know? How well connected are you as to what position you get in this agency? It is morale killer. And so that's why I've had some concern about this. So I am making some changes and making sure that the process will not involve who you know and how well you're connected. So there will be outside assessors that no one knows from outside of the city who will be conducting the interviews, because we will be using an assessment center coupled with the written test that is given by civil service. But I'm doing my best to remove this issue of who you know and how well you're connected, because it not only damages the organization, but the individual who gets those jobs. They're damaged. So I'm working on it, and we have a sergeant's exam coming up, and I'm using outside assessors to finish out that process. Okay, so we're offering the same package basically to our laterals, this $30,000 package. And then we're talked about the retention, which is this $20,000 retention bonus, which has been effective. You see the fruits of that. And then we've already addressed facilities and equipment. So we kind of jumped through that unless there are some questions you have from the materials. The NOPD did get a new firing range. I shot on it. It's a very nice range. And we've already addressed these, which will allow us now to talk a little bit about, now this was a slide you didn't look at, but these are some investments and improvements in equipment for like our specialty units, like our mounted and our canines and that type of thing. Okay. Which is pretty simple. I don't really want to read a slide to you. You can read. So let's move to the vehicles. This is huge. NOPD, I mean, the city of New Orleans, around this country, you're the envy. To be a city this size with take-home vehicles is almost unheard of. And so you should be commended, because it is a huge investment on your part. And again, Chief Williams is our absolute, she knows everything there is to know about vehicles. But this is what we've ordered, and we have almost everything in, right? And we have a few, and if you had some specific questions.
I do.
Yeah, go, please ask me or Chief Williams.
Chief Williams, good to see you. When my chief of staff and I visited the lab, I don't know, this is months ago, we saw the trucks, brand new trucks that were just sitting there waiting to be outfitted. Where are we in the process of getting all of those, the new vehicles outfitted and deployed?
So we've already deployed a little over 125 vehicles. We did 75 Explorers earlier this year that went straight into the districts for platoon officers that are answering calls for service as take-home vehicles, with a couple of outside units as well, SOD units like that. We also put out 49 Chargers as unmarked vehicles for our homicide unit. A couple went to PIB, a couple went to the Special Victims Division, and in our districts for district detectives as take-home vehicles. We currently have 243 Explorers that are marked. They are being sent to the upfitter as we speak. We've already given out 10 of those vehicles to platoon officers and sergeants that are answering calls for service as take-home vehicles. So we're just continuing that process with making sure that we get them up to the upfitter, and we've got good news from the upfitter. They're going to open up a second facility for us strictly for NOPD vehicles, which will allow for us to be able to send even more of those vehicles up to get fully upfitted.
So we have about 200 in the queue that are waiting to be outfitted. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay.
Correct.
And then what is the timeline? Like, what is the time that it takes for a vehicle to be outfitted?
So the upfitter has told us one vehicle equates to about a 40-hour build. So right now we're getting anywhere between 4 and 5 normally per week as they're coming out, but they have committed to opening up a second facility, which will drastically increase the amount of vehicles that'll be able to get handled. They're hiring more people to be able to accommodate us for the Explorers that we have and when the Durangos when we get those as well. So we feel very good with the projection of where we're going with that.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Montano, I'm going to say this again, and DPW is going to come before us tomorrow, but you can have all the beautiful vehicles in the world, but if you have streets that are impassable, like around the 2nd District, then they're just getting torn up and beat up and destroyed. So again, we'll talk about that with DPW tomorrow, but specifically, we need to concentrate on roadwork projects around our emergency first responders, where they are headquartered, to make sure those streets are passable, but we'll talk about it tomorrow with DPW.
Can I just add one?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, Councilmember Harris, don't disagree. I think obviously the roads are a historical challenge, generational challenge, and I know that DPW is doing their best with the resources they have and the folks that they have, and there's always room for improvement. So I will absolutely acquiesce and agree with you in that regard. On the flip side, one of the things that I think is important to at least say publicly and to the council is that one, thank you and the council, the administration for this incredible investment in vehicles. It really is a morale boost for all our agencies that have participated and been on the receiving end of this. And as we go to the retention, I mean, retention and attrition is down 33% year over year. So some of these outside issues are obviously helping. But the point I was going to make and articulate was we also have a robust fleet preventative maintenance program happening at EMD. So the one thing I don't want to not say loud and publicly is that we are making a significant investment, but we know if we don't maintain these vehicles properly with proper PMs, oil changes, ensuring they're not run to the road and maintained, in 5 years, we're going to be in the same problem we were. So ensuring that we have both the technology in place to ensure that we have the proper oversight and management was as important to me, the administration, as it was to buy the vehicle. So rest assured that in 5, 10, 7 years, we will not have this same problem happening again where we have to spend $50 million on vehicles because they will have been maintained and taken care of over the course of time. I won't be here for that period of time, but maybe you all will be and ensure that it carries over.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask a related question, which is the 2nd District, you had a bunch of cop cars sitting there that were, obsolete. I mean, they're great for show to look like there's people there, but I worry about that, sort of how that's being. That may not be the only district where it's a problem.
So the fleet division works hand in hand with EMD as it relates to vehicles that are disabled at the stations. That's literally a daily process that we work through. What's the status of vehicles, making sure they get to the dealership or wherever they need to go, EMD to get repaired. So each vehicle sort of tells a different story of why it's there or the next steps, but that is something that NOPD Fleet literally on a daily basis, they're in touch with EMD on how do we make this process go smoothly and get those vehicles fixed, processed, or whatever the case may be.
Okay, yeah, I mean, if they're obsolete, they're dead, then let's just get them moved out.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I've been doing my ride-alongs as well, and so this is a big issue.
Yeah.
At every single district station, you have a junkyard.
Yeah.
And so when I have inquired, I have been told that the city shop does not have room to tow the vehicle to the city shop. I even asked yesterday, even like the 4th District, you've got all that parking out there. They're going to move out of the district or out of that building. Could we just need a place to tow these vehicles. If it can't go to the city shop, is there any other city-owned property, even if it's not covered, you put a fence around it,
Right.
but they need to be towed. And so these are just some issues in which it does need to be taken care of.
These are technical little issues. Sorry, Mr. Chair. These are technical little issues, but to the morale boost, they're huge.
They're huge.
I mean, if you look at the trunk or treat pictures that we have from the 6th District, if you look closely, there's a beat up, crashed, front end off vehicle in those photographs. And, you have kids coming through to pick up candy and there's a wrecked vehicle sitting right there, along with a facility that has a broken out window.
yesterday, yesterday I did a ride along and I'm doing my ride alongs in every district. So yesterday morning I did a ride along in the 6th district. And so the officer just trying to find a car that was working.
Yeah.
It was just, and it is a morale killer. If you think about it, a car is their office.
Chief, can we ask for one more thing too? Which is, there've been issues sometimes that happen with pop-up problems at intersections. So I know there's a meeting about Broad Street, a meeting about Carrollton and Canal. My understanding is NOPD doesn't have its own tow wagon and you have to defer to DPW to come do that. I mean, that causes cops a real problem. And I'd rather you have something in your control. I'm seeing a lot of nodding of heads from white shirts behind you. And so if you all could maybe do some of the own towing, that might be helpful rather than having delay or other things being deployed. So I don't know who kind of does that, but it seems to me that if NOPD are being called outside, either through community liaison officers or through districts knowing that something's going to happen, having somebody with the tow wagon ready to go is a good idea.
I'll have to follow up for you.
Okay,
sir.
that's fine. That's fine. But I just, it's become a problem. Councilmember Thomas.
I just got a whole nother issue before I get on the conference call. I want to get some clarity about, thank you, Chairman, just consent decree to compliance, trying to figure this whole thing out. And I know you have experience with consent decree, especially from Oakland, and we've talked about it here extensively. I remember initially a meeting with Chief Ferguson where he said if you would have listened to him during that time, he would have thought that maybe a year ago we would have been in compliance and out of the consent decree. So some of the things I thought about, especially talking to others about the consent decrees and their relationship, does one incident, one occurrence to the next, does that affect consent decree compliance?
You can. So typically, an event that would be, let's just call it a scandal.
Yeah.
One scandal alone should not take you out of compliance because you're looking at an event versus a pattern. And we go under consent because of patterns, not events.
Right.
Right. And so that's the reason you go under the consent. So when you have, even during you're under consent, you have an event that will be up to the monitor or the judge to say, I think the event points to a pattern. That it's an event alone, but if the underlying event is pointing to the reason you even got under consent to begin with, unconstitutional issues, then they will say that one event is pointing to an underlying issue as to why you're under. But typically one event should not kick you out of compliance.
Because I think there have been some cities that have had maybe two items or even a substantial item, but they've gotten from under consent decree.
Correct.
Okay.
You can, yes.
Okay. And the other thing is the conspiracy theory about consent decree when people say, well, the monitors make so much money.
Yes.
Why would they ever really want to have a quick compliance or have cities compliance? Is that just conspiracy or does that play a role because they're paid handsomely?
I will answer this in a two-part way. Those who are in the business of consent decree are 99% legitimate. They're there because they believe in the underlying issues of reform and there are problems of unconstitutional policing. But like any position of power, whether it's police, whether it's medicine, whether it's lawyers, when you're in a position of power, it opens a door to allow abuse of power. Are there people who will abuse that, although they are monitors? Because it is lucrative. As soon as you say you are in compliance, the money goes away to the monitor. Are there people who abuse? Rarely have I, but I know that occurs.
And then lastly, I've heard some folks say it's about personality and mesh and how people get along. what type personality, based on the monitor. That's while you're working to be in compliance, how large a role does relationship and personalities play in it? Is it critical, especially if you're moving towards compliance, that the monitors, judges, that they like you, that they want to work with you, that they at least feel like there's a relationship with you? Is that important?
I think relationship matters to this extent. I would disagree that it's about the personality and that we mesh and all of that. Just like in any relationship where there is struggle, you still got to come to the table and have a conversation. I don't have to like you. We don't have to go have dinner, but we must be able to sit at a table and reason with one another. And that is more about emotional intelligence and the ability to get over personality, get over your issues, and you got to stay in the game and talk. When you close down the talking, you are not going to move forward. You're going to fight rather than talk.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I didn't mean to wake up more conversation, but that was on my mind while I was running back and forth. Thank you, Chief. Very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I mean, I would also say, I think credibility is the other piece of it, Chief.
Correct.
Is that I think,
Credibility is the key.
yeah, I think that's right. I think there have been many times we've sat across from the judge and we've said, we don't agree per se, but can we disagree and still be agreeable about the outcome? Thank you.
Yes, sir. I'm going to continue off of the vehicles. I think you have your information there, so we'll finish up with personnel. And there is your actual, for your sworn side of the house, there are your numbers. We've come up, the goal would be 968, but I think it's going to be higher than that. But what we're doing is balancing out the attrition rate. So between what we anticipate to hire, and then you back out your attrition. However, I'm aspirational to some extent that we're going to have a way more onboarding than we are going to see people leaving.
Councilman Morel, and I have a question too. Go ahead.
Yeah, I told this previously during last year's budget meeting, but is there any intention on your part to increase the number of majors?
Increase the number of majors. I would love to increase the number of majors, but
just because it's a civil service approved position, it is already in the
civil
book.
service approved. If that would have been a position that I would have been looking at
Just because
earlier.
The only thing that's preventing you from having majors is having the test. And it's something you can rectify very quickly as chief by saying, I'd like to hold a majors test for all those captains that want to get promoted up. And it's certainly something, at least for the last year, well, almost 2 years I've been on this council, I fully support the idea of having additional majors because it presents a traditional track to allow people to go through promotion in a traditional way.
And it is protected.
It is protected.
And
So
if instead of continuing with adding more deputy superintendents, I would have looked at having majors in lieu of deputy superintendents.
So if perhaps there were a will by the council to adjust the amount of majors in next year's budget, would you commit to holding the exam to have majors?
I would like to, but let me qualify because
Okay.
it's not a yes or no, and I understand you would want a yes or no. I struggle philosophically on principle.
Right.
Adding more and more top executive leadership when we don't have enough officers to go to calls for service. And that is why I struggle with this discussion because of the natural conflict. I don't want to continue having deputy superintendents when the better position and protected position would have been a major. But to now add more majors on top of the extra deputy superintendents when I got officers struggling.
What if
I have trouble with that.
What if I propose as a compromise? What if we simply offered an additional major position? Because right now we have the same Major Burkhardt who's been there since the beginning of time. And there's kind of a fear amongst officers that if and when Mr. Burkhardt were to leave, the major position basically disappears. What if the council were to budget for one additional major position just so that lonely Major Burkhart might have one friend. And then going forward, it also, I mean, honestly, I think part of why, and I don't want to speak for Burkhart, who will likely come to the table at me, but if there were one more major, he might consider retiring if you had an additional major. So I think if the council were to budget for one major, you obviously have the ultimate decision whether or not you want to hold a test for it. But if it were allowed, would it be something you'd be willing to consider?
I'm gonna trade with you here.
Right.
Okay, listen, so here's what I'd say. I am all for creating the seat.
Okay.
Okay, would that be fair?
That's fair.
We create the seat, but I just have a hard time with rank and file officers getting grinded out, and yeah, we're gonna continue to create these positions up top.
Okay.
I have a hard time with that. If you know, you've asked me to be honest with you.
That's what it is.
You got your answer where I am in this, because these men and women are grinding out, and I'm gonna create more chiefs. So you create the position, I'm all for it, but I'm not gonna tell you I'm gonna fill it.
Okay, well then I think and I'll talk to the chairman, but if we were to create the position, obviously it wouldn't be eligible unless you held the test, which is your choice.
Okay.
But if we were to create
Fair.
the seat, it would at least be an option at that point.
Okay, that's
Okay,
fair.
thank you.
I'll do that.
Chief, can I ask a question related to that point? Just so I understand, so there's 20 captains and 5 assistant superintendents, so I assume deputy chief.
That's gonna be 7 now.
Okay, 7. Obviously, I realize there's 8 captains assigned to each district. How are the other 12 assigned, and how are the 7 deputy chiefs assigned?
Okay, so we have technically 4 bureaus. Y'all kept me on my numbers, okay? I'm 5,
5.
okay. So we have 2 over deputy superintendent as well. We have 7 2-stars,
Okay,
okay? A captain should technically be over a division, but a major is higher than a captain.
right,
Remember, I said I didn't want to do an organizational redo. However, if I were to have done an organizational redo,
right.
I would have kept the deputy chiefs, the 2-stars over bureaus, create 3 majors
Mhm.
that are not over bureaus, and then your captains would be over your districts and and like SOD. If I were going to do a restructure, that's what I would have done,
Right,
okay?
okay,
So right now, we have an overload of deputy superintendents.
okay,
Right now, the 2 extra will be Chief Woodfork, who I created the division for,
right,
the academy.
right,
But I wanted to do that realignment regardless, okay? So
Right.
I did not create this for Chief Woodfork.
Right,
I
it-
want to make sure I'm clear about that.
you're creating a new portfolio for which there has to
The
be a
realignment.
position associated with it.
And she is perfect for that.
Right.
And she actually was the one who initiated the thought of it. And I thought, well, this is perfect, because I was wanting an alignment, and she came to me with, hey, she'd have an interest in it.
Okay,
Now, the other 2-star
Mhm.
is Deputy Superintendent Dupree, but I don't think that's the title. I still am not quite understanding the title, but regardless, he's a 2-star.
okay.
Okay. So I call that a deputy superintendent.
All right, I guess I appreciate it. I just want to make sure I understand though, maybe a little bit more in the weeds. 20 captains, 8 of them are assigned to
Districts.
districts. The other 12 are assigned where?
You're gonna have SOD. And
SOD.
you know something, y'all know it just off the top of your head. Why don't you just say it?
Yeah,
And it will be
I'm
helpful-
sorry, I just want to make
helpful.
sure I understand.
So the others are, we have Raven Baptiste, she's assigned to, Central Evidence and Property.
Okay,
Precious Banks, PID,
okay,
Simon Hargrove, PSAB, Kevin Stamps, MSP Records,
okay,
Bruce Haney, Education and Training Academy, Chris Hart, ISB Crime Lab, Kevin Burns, ISB Homicide, Joseph Wagasback, ISD, special victims.
Special victims.
Yeah, special victims. And then you have Michael Glasser, who is ISD CID. Preston Bax, he's FOB SOD. Ernest Gemma, FOB staff, and Terrence St. Germain, he's FOB night supervisor.
Okay.
But he's currently assigned to the second district because the second district captain is out.
Right. All right. And then the 7 deputy chiefs, like essentially, maybe there's a deputy chief who oversees all the districts and then somebody who oversees homicide and SVU.
Okay, so you have field, FOB is field operations, Confier.
Right.
Okay. So
I just want, again, I'm just.
that's all the districts.
Got it.
And SOD.
Right.
And then you have Jeanette Williams, who's sitting next to me,
Yeah.
SB.
Right.
Then you have Keith Sanchez, who's
Uh-huh.
PIB.
PIB.
Ryan Lebrano, who's ISB, and Nicholas Gernon, who's PSAP.
Got it. What would you ask? And then she said Dupree and
And
Woodfork.
Michelle Woodfork, our
Yep.
chief operations.
Got it. Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Just trying to make sure we understand.
All right. Now, the next slide is the professional staff slide. And here are your positions that are actually enumerated out. And let's get to the bottom line of your number. So of your professional staff members, right now you have 304. And the goal would be 309, and or at least that's what's budgeted for 2024. Any questions on that? That's just kind of a pretty detailed. All right. Let's, this is when I am going to move to Mr. Montano, and he is going to be talking the deliverables in terms of numbers.
Mr. President, Council Member Chair Giarrusso, just to go back here, I want to make sure that we continue to repunctuate that this is fluid. There has been no stop sign for the hires necessary. So although you see the 2024 budget highlighted for 309, that does not in any way box them into that particular number. What the budget did this particular year, as it did last year, we budgeted to actuals. I broke it out into general fund and non-general fund dollars. The numbers are highlighted there along with the table. You'll see that baked into that budget is the 5% increase as well as the merit pay. The reduction deals with a one-time expense. For the non-general fund portion of it, these are your grants, these are your ARPA dollars, these are your fund balance dollars. You'll see a significant variance because the vast majority of that was the one-time retention bonus payments paid out to officers for that first year. That is really where you see there was also about 3 to 6 grants that rolled off over the course of this year that we wanted to highlight for. Otherwise, we are very much in line with last year's budget. I think we have a course correction on other operating of around $2.8 million this year. I don't want to conflate 23 and 24, but that reflects the variance for your general fund dollars. I'm happy to address any of these questions. I have significant more detail should the council have any specific questions I can highlight or answer, but I didn't want to get overly technical or bog anyone down with the numbers. Okay. Seeing no questions related to the recurring proposal, there is something I would like to highlight, and I'm remiss to say it, and I've mentioned it to counselors in some of the one-on-one meetings. Our proposal, all right, there's the feedback, okay? Well, that's okay. You want me to keep going? Is that okay if I keep going? Okay. We recommended in the executive budget, so in all candor and transparency, Councilor, we also, when we built the budget, thought it was 2.5% for police officers as well. We were later reminded halfway through that we had committed to 5%. So in order to find the remainder of those 5% dollars and looking forward in the overall budget scenario for the executive budgeted, we looked at one-time funds. And part of that recruitment and retention dollars, the 20 million, we recommended 7 million be used to pay for that additional funding in there. That way it wouldn't hit the general fund by using ARPA for that one-time funding. If the council has consternation or would like to better evaluate that proposal, happy to do so, but I wanted to at least highlight to the full council, as I've said to individual counselors, the decision and the recommendation, happy to look and address that otherwise, but it seemed to make the most sense that that money would be used for officer specific relative to that remainder fund. As you can see, this is the retention payments paid out and the delineation for each of the years and the amounts. Once again, I didn't want to create too busy of a slide, but if there's any specific questions for these particular payouts or timelines, I'm happy to address them. Yes, ma'am.
Do we have any data on whether an officer has received a retention payment and then retires or leaves?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. I submitted a report to the council in July.
Okay.
That really broke down this information, but I'll give you the thesis and the cliff notes of it. Essentially, the answer is no. In fact, it actually went the opposite way, where we had an increase in participation, meaning officers stayed on the job at a 33% higher rate than they did prior to these retention bonuses. So the hypothesis is that they would work, they did work. They did not leave in mass exodus after they got their one lump time sum. And in fact, they stayed longer, 33% more than they did year over year. But if you'd like, I can resend that report that we sent to you, just so you have a little bit more of the tables and the data associated with it. But like you, I think we all were worried or anticipating they'd take their check, move on to greener pastures. But thankfully, and I think a lot based on some of the investments both the city has made in the officers and the future of them, they've stayed at a higher rate than they've ever stayed in the last several years.
Are you gonna continue tracking that? So as these payments are paid, just tracking, I mean, the end of the year is coming. I know some officers who are retiring at the end of the year.
Sure.
Are we tracking, okay, they got paid in 2023, they're retiring January 1st, 2024?
Mr. President, Councilmember Harris, yes, I unequivocally, we are tracking all of this. We invested a lot of money in this program, and without having metrics to be able to say it worked or it didn't work, I knew we'd be skewered over it. So yes, we are tracking it through its full implementation and into its completion, and then it'll be up to the next whomever administration council to decide if the program is worthwhile to prolong it. But right now, as I mentioned, there is still a significant amount left in that recruitment retention piece. We've utilized some to pay for that additional 2.5% for the officers, but at the same time, we still have plenty to be able to pay out accordingly. And that's at the 5-year mark, the 10-year mark, and then the 20-year mark.
Thank you.
Thank you. Test. So I'm going to keep going. If you all don't mind, unless you'd like me to pause for technical. Okay, great. This just goes a little bit more. Many of these slides, I think we highlighted in the beginning of the program as it relates to facilities, maintenance costs, and crime lab information. So unless there's specific questions, I'm happy to just move forward on them. As you know, the consent decree budget is separate and apart from an object code as well as a distribution code, then NOPD's budget. This is the compliance. I believe Chief Patrick spoke more intelligently to the metrics associated with this, but we wanted to certainly provide it within the presentation. And then lastly, highlight the budget variances this year. The variance of 195 is a position that is no longer within that cost center, and really offer any questions you all may have with any of the financials or the budgeting pieces of it. I believe you have within your letter of introduction our adjustment ordinance for the remainder year 23, which is around 3 million in other operating, and then we'll do the cleanup ordinance in January for the personnel, which will represent all those civilian staff that we have. It'll be very similar in 24 until we get to that kind of nice pinnacle point of where we're at full staffing level and crime is being reduced and all the other goals are attained.
Thank you. I do have a question. We're getting into Thanksgiving season, which means holiday season, which means Mardi Gras.
Yeah.
So where are we on staffing for Mardi Gras? Are we relying on the sheriff again? What is the plan?
Thank you for asking that, Mr. President, Councilmember Harris. We have built into our amendment a anticipated cost of $2.5 million, which is a conservative amount that we are using for the external hires and our internal payouts for our officers working those Mardi Gras details, as well as the external officers around the state that have volunteered for it. My office, I believe, is either started or will start very soon the coordination with the sheriff's office. I believe they've reached out. Certainly this has been no laying topic with the chief. I know this is really major part of the city's revenue stream, so we want to make sure that it's done right. We have 98 days until Mardi Gras, so I believe that gives a substantial amount of planning to be able to be prepared. I know Mr. Palumbo is in the audience, and I have great faith and confidence in all the work that he does, and he's assured all of us that we're going to have an incredible Mardi Gras. Coupled with that, we are investing in new barricades. I think you'll see that in the adjustment ordinance, approved that 900,000, because that's an important piece. I will say, I will light myself on fire if there is challenges, but right now everything seems to be going smooth. Money should not be an issue should the council approve that additional funds, which as I've mentioned, more outweighs the revenue opportunities that both businesses and the city embraces. And I think overall, it's going to be a positive Mardi Gras 2024.
So the headline for this past 3 hours is it's 98 days till Mardi Gras.
I think so.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you all very much for the presentation. We have 2 comment cards. I know you all have been here for a minute, but we appreciate it. Cameron and Bruce. And Councilmember Green. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I missed you.
Hello?
There you go.
Beautiful, thank you. Hello, my name is Cameron Okeke. I'm a senior program associate at the Veery Institute of Justice. I'm here on behalf of Sarah Mojla, who I'm sure you've all met many times. She had an emergency this morning, so I'm giving her testimony. She's the director of Veery Louisiana and a member of the Big Easy Budget Coalition. I've also been analyzing the budget for the last 2 years. I have expertise in community violence, anti-violence programs, and research. And I'm here to offer 3 points. So the first of which is on our survey. So we want to share our preliminary results with our survey of residents on their view of city spending. One key finding we had is roughly a majority of our respondents, we had roughly 263 responses. 76% said that the city spends too much on police and courts. The NOPD is consistently the largest single expense in the general fund, holding steady around 20%. Law enforcement and the criminal legal system is the single largest beneficiary of American Rescue Plan dollars, receiving roughly a little more than $82.5 million or so. And as such, since we spend the most money on policing, they deserve the most scrutiny about the effectiveness of it. With this much money on the line, we have to always ask ourselves, is this the best use of those funds? Between the hundreds of cars, as we saw, the new kennels, the new buildings, the new equipment, the bonuses, the increases in pay, the Kevlar vests, the shooting ranges, we are spending an immense amount of American Rescue Plan dollars, fund balance dollars, and general fund dollars on policing to make the job more attractive. And the question is this the most effective way to reduce violence and increase public safety? Because research shows us that policing and prosecution are not the primary influencers on the rates of violent crime, and often are not the most cost-effective way to reduce crime. Studies have shown that changes in the built environment, like changes in lighting, changes in cleaning and lots, investment in young people, can decrease crime by 20% or more. Policing is fundamentally reactive and unable to address the root causes of theft, murder, and assault. To no fault of their own, that's just the nature of how it works. Increasing policing does not address houselessness, poverty, lack of education, employment, poor social skills, and dysfunctional family dynamics, disease, or interpersonal conflict. And so we have found in our research that the majority of respondents, roughly 95%, say that the city spends too little on safe, affordable housing, too little on mental health services, too little on education, and on youth services and programs, as well as services for low-income individuals. It's hard to see how this tremendous amount of spending on policing will pay the dividends to safety, since it won't provide the homes, the jobs, the food, and the support that the people need, that our survey reflects. And so I close with saying that we support continuously the Big Easy deal, because it will give us the deeply needed investment strategies that will yield sustainable reductions in violence and address the root causes of violence, which are, to remind everyone, systematic disinvestment, poverty, a lack of economic opportunity, and isolation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Riley, Mr. Burnside.
Thank you. Bruce Riley, a vote. You know, we've all read a bunch of budgets recently, and this one, I think they're missing some template pages. This big $155 million lump sum is not a budget. That's just a lump sum. I assume there's a big old booklet or something. Every other budget talks about staffing and whatever. I don't see what they're spending their money on. It's just a blank check for $155 million. We just had a really long conversation about staffing. Is that all we're talking about here is staffing? Not about evidence-based practices or data-driven programs? There's a whole lot of tech in this city that's cost a whole lot of money. I don't see that anywhere in this budget. Is it doing anything? There's a new camera right by my place that's about head high. I don't know who installed it, but I don't know how that's going to last if a tall guy walks by and hits his head on it. He's probably going to get aggravated, especially if he's drunk. So like there's a lot that's being spent, and I just don't think this budget is even like satisfactory to be reviewed by the people unless there's a lot more that we're not being shown. There's a big stack of papers over there. I'll say, talking about gun violence, hey, nobody wants gun violence. What I'm curious is what's the plan when Louisiana becomes an open carry state? When people are packing going into Walmart? Is there a plan? Have we talked about it? Have we thought about it? What happens when a bar puts up a thing saying no open carry? Okay, well then the NRA sues you. What's the plan there? Are the people here going to support that business or what? I think we need to talk about the fact that most of the car break-ins are people looking for guns because we're such a gun-loaded state. People come to New Orleans or they work in New Orleans. Maybe they went to that bar and knew they were going to be frisked or something. So they left it in the car. Well, guess what? Your window got smashed. Someone looking for an easy gun. Councilman Giarrusso, to your question about the issue of the jail population, I didn't hear any questions about the filing of the reports, downloading of the body cam footage. The DA can't review a case, can't screen a case until all the paperwork is in. From everything I've heard from Scuttlebutt, one of the biggest problems is the police aren't providing all the stuff so the DA can then review all the things. And if there's one incomplete thing, they're not going to review the case. And so that is contributing to the jail overpopulation. And I'll just say finally, listen, when there's a car accident, you want the EMT to show up, whether you're in the accident or whether you're watching the accident. There's a need for that ambulance. Someone needs to show up after the fact and try to help people and save lives. If there's a car accident there every darn day, well, eventually you're going to start looking at the traffic light or looking at other things of why there's always a car accident. Look, the police show up after there's a crime. Let's not get fooled about the fact that whether or not they're preventing crime, whether they're showing up after crime. If we're going to prevent crime, we're going to have to do a lot more things than just talk about whether we got enough staffing at the NOPD. Thank you.
Thank you. And Bruce, it's Joe. You call me Joe. Yeah. I said, call me Joe.
Oh,
thank you. All right. Mr. Burnside, you round us out.
Mini chairperson. Yeah.
You got to start, huh?
So where to start? We will follow the lead of our much irritating leader. Superintendent of NOPD, the use of outside assessors. Thank you. Certainly when colleges give doctorate degrees, there's usually 3 or 4 people from the university, and then there's an outside guy from a completely different university somewhere else. It's very helpful, and I appreciate your using that system. CEO Montano, it's nice to hear that 5, 10 or 7 years from now, we'll not be in the same position spending $50 million on vehicles because obviously we'll maintain them, which will be the first time in history. If we look at the RTA buses, we see they were all bought after Katrina and fallen apart at the same time. Ditto utility poles all put up at the same time and rotting and falling down. So having bought so many vehicles at the same time, we're basically looking at a cliff a couple years from now. But hopefully it can be put off if we can hire a mechanic, which I hear is really hard these days. We are the 5th most police state in the union. We have a ratio of population to sworn police officers that puts us 5th. Not to be beating a dead horse, but the parish is losing population. We lost 7,000 this year and we lost 6,000 people the previous year. So maybe someday our ratio will be more what people want. Unfortunately, we are able to swap schools out for police training academies because we don't have a lot of students anymore, particularly in K through 3. Be nice if the paper had salaries in it. That would be good. It'd be nice if the paper had the number of arrests in it. That would be good. Civilization's a wonderful thing, but unfortunately, citizenization is, or professionalization is a good thing in my opinion. But it runs into NOPD's internal desire to remain what it is. It has a culture and it doesn't want to change. So the person in charge of horse trainers doesn't want to fill his two positions with horse trainers because he doesn't want what happened to the sheriff's horses to happen to the city's horses. And he feels that sworn police officers will protect his horses where he feels professionals, AKA civilians, would not. As far as lateral hires, I was in the Army. I know a lot about lateral hires. They happen in US Army all the time in the sense that one MOS feeds a different MOS. And I had a staff sergeant over me who went through the BEAR program and transferred from one MOS to be my boss as a 98 Charlie. Nobody made him start as a private. So I don't see any real reason for laterals to have to start at the bottom of your ladder, particularly if they were MPs in the United States Army and served in Afghanistan. Not that we want non-constitutional people roaming our streets, but still the idea that they all have to start at the bottom is a little bit rude. I don't think on arrivals are the same thing as 911 dropped calls, and I don't know a lot about 911 dropped calls, but I suspect if anybody cared enough to call 911, they might need a police officer, so somebody somewhere should look into that probably. As far as the rest of it, I suppose I'll send you an email, but I do want to point out that drones exist and they are a force multiplier and you really should own a few. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anything you all want to say to close out? No, you're good.
No, thank you.
All right, thank you all very much.
Wait.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Councilman Green.
Are there any comments?
Yeah. I don't think there's, only EMS has an online comment, right? Yeah, EMS is the only one that has online comment left.
Okay, I just wanted to, thank you, Chief, for choosing to apply to the city of New Orleans to be our police chief. We're a city that has tremendous opportunity. We have some challenges right now, but you were willing to come and take on the challenges. And I'm appreciative of having the opportunity to have voted favorably on your nomination. I want to thank the men and women of our police department, whose work is many times unsung and unheralded, but it makes a big difference. Some of the things that I see in my job, because I choose to go to the sites where there are developments taking place, where I've seen police officers shot at and not return to fire, where I've seen them conduct special operations divisions tasked for 20 hours at a time and still result in favorable apprehension of suspects without injury to anyone, including a young child who was once held hostage. I just think that some facts are extremely important. One is that I do surveys too. I go to a lot of community meetings and I talk to people, and people surveyed say that they want to see professional, constitutional policing available in the numbers that allows a response to criminal activity. They don't expect the police to be in houses, changing mindsets, changing economic spheres, or if you will, that change the economic outlook of our city. They want them to be able to respond. And in that respect, I think that we've done a fine job. Some numbers don't get emphasized. Last year, there were 3,600 arrests made by members of the New Orleans Police Department, 1,853 or so for violent crimes, yet very few complaints relative to whether or not constitutional rights were violated, because they weren't, because our police department is doing so in a professional manner. In terms of policing and the numbers of dollars spent, it's an important fact. Media can go and look it up. Per capita, New Orleans isn't even in the top 20 in the nation in terms of spending per capita on our police department. It's a misnomer. We don't spend 25% of our budget on the police. We do a lot of other work with our budget. I think it's just important to recognize that we're making progress on the compliance decree. The consent decree compliance. We also are hiring at a rate that we haven't hired at for a number of years. We have 33 members in the 199th class, and we're recruiting for the 200 recruiting class, and we just graduated And congratulations on your presiding over that 198th class with its 19 members. I'm appreciative for them. But I just want to say, and I've said this enough, but look, I'm appreciative. Please share that with your fellow officers, that there was a lot of good that's going on, and these numbers, the Times-Picayune the Advocate just did an article where they talked about what's behind the decrease in the crime rate. Why are we so much higher than the rest of the nation in terms of the double-digit decreases that we have in those 4 very important rates of violent crime? And I think that they did a disservice by not having a category that dealt with just what the New Orleans Police Department alone has done to address. I just want to make it clear. I just want to make it clear that I'm appreciative for this work of the New Orleans Police Department. I appreciate the fact that you presented today, and Chief Montagna, thank you for this presentation. But there's a lot of good going on, and I hope the members of our community will work with the New Orleans Police Department and our entire law enforcement community, recognizing that it's not us against them, it's not enemies, it's everyone, the entire community that's safer. Thank you again for the presentation.
All right, thank you all very much. We appreciate it. That was a close. All right, EMS is up next.
Right. No, just 2000.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, 100%.
My handbag.
Oh, there's a handbag down there.
It's my handbag.
Oh.
Go online. On the mayor. So the entire.
Will this work? Okay, thank you so much. That's fine. I'm good. I just want to. There we go. Thank you. I hate to be blocked by the No, some of our. The main. How we're having manifest. Finding a person. Yeah, we don't have any GOA. I mean, we're not.
All right, thank you all for being here. Go ahead, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much for having us today. We really appreciate the opportunity to go over the good work that we're doing at New Orleans EMS. We are consistently one of the top EMS agencies in the country, and we're really proud of the work that we do. And Chief Bill Salmeron is gonna take it away. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. And thank everyone for the opportunity to present our budget to you this morning. Or this afternoon, sorry. Is it afternoon? Oh, good Lord. I'm telling you. I know, we're evening. That's right. All right, so a few things we're gonna go over, just a brief department snapshot of kind of where we are. Go over our 23 goals and our 24 goals, go over personnel.
as well as our budget and then our one-time funds, spend down. So just a quick, review of our department. So, we still are around 69,000 calls for service a year. So we receive a call for service about every 7 minutes. So we are a very busy service. 60% of our calls result in a transport, and so about 60% of our call volume is emergent in nature. And so we do have a lot of emergency calls, whether it be trauma, medical, or whatever complaint it is. But our call volume does have a lot of life-threatening calls in it that we do respond to. 25% of our call volume is handled by mutual aid, and that is through our Acadian contract that we have to support. And we'll talk about that a little bit later on. Response time compliance, we measure how fast we can get to the highest priority calls as far as emergent calls within 12 minutes. And we hover anywhere between around 70% lately on that. So we definitely are, that's a work in progress. As far as our revenue side, we bill about $70 million a year in billing. We collect about 20 million of that. For 911 services, we have to go on all the billing, all the billing rates for Medicare, Medicaid, private insurance. And so, we have a third party billing company that does all of our billing. But 911, there is a very low reimbursement rate that, and then we also are working on a national level, on a state level, to try to work with other EMS services. And there is a move across the country to try to increase that billing, those billing rates and advocate for that. On the special event side, we do about $500,000 to $600,000 in special events. And so that's private events or any other events that pay for an ambulance, like a football game or a private party or whatever that is. So we will be proposing, we will be coming to Councilmember Giarrusso hopefully soon with an update on some rates for next year. And so that's more to come on that. And so we'll be seeing you soon. So, all right. Some goals from this year that we wanted to update you on. So stabilizing our fleet. We are very excited to announce that we have ordered 71 vehicles this year through the CAO's office. And so we are completely updating all of our vehicles as far as ambulances, sprint cars, support vehicles. We definitely have met the benchmark on that. Second is recruitment. And so we have done or will be doing a third academy later this month. We've onboarded 26 new staff members. We promoted 5 staff to higher levels. So we, occasionally we'll have EMTs or advanced EMTs that go to paramedic school, and then they, they test and they are ready to promote. And so we've had, we're excited to say that we have some more folks that are going to school and getting to higher levels. And so we're excited to see that. The third is developing and conducting on-site EMT and advanced EMT programs for us and the fire department. And so we are continuing to support the fire department's EMR or first responder training program. Like I said before, when it comes to promotions, we are able to now have advanced EMT classes. So EMS, you have 3 levels of an EMT. You have an EMT with emergency medical technician, which is the lowest level. Then you have advanced EMT, which has some advanced life support skills that they're taught. And then you have paramedic. And so this year we are able to start conducting those advanced EMT classes on site. We have 7 people in those classes, and we're hoping to continue that next year and grow those ranks to expand our advanced life support capabilities. And then we're also going to be doing some additional EMT trainings for our staff, as well as NOFD next year. Some additional goals, expanding relationships with local paramedic programs to train NOEMS staff for promotion to higher level. We do offer a student schedule to our staff that are able to go to Delgado or Nunez or some other program and get that training. Our goal is that we have to contract with a paramedic program that's accredited at a national level to conduct that level of training. At the department level, we are able to conduct first responder EMT and advanced EMT training. Nationally, that's the rule when it comes to EMS education. As far as paramedic programs, we are, like I said, looking to contract or partner with a program over the next year or two to try to get that in-house. Right now, we feel that we're able to send our staff off-site to these classes and get that taken care of. But that definitely is a goal as we move forward and try to bring on civilian staff or untrained staff, because that really is where we need to be at to train EMTs and paramedics in-house versus laterally hire them from other places. And so we're just trying to build that system. And so that's still a work in progress. Next was to expand our EMS reserve program to better utilize high-performing volunteers in the field. We were able to officially kick off our reservist program. And we have 9 members that serve in the capacity of a paid staff member. So these are volunteers. These may be former employees or volunteers that have functioned at a much higher level within our Vigor program. And they were hand-selected to function as a paid staff member on an ambulance. And so we do have volunteers that are doing that. We also have 100+ still active 100+ volunteer or Vigor programs in that program. And those are typically volunteers that do community outreach, first aid stations, and also ride third on an ambulance to maintain experience. The next is going to be to, as Superintendent Kirkpatrick said, of creating that pipeline, right? What are ways that we can try to create that pipeline EMS, and part of that was trying to see how we can engage high schoolers, and so I know the superintendent talked about the BSA or the Boy Scout Explorer programs. We have already have a CEA with the Explorer program, and we're looking to kick that program off early next year with high schoolers 13 through 17-ish, right? So high school age, right? We'll train them as first responders. We'll expose them to EMS, fire, public safety, healthcare in general, hoping that they will gain interest in coming to join us. And eventually, by the time that they reach that age, we'll have that civilian EMT program that they're able to join right off the street, get them in and get them working. We're also working on the EMS core program, which is a workforce development program that we're working with SUNE with the workforce development and the career center to have an EMT program with all the wraparound services with it, funded through ARPA. And so we're super excited about that, and we're continuing to work with that. Additionally, we now have our new recruiting website, which is joinnoems.org. And so you're able to go online, do a screen application so our recruiters can contact you and to see how if you meet the qualifications and what you need to do to come work for us. And so we are excited about that. We've had a lot of traffic to there, and we're able to explain what the qualifications are, what some things that you do. And also we offer anyone the opportunity to come right along for a shift and see if it's something that they want to do, to see if New Orleans EMS is for them. So. Additionally, I do want to highlight our blood program. We are always excited to talk about our blood program. Started in October of 2021. We have, I think, over 210 patients so far that have received blood in the field. And so we are definitely breaking trends, and we are definitely innovative. We are the only ground service in Louisiana providing that service to trauma patients. There also was studies that were released by Tulane Trauma and University Medical Center on just the increase of survivability with this program. I mean, you definitely are a decrease in mortality and saving lives.
So for every 1 minute that you delay blood administration, we are seeing that we increase mortality by 11%. So by giving that blood earlier, we are saving lives and decreasing the murder rate in the city.
Councilmember Thomas.
Not right now. I want to wait till they finish.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, I will tell you that we don't bill patients for blood. Insurances don't pay for blood right now. Medicare and Medicaid insurances do not pay for blood. I don't want to put that on the patient either. And so, we are actively advocating at the federal level to reimburse at the pre-op. Nobody, as far as pre-op, the ground ambulance does not get reimbursed for blood nationally. And so we are advocating with our EMS community that does blood that, look, reimbursement's important. This is a life-saving thing. And so we're all on different blood forums and things to increase that awareness and to get that done. So right now, but we do have enough money in the budget to accommodate the increase in blood and the supplies required for that. So we definitely, we're not holding blood because we're not charging for it. We definitely, we see it as a life-saving essential service that we have to do. So we're doing that. Some additional stuff. Overdose response and outreach. Obviously we continue to respond to a high number of opioid overdoses in the community. Each year we average about 1,800 patients that receive Narcan by EMS to treat an overdose. We also provide an average of about 200 public access Narcan leave behind kits to patients who receive Narcan, wake up and refuse treatment. And so that's in addition to the fire department's program in which you're able to go to a fire station or they have leave behind kits. And so we definitely see that as a benefit to folks who you wake up and they can have some Narcan in the future. We are also excited that we kicked off our grant, our opioid referral program grant with Odyssey House. So that is a grant from the DOJ in which Odyssey House will coordinate a patient referral network from patients that refuse from us and also hospitals and other medical providers. And they're able to do case management and recovery navigation for them. So we're really excited about that, and that is moving forward. So we also, when COVID hit, we had to see how to better manage call volume with the resources that we had. And so we've always been an advanced life support service. And, COVID, we, certainly moved into other modalities of treatment, right? And so we definitely expanded our basic life support program. And so a basic life support program is instead of a paramedic on an ambulance, you have an EMT, 2 EMTs on an ambulance that are able to treat lower acuity calls and transport patients to a hospital, just like a paramedic could. And so we definitely are continuing to expand our BLS program and also include advanced EMTs in our system to provide that lower level of advanced life support care and also have enough. So that basically saves your paramedic units for the higher acuity calls that they need to respond to. Additionally, we have, paramedic and sprint cars and the quick response cars that are able to respond to these basic life support units and provide care as needed. So if one of these basic life support units respond to an emergency call, they say, hey, I need a paramedic. Paramedic is able to respond, assume patient care, actually ride in on that ambulance with the basic truck and provide that advanced care if they need to do that. So we do have a great system that we're working through with that. We also, I know there's been a lot of talk about, 911 and how we dispatch calls. And so I will tell you that, we've been using emergency medical dispatch for a while. It works. Calls are triaged the way they need to be triaged and they're dispatched the way they need to be dispatched. And so we don't see any difficulties with that.
There wasn't any change in your call signs like NOPD or so if you watch like what the hearing on Friday, whatever day it was.
No, and that really doesn't affect our operations anyway. We still use some codes, but we have moved to plain speech, and it doesn't cause a problem. And it doesn't make a difference on how the call is dispatched or handled. It's just basically how it's described over the radio, basically, right? And so because we use mutual aid too, and so they may have different codes than we do. And so instead of saying we have a 24, we say we have a sick person, or a 20I, which is a traffic accident. So just things like that we just are plain speech.
And then what are your response times? I mean, what's the average response time?
So for our life-threatening calls, those are our code 3s. The majority of the time we get there in less than 12 minutes. But for those calls, a fire truck is on scene within moments.
Yeah.
And then what do you make the national average?
So so right now we're at 70% meeting that goal. 70% of the time we're meeting that goal, and that is on par with other agencies like ours.
Okay.
So the standard is 90% of the time to get to a higher priority call within 12 minutes. I think that if you talk to any EMS agency across the country, nobody is at 90%, right? Everybody's hovering 70, 60, 70%, right, with staffing issues. We count the truly higher emergency calls, right? So we've even gone through and said, what calls should we be counting, right? And those are calls that are emergent in nature. And so I believe that we're counting what we should be counting. We also look at, with our response time compliance of, how many minimum trucks do we have on the street, things like that, right? And so obviously we want to be at 90%, we want to be at 100%, right? But obviously it just, you need staffing, you need resources to do that. And so I think that we are moving in the right direction to improve that. And to be honest, during COVID and even now, we're still doing the Acadian contract. We did that to maintain response time compliance and to make sure that people are getting an ambulance in a timely fashion, right? And we won't sit here and say we get everywhere quickly, right? Everything is triaged. And so your emergency calls, I'll sit here and tell you that I don't remember a time where someone was in cardiac arrest or not breathing or something was going on where we didn't get there quickly. We reroute units on a regular basis to emergencies and get them where they need to be at. If it's a lower acuity call or a non-emergency call, you might wait if we don't have any resources available. But even there, we still have other resources like sprint cars or other resources that we can at least check on you. That's also why we're trying to put an additional medic in our dispatch center to do the over the phone counseling with people, check on you, see how you're doing, and do some over the phone stuff with you, that maybe can you take a personal, if it's a non-emergency call, what is some self-care stuff? You take a personal vehicle, things like that, that as a city like ours, we need to start thinking creatively on how to handle non-emergency cases without using an ambulance, right? And so we're going to be doing a lot of work this coming year on that. Yeah. But thank you for the question.
Yes, thank you.
We've increased our mental health services to staff. Now we have an on-site mental health practitioner that works with our staff for any issues. And we also have Frank the therapy dog. He's our new canine employee. He's has a badge, has a handler, and he works with to help our staff, help our staff through what they might be going through. So Frank will come in and just the presence of Frank and allows them to, interact with Frank and pet Frank and have that happy moment helps a lot. So
today is the day of the dog. The DA had a dog. You guys have a dog.
Yeah.
I expect Fire to have like 3 Dalmatians.
I know. But the picture next to Frank, actually, that's East Baton Rouge's dog. They also have East Baton Rouge EMS also has a dog. And we had the EMS conference that we had here recently. We had maybe a whole bunch of dogs from different places. Yeah, about 5 different dogs. So it's the public safety, mental health dogs definitely are picking up and becoming popular. Do you have any questions on our 23 goals before we move on to 24? Okay.
I was just gonna wait for the presentation, but does anybody wanna jump in, but I was just waiting. Yeah.
You want to continue? We're good?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, great. Okay,
I'm hoping my questions asked, so I don't have to ask.
Okay. Yeah, please feel free to stop us if you have any questions. When we look at our goals, we look at a few things, right? Are they adaptive and innovative? Are they inherently safe and effective? Are they integrated and seamless, sustainable and efficient, socially equitable and reliable and prepared? And so that when we look at a goal, does it fit within one of those, 6 pillars, right? And so we definitely, have goals that are measurable, attainable, and definitely are within reach and very important. Looking at our next year's in 24 goals, infrastructure was definitely something that we had to look at with our vehicles. And so we are updating all of our equipment and technology. We're continuing to invest in our fleet. As I said before, we've been purchased over 71 vehicles at a price of $16 million. We hope to receive all those vehicles by the end of next year and place them in service. And so out of those, so for example, we received 17 out of our 37 ambulances 23 out of our, we received all 23 of our quick response cars. Those are the sprint cars or the SUVs that respond with our ambulances. We received pickup trucks, vans, and we're waiting on 4 new ambulance carts and 2 new rescue trucks. So we do have a handful of vehicles that are waiting for upfit that need to go to the same place that NOPD goes. And so that's just the reality of it. We were able to order Dodge Durangos. They came already upfitted. And so those were able to be a little deployed a little quicker. But the Fords definitely, we're waiting on a few things from the supplier. Staffing, I will highlight that our team is amazing and they save lives every day, whether it be from blood, whether it be from whatever we're doing. We save lives every day and our people are amazing. They're great clinicians. They know what they're doing and they get the job done. And so I definitely want to highlight their work because they are amazing, amazing people. We do continue to see challenges with recruitment due to just overall healthcare workforce shortages. You know, we are competing with hospitals and other ambulance services and things for paramedics, especially. You know, paramedics are still being, you know, poached to hospitals and different things because of nursing shortages, right? So you have a nursing shortage, the closest replacement for that nurse is going to be a skilled paramedic that knows how to treat a patient, right? And so we're still seeing, you know, high utilization of paramedics in hospitals now. Fortunately, we've had a few paramedics that have come back to us after going to hospitals. And because of recruitment and retention pay and other stuff, they came back to us. And so sometimes the money is drying up in different places and they're dropping salaries, so they come back to us and we're able to bring them back on board.
I will say that the trend has been over the last 6 to 12 months, we've only been seeing people leave for nursing school or medical school. We haven't seen people leaving to go to other agencies or to hospitals. So I think that really is a testament to our really amazing team that's been able to create a culture where people really want to stay.
And kudos, the ones that go to medical school, they come back and say, well, maybe I can work part-time with medical school, and it ends up not working sometimes. So, then they end up volunteering in our reserve program as some other capacity, and they're able to kind of make their own time and when they want to come work with us. So we'll take them back in whatever capacity they want to come back in. So next year, we are definitely going to continue to expand all forms of recruitment activities to include in-person and virtual outreach. And so definitely utilizing our new website, social media, and any opportunity for in-person interactions with folks to talk about where we are, where we need staff. As already mentioned in the mayor's budget, there is a plan staff increase at the beginning of the year of 2.5 with the merit pay. And then we are continuing the recruitment and retention pay, and then the referral pay programs that were already in place. And then with staffing, we're also working to focus on programs that support a healthy and happy team, right? And so we can pay them, but if they're not in a good place, if they don't work in a good culture or a good environment, they're going to go somewhere else. And so we're trying our best to, to make a good, healthy work environment for our staff and pay them as best as we can. So we have some clinical goals for next year. We always have been a progressive and innovative service, like we've already done for blood. So we'll continue with our pre-hospital blood program. We also are going to do Suboxone, field Suboxone for opioid withdrawal treatment. And so if we experience or if we come in contact with a patient that can meet criteria for Suboxone to help with withdrawal from opioids, that'll be a tool in our toolbox that we can use next year. We're starting a field ultrasound program, which will help with some things. And so that certainly is something that we're excited about. We're also definitely through our ARPA purchases, we have a lot of new equipment and we have enhanced training and equipment to better treat our critical patients. And so if you look on the slide, well, we do have a few pictures. I know in the middle, under the ultrasound next to in that ambulance, you'll see it's a mannequin, right? So we have great mannequins that We can simulate different heart rhythms. We can have an instructor talking through them. You can do breath sounds, heart sounds. You can do everything with a mannequin now. And so using these ARPA funds, we were able to purchase and update all of our training equipment to make a real-time simulation program for our staff. And so we definitely are on the higher end of the equipment spectrum when it comes to training. And I know we're working through a grant to try to get the virtual reality equipment too. We're still trying to choose the vendor on that. So once we get that, we'll definitely incorporate that. And then the clinical, which we already talked about, was to continue to roll out our opioid follow-up program. So with Odyssey House. Any questions on our 24 goals, or Doc? Yeah, something. Okay. Here's our personnel. Staying true to the real-time budgeting, we are, as we need positions, as we are able to recruit them for academies, we have no difficulties of getting the positions from the CAO's office to fill our gaps. And so if I have 5 people that need to come on board, Human Resources does that, and we don't have any issues with that. And so our force was at 176 prior to COVID, and right now we're at 141, just to kind of give you a number where we are as far as people. So we're actively continuing to recruit for every academy that we have. And then hopefully, through some other workforce programs and pipelines, we'll be able to get some more staff in next year. Here's our budget slide. It's pretty self-explanatory. We're going to a $20 million budget this year. And then I think there was a decrease for the spend out of the one-time fund and some other stuff, but we feel that we're in a good place with our budget. We have everything that we need to do what we do. And if we have any situation where we need more or any of the issues throughout the year, the CAO's office is open to helping us to address those needs if we have anything unexpected come up. So we feel good that our budget is where it needs to be.
And I will say that 20 million is about how much we bring in to the city.
Can I ask, this is slide 21 about the equipment. Is 1.8 appropriated, 1 million remaining, year to date spent 585. Is it just acquiring these things that are becoming so hard? Like, again, we're trying to break through this procurement stuff as quickly as possible.
Yeah, it is. And so a lot of it's technology that we're trying to purchase. Actually, I'm very surprised of how quickly we were able to go through the education upgrades, because a lot of that was technology. and so a lot of the other stuff is technology too. And so we are finding that, there's just a couple of months worth of a wait to try to purchase stuff. And so we may get purchase orders, or we may allocate to a certain project, and then the vendor can't say, look, I can't get you something for a while. So, and then we're able to either reallocate or move around something to something that is now readily available, right? So.
Yeah, I guess the reason why I ask is I remember getting ambulances and other equipment is such a challenge. I just want to make sure getting the things you need, both people and tangible, are achievable.
And I want to thank the council for, I know earlier this year, actually it was last year, before, as we were coming up to Mardi Gras with the declaration of emergency for the fleet. That is the only reason we were able to get through Mardi Gras, was the declaration, and to be able to have that flexibility of purchasing those ambulances and getting them on the ground, right? And so with that we purchased, and then also the 20 additional trucks that actually we're receiving 1 or 2 of them a month now, we're doing pretty good. If you talk to a lot of other services throughout the country and a lot of other public safety agencies, especially larger vehicles, that's not where they are. So we are certainly ahead of the curve. And so I thank you for that, because that certainly helped us out last year. But you're right, the vehicles, they're coming in finally. And so but also the vehicles, you know, they require an MDT or a computer and then mounts and different things. And so Yannick and his team worked to get all that stuff installed. And so, but we were able to order that stuff months in advance, knowing that we would, you know, have a 3 or 4 month lead time to get it in and get installed. So a lot of it is delays in the supply chain. And so we're working through that. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Thomas?
First of all, thank you for the service of your men and women, knowing a little bit about how you guys have been honored in terms of the industry. If folk don't know, our EMS has been honored for having state-of-the-art COVID protocol measures in place. Does that still have an impact on how you guys handle calls now?
Thank you so much for the question. We have been working to maintain our COVID protocols throughout. We have seen little, peaks and valleys in our COVID numbers. It hasn't affected our staffing as much as it has in the past. But it's something that we're always thinking about, and we are doing everything that we can to keep our patients and our staff safe.
You mentioned earlier, Chief Samaran, that a minute could cost something in terms of blood, or we know even worse than that, it could cost something in terms of life. Just for the public or people who are listening, take us through what an emergency call is like and how it gets to you guys.
Okay.
Because I think people need, because some folk would think that it goes directly straight to EMS, but sometimes there's a process in terms of getting to you guys to respond. And what does that look like for the public?
Yeah, so from the OPCD side, everything goes through a call taker. Depending on what the caller says, the call is then prioritized based on what the caller says. And then that is then dispatched to us based on whatever the priority is, right? And so, as I said before, we used emergency, or OPCD has used emergency medical dispatch for a long time for us. And that computer system is able to take your general dispatcher who isn't medically trained through questions, how fast are they breathing? Are they breathing? Are they not? Are they bleeding? Whatever it is, that is able to prioritize that call. Once the call taker is prioritized, it goes to the dispatcher. The dispatcher then sends it out to an ambulance or a unit, right? Depending on whatever the resource is, they may dispatch a fire truck, an ambulance, and one of our sprint cars, whatever it is, because the fire department also rolls on all higher acuity calls, motor vehicle accidents, things like that. So they certainly are rolling on all the calls with us. And so, it all goes through dispatch, right? And so just making sure that all that is properly triaged. And so, like I said before, I think, using EMD and using where we are in OPCD, I think we have a great system of call triaging and getting them where it needs to go.
Could you give us a look? I think Councilmember Jeruso asked about equipment. And as I sit down and think about how we respond and the equipment that we respond, if you take a look in the future, right, what does that equipment look like in terms of emergency responses? And what should we be preparing for when you talk about state-of-the-art, 21st century moving forward, EMS response?
That's a great question. I know you asked about COVID, protecting our staff during COVID, but then also how do you build an infrastructure to prepare for future outbreaks or future stuff, right? And so an example, our new ambulances, right? Our new ambulances have, disinfection lights that will turn on when it's parked overnight, and it will basically kill everything in the back that is a pathogen, right? And so that's disinfecting the unit. We also have a number of pieces of equipment that, are state of the art as far as in the future, right? All of our vehicles have mechanical all of our vehicles, the fire department everywhere has mechanical CPR devices. That's saving lives by improving CPR, but then also helping the responders that they don't have to do hand CPR. They can focus on other things, airway medicine, doing all this stuff. And so that is a future. That's the future that we've already embraced a few years ago. Also advanced, cardiac stuff as far as our monitors. We have really good cardiac monitors, AEDs. And then also when you build an ambulance, you're looking for worker safety and comfort, right? And so making sure that crew is gonna work in that truck the entire day, right, for a 12, maybe 16-hour period. And so the stretchers, all of our new ambulances have automatic.
They're not comfortable.
Well, okay.
Well, mine would.
Okay.
I'm so sorry to
Yeah,
hear that.
sorry.
I'm so sorry to hear that, that your stretcher wasn't comfortable.
But when it comes to lifting patients, we have the automatic lift stretchers, and then now we're including power loads in the back of trucks. That's an investment on every truck, but it's needed because it saves our staff when it comes to workman's comp injuries, back injuries, all kinds of injuries. You talk to some of the older EMS folks that have back, knee problems, leg problems, some of the newer folks are not lifting as much, right? And so you're able to sustain a workforce longer, healthier, happier by being able to have that piece of equipment. To help.
And then lastly, if you could tell the public, what's you guys' mission statement? Purpose to do what?
So it's really summed up by so others may live. We really believe that the work that we do every day is so that we can save lives. You know, my family is in New Orleans. If I call 911 for my family member, I want to make sure that they're getting the best possible care that's available. And I really believe that the care that we're providing to our patients is the best possible care. Every time to every patient. We also are, you know, one of our biggest concerns is employee or team safety, happiness, and wellness. And, you know, we can't do this without our really amazing team. And so we need to make sure that we're taking care of them as well.
Well, thank you all for an amazing, I think sometimes we don't know because of this an emergency that we have an award-winning team that has really set a standard throughout the country. And I know because I've talked to people throughout this country and appreciate the work you guys do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for those kind words.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Burnside. Thank you all for the presentation.
Thank you. You want to do the last two pages?
This time I've got some wonderful positive things to say. So first of all, it was really nice to hear about the mechanized CPR. I didn't know anything about it. Super nice to hear about the disinfecting ability of the new units, which is really cool. And the ambulance lifts, I've seen them. I just never realized how important they were. So those were good words and they should have been in your actual report, but they were good to say. It's super good to hear about the pipeline that you're developing, and it's wonderful to see the website printed in your report. It's all good stuff. To know that people are 12 to 16 hours in ambulance is not good stuff. So I don't know if you plan on hiring more people or not, because there's not a vacancy number here for us to look at. So we don't really know if your staffing's at 2/3, 3/4, 7/8, or exactly where you want to go, because we don't know. How much is the Arcadia contract? We don't have that either. And I do know that there've been out-of-state ambulances serving here in New Orleans, and it would be nice to know if they have done so in the last 12 months, and if so, who are they? Another thing that would be nice is a graph of ambulance availability, because I'm sure it's not constant. You may have more available at night and less during the day to account for our tourists in the French Quarter, or conversely, you may have more during the day and less at night to take care of the people who may get injured at work, but we don't know what sort of driving the fluctuation in available ambulances on the street. As far as some other things, I should point out here on your page number 4, you inform us that you have all 27 ambulances, and that comes out to one per 15,000 people. And I don't know if that's good or bad because I haven't looked on Google yet, but I will. But what's upsetting for me, and I don't use that word lightly, is that over here on, I can't find my own, there it is. On page number 13, you tell us we have 37 ambulances. So there is a difference between 27 ambulances and 37 ambulances, and it would be nice sort of have an idea if maybe I just don't understand what you're presenting. As far as other things here, the opioids, the numbers come out to you're dealing with 6 opioid overdoses a day. But if we go to the coroner and discuss the number who die, it comes out to 1 a day. So are you guys suffering personally, seeing a lot of people die on a daily basis? Because if you are, it might be nice for us to know that you're dealing not just with saving lives, but that you're actually dealing with death. As far as fixing your fleet, I'm gonna tell you the same thing I just told the police. If you buy your fleet all at once, it's gonna fall apart all at once. So it'd be sort of nice to buy it staggered over time, witness our RTA buses. And I have been told by RTA very clearly that finding mechanics is next to impossible. So I don't know if you have mechanics in-house for your ambulances or not, but if you're relying on other people or whether you're relying on in-house, it would be nice for us to know the difference. Relying on a supplier in the age of 3D printing is obviously a legal issue for our lawyers and their patent problems. But we could always cheat since we're saving lives and we're in New Orleans and just buy a 3D printer and make some parts and let them sue us. After all, if we have 500 people show up in a courtroom saying we were saved by this behavior, maybe the judge would let us off. Yeah, you know something, maybe he wouldn't, but it'd be worth going to jail for anyway. On page 14, we noticed that you also are at 2.5%. It seems to be the mantra. But as my mantra goes, there was an 8.2% inflation rate last year. So your people are losing 5% buying power. And it's something that you should address and not just ignore. Finally, for our purposes of our discussion here today, on page number 17, you don't bother telling us the salaries. So it's really hard to make some comparisons. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Burnside. I have some answers to some of your questions that, okay, we'll tag team it. Thank you so much for your questions and for your feedback. We really appreciate it, Mr. Burnside. I do have the salary information, starting in January with the 2.5% increase. Our paramedics will be making $59,625, which is $5,000 more than the 75th percentile for the national, compared to the nation. Our EMTs will be making $44,252 a year, which is again above the national average. Your other questions regarding staffing, we have been pretty stuck at 60% staffing for some time. We are supplementing the staffing shortage with the Acadian ambulances. The Acadian ambulances mostly come from other regions of Louisiana. I don't believe that we've had any out-of-state ambulances recently. The ones that we did were following some disasters that we had. So I don't believe we'd had any in the last 12 months. For the opioid overdoses, we actually save those people. So the reason it says that we have 6 and the coroner says that we have 1 is because those are people that they've had an overdose and we've brought them back to life. So that's why there's a discrepancy there. Did you have any other answers?
Yeah, so as far as I wanted to just tag on with the Acadian contract. During COVID, we utilized a federal ambulance contract, which was an AMR contract. So they used ambulances from other states. For the past 2 years, we've utilized the Acadian contract. They have only utilized in-state contracts. So Acadian or North Shore EMS or some other services within Louisiana. So that's that contract, and that contract cap is at 2 million. And we've stayed under about 1.5 with that contract because it does take into account revenue gain through that contract. So there is some credit provided from the vendor. The fleet, we currently have 46 ambulances in the fleet. About 23 of them operate. That includes the new trucks that we have. And so our goal is to have a fleet of about 50 ambulances. And so that's going to include the new trucks that come in. We have some trucks on the street that will need to be retired, and so those will be retired once we get new trucks in, and they'll be released to EMD for auction.
Thank you. Councilmember Green. I just want to take an opportunity to tell you, I was listening in the back. I just couldn't come up front, but I want to just say, as I've said before, I see you all out there. I see you all in support of the New Orleans Police Department, for example, special operations. I also see you at many sites backing up our citizens and providing services. Maybe one of the reasons that our homicide rate is down is because you all are doing a pretty good job too. I see you employing your resources. So I just want to say thank you to EMS, to everyone associated with it. You all don't get a lot of attention, and sometimes that's because things are going pretty well. So thank you and congratulations.
Thank you so much for those kind words.
Thank you all very much.
One last thing, I just wanted to thank the fire department for their great partnership when it comes to medical response. We utilize them a lot. They roll on a lot of medical calls and they do a great job. And so I just wanted to, as we pass the baton off to Superintendent Nelson and his team, I just want to thank them for a great job, and the saving lives is a team effort. And so certainly the fire department is a great partner in that. So I just wanted to thank them as they come up. Do we have an online comment?
Are you fine? Okay.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
It is from Barry Becknell and it is for informational purposes. How much money is collected from the UPL program? How much for 2023 and how much is expected in 2024? Does any of this money fund programs outside of EMS?
Yes, the UPL program, we average anywhere from $6 to $8 million a year, and that's included in the revenue projection of the 20 million that we project to bring in.
And all of that money goes into the general fund, and then the city gives us a budget back.
Fund us, yeah.
And will fund us about the same amount that we bring in.
Great. Thanks so much. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. We really appreciate the support of the city council and this administration. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Good seeing everybody. All right. Fire department.
You don't have to. I know what they do. I know how many people they have. They're not asking for an increase. Oh, my goodness. Yes.
All right. Chief Nelson, welcome to you and your team. We appreciate y'all being here and all of your work.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, Councilmember Sorry. We worked through the setup. Good afternoon, council members and the public. Again, I'm Roman Nelson, Superintendent of the Fire Department. To my left, I have Deputy Superintendent Elba Thomas, who's over administration. To my right, our Fire Administrator, Tamikia Dunkley Edmond. To her right, Robert Isolo, our Deputy Superintendent of Planning, and to the far right, Deputy Superintendent Armand Bordes of Operations. We'll get right into the progress on our 2023 departmental goals. So This year, we've probably had, one of our best years, I guess, in recruiting. We've had 57 new hires and reinstatements in operations and only 20 separations so far to date. If you see, I put the boxes a light green versus a full green because much like the police relayed as well as EMS, we haven't been able to get our classes completely full. Our capacity would be 75 a year, 25 in each class. So we're still working on getting those classes full, but we have been seeing an increase in applicants over this year. So we're confident we'll be able to get to that mark pretty soon or get pretty close to it. Hopeful, I guess we would say, not comfortable. Hopefully we can get there. And I know Councilmember Morrell mentioned about additional space. We hope to get to that position soon where we would need that additional space as well. So maybe we find a school for public safety training, right? And make it for everybody because we do have a lot of the same needs, and I think EMS as well for more space. So I'll just throw that out there since we got the opportunity. Technology improvement. We've got our staffing and new cloud-based staffing and record software implemented. And this really has been a big leap for us. We've also partnered that with integrated tablets for all of our operational companies. So they have access to the records information in real time. Most of our firefighters now also have the app on their phone. So even when they're off duty, they can see the calls that are coming in, what's going on in their neighborhoods. It's just really opened it up and been a great tool for our firefighters. Additionally, with the tablets, we've been able to do real-time payments with the implementation of the iNova system. So now our inspectors in the field can use the tablets to get payments for permits and things like that. So the technology is really starting to get where we wanted it to be and get to that those futuristic capabilities that we've been behind on for so long. Also, our policy management and training software has been procured. It's been activated. Our planning team is in the midst of configuring it right now. And we're on track for next year to really start utilizing that. That's going to give us a lot of capabilities that I'll talk about in a minute. Firefighter health and safety. We're green on this one as well. Everything is on track. We talked last year about a federal grant we got for first forced air dryers for every station. Those have been deployed. One caveat, I guess, with those is right now they're just doing forced ambient temperature air. They can do hot air, but we don't have the capabilities power-wise in all of the stations to do the 220 wiring. So, but the systems are configured to where we can do that as property management is able to get that 220 power online. So all of those are deployed. And what these do is, we talked last year extensively about second set of bunker gear and our cancer prevention efforts, right? We haven't been able to get there yet, but what these forced air dryers do is allow them to, when they come back from a fire and their gear is wet, they can put it on these dryers and it'll dry more quickly. So at the very least, it'll be dry when they come back next tour for the next tour duty, and it won't still be wet sitting in their locker as previous. So tremendous improvement for us. Mental health, one of the biggest improvements we've made is getting a full-time mental health professional on staff with the New Orleans Fire Department. We were looking for someone to come in who could really build our mental health care program, and we found the ideal person that has gone above and beyond, exceeded our expectations. Ms. Shannon DeLavallee, I think she came from gun violence prevention previously. She has been a rock star. Not only has she provided tremendous mental health counseling and availability to our members, she's also been a resource to the entire region. And we've reached out to several neighboring departments during some of their critical stress incidents for some of their members as well. So she's really been a tremendous asset, bringing that capability in-house for the New Orleans Fire Department in the service of our members. Staffing wise, so we've been slowly, as I said, we're slowly overcoming attrition and increasing our overall staffing. We increased our leave allowance and really got our leave allowance number correct, or where we think it's correct. We were operating at 17% leave allowance. That really was not enough. That resulted in a tremendous amount of overtime on a day-to-day basis to meet our staffing levels. We've increased it to 22%, which we think is the right number, because in your leave allowance or in our leave allowance, we also have to incorporate on-duty injuries, which was not calculated before. So we think we're at a good number right now that enables us to staff everything every day, but also provide an adequate amount of leave and availability of leave for our members so that they don't get overworked and overstressed, right? One of the biggest challenges on the fire department is that we're 24/7, and it's very difficult for our members to get time off when they need it, when things pop up. So this gives an additional capacity for them to get off. We've also backfilled our vacation slots. So our members have to pick their vacations a year in advance, right? So this time of year, they're picking their vacations for the next year. What happens when something comes up last minute? Well, in the past, the availability of those additional casual leave spots were already allocated. Well, now what we do is if somebody says, well, hey, I picked this vacation spot, but I don't need it, they put it back in the pool and now it becomes available for other members to take off. So again, just trying to give our members more time to decompress, to take leave as they need it for their mental health and well-being, so they can spend more time with their families and come back to work fresh and ready to go and rejuvenated. We've also increased the number of district chief positions, fire captain positions, and operator positions. And so basically what we've done is kind of shift the position allocations around. With the hiring, we had a lot of firefighters, but we were short in some of our rank positions, which resulted in members having to act out of class too frequently, in our opinion. So we've increased our numbers in some of these other positions to decrease the amount of time that members have to act out of class. Again, just to make sure we have that consistency in leadership with our district chiefs and captains, and have that consistency in trained apparatus operators who are driving our units every day. We also were able to do some promotions recently. So we had 17 district chiefs promoted and 3 fire captains, and we have 10 more fire captain promotions slated before the end of the year. So that was a big help as well. The next page talks about our progress on submitted departmental and capital goals. We put these in kind of as a sideline last year to touch on some of the things that require partnership with some of the other departments, but are critical for fire department operations. So the first, cancer prevention, PPE washers and turnout gear. We put that as yellow. We run into some roadblocks. Our fire supply annex is co-located with Station 24, and was slated for a FEMA-funded renovation this year. As they got into it, they found out that termites had gotten into the roof structure of the station, and so the repairs were a lot more involved than previously anticipated. But I think everything is back on track right now. I think they've gotten the capital adjustments needed to get that project going. We're just waiting for that to be completed. As part of that renovation, we've added additional capacity for an additional PPE washer at that facility. We also have some plumbing preparation done in some other stations to provide additional capacity. We hope to have a lot online next year. So all is not lost, but we will be able to increase that PPE cleaning capacity in-house next year. Station alerting is on track. The contract was awarded. The target completion date is May of 2025. OPCD, the first step is with OPCD with the configuration of the CAD system, with the station alerting system, and then it'll be the actual installation of the hardware in each of our stations for the deployment of the system. Fire station construction, the only actual fire station construction project that we had on deck that was supposed to start this year, I think Councilmember King mentioned it earlier, is the station, combined station 33 and 40, which will be co-located with the 4th District Police Station on Wall Boulevard. The funding that was allocated was not adequate with the increased costs. So the funding was reallocated to other critical projects on the West Bank. But that project is still slated for construction, and as soon as the capital funds can be allocated, we'll get an updated date on when that will begin. Fire headquarters, mild delays with as what happens when you open up walls, you find things you didn't expect. They found some decay in some of the steel posts that support the structure that had to be repaired. Our understanding is that has been completed. We may have lost a couple of months on the timeline with that, but they are back on track and everything is proceeding well, I guess, although a little behind schedule. The anticipated completion date is late 2024, early 2025. I'm keeping my fingers crossed that we'll be in there for Mardi Gras 2025. So we'll see how that goes. Multi-station renovations. Again, everything on track with those. We've been having companies shifting and swapping stations, and while these renovations have been going on for the last 3 years throughout COVID. And kudos to our members. I think the public didn't notice any difference in service, even though companies were responding from out of territory. We're at the last stages now. The last two projects are Engine 24 on Poland Street. As I mentioned, with those termite repairs, we're also hopeful for a mid-year adjustment to get money to do termite abatement treatments, to actually provide the materials for termite abatement to mosquito control so they can start doing our termite abatements and keep it up going forward. We have several stations that have active termite infestations right now. So we really get on track. We want to get on track that as capital is doing these projects and these FEMA funded projects, and we get our stations repaired, that we keep them up and don't have to keep dealing with repairing termite damage year over year. The last project, Station 7 on Basin Street, is still pending scheduling, but that'll be coming up soon, and that'll be complete our projects once that and Station 24 is completed. Our old communications building renovation, the project had to be respecified and limited to the FEMA funded scope of work. There was an additional component with capital funding in that project that was going to build it out to be a combined fire supply shop and annex. Again, with the capital funding having to be reallocated to some other more pressing projects citywide, they respect the project to the FEMA funded scope of work. So they're actually in the process of starting that project right now. And basically what that'll be is disconnecting a lot of the old electrical lines that are running throughout the building, crisscross throughout the building, as it was a former communication center, waterproofing the building, repairing some of the storm shutters, broken windows and things like that. And so that building will basically, upon completion, be a white box that can be used for other needs as determined. And when I say as determined, because as we go into the next one, right, the combined supply shop annex warehouse project is pending because the proposal for the public safety, combined public safety warehouse, we think is the ultimate solution for all of our needs, both PD, Homeland Security, fire, and EMS. The location that they've identified, we think is perfect. It's centrally located. It would enable us to keep all of our urban search and rescue equipment in an area close to downtown for rapid response. We can fit our supply shop, our supply annex, all of our boats, all of our equipment, everything there, with enough space for the other departments to do as well. So I think they got the appraisal done. Now it's just they're trying to make up a gap in funding on that. So we're hopeful that will be able to get done. Station generator replacements, again, that's one that's pending the reallocation of capital funding, but it is still on the capital agenda. New station land acquisition. We talked about this a little last year as well. This has been on our capital funding request list for a couple of years. Just looking to the future, even if we don't have the money to build some new fire stations right now, just identifying properties in key locations that will be crucial for either fire station consolidations in the future or where we need new stations to improve response times in the future. So we've requested capital funding in our budget this year to be able to acquire some of those locations. And finally, promotional testing. I touched on this earlier in our goals, but also kudos to civil service and assistance they provided us in getting these promotional tests done. We are extremely satisfied with the contract company they brought in to do the testing for police and fire. They have tremendous capacity to be able to do multiple tests at once, so they actually were able to do or develop a district chief's test and a fire captain's test at the exact same time. And they were actually delivered, I think, a day or two apart. So that has been a tremendous resource. So we're very happy with that and the assistance that civil services provided us with the promotion testing. 2024 goals. Really this year, keeping it simple, a tremendous task, as Chief Thomas can tell you, because he's done several of these, is we need to update the city fire code to keep it up to date with the international fire code. So we're currently at the 2015 standard. Our plan is to update it to the 2021 standard. And that's going to be one of our big goals for 2024. There's a lot of work involved going through the code line by line to make sure everything is up to date. But it also gives us the opportunity to look at some options that can reduce false alarms in the city. We've been looking at this for many years, back to several of my predecessors. False alarms are one of our highest call volumes behind medical. And it's basically a large amount of the time where our fire companies are responding to license sounds and things that turn out to be a false alarm. So there are some technology options and some services that we can look at using that we think could be a tremendous help in reducing those false alarm calls. So we're going to look into that as well as we're updating our fire code. Earlier, I touched on our policy management and training software implementation. We plan on getting that fully implemented in 2024. What this is going to give us is the ability to roll out policies and also roll out the training so that all of our members can sign off. They'll have to log into the system. We can verify that they viewed the policy, and we can also give them questions that they have to answer to make sure that they understand the policy. Sounds simple, but number one, when you have 30 stations across the city and 3 different platoons, 3 different 24-hour shifts where members can take one day off and be out of work for 5 days, basically 5 to 6 days. Being able to and we're also talking to some other programs about doing some management and leadership training for us next year for our officers. This is one of the gaps that the fire department has. You know, we don't have a foundation like the Police and Justice Foundation that provides the leadership for the police department. And as the fire service becomes more and more community oriented, as our firefighters are more actively engaged in the community, we really need to work on improving our leadership development and our communications training for all of our members. And so we're going to work on that in 2024. And then finally, just continue to recruit hiring, right? As we talked about, trying to get those numbers up to where we don't have enough capacity, and we're coming to you about needing more space to handle additional training. And we're hopeful we'll get to that in 2024. Going into our personnel allocations, as you can see, this is a comparison for 2023 to 2024. Actually, right now today, we're at 652, not 653. And you can see in 2024, the budget shows 640. And that's because when the snapshot was taken, we were at that 653 number. And the fact that it was budgeted at 640, I know that'll be adjusted, but it shows that real-time budgeting for position allocations. This was the first year that that we've been doing that where we did not carry vacancies on our budget. But when we asked to hire, the administration has approved those positions for us, and we're able to continue hiring both for fire recruits as well as some critical needed civilian positions on the department. So we're that process is working well for us. And right now today we have out of that 652, we have 638 of those positions are actually frontline operational personnel. Going to the 2023 budget summary and proposed budget. As you can see here, basically a variance of $10.4 million overall. The other operating funds does show a reduction of about $2.5 million. That's, as noted underneath, spend down of one-time funds. Everything that we asked for as far as base budget from this year is being carried over into next year with any additional costs such as the 2.5% employee raises, merit pay, and our SAFER grant is scheduled to roll off in this budget year. We're hopeful that we may be able to get an extension. The federal government has not confirmed that yet. We still have to wait until we get closer to the end of the grant period, but we're hopeful that they'll give us an extension to spend some of those unused funds that we haven't been able to spend yet. But that is scheduled to roll off, which will be I think it's a $4.5 million increase personnel cost wise that will come back on the city roads once that grant expires. Going to one-time funding, our ARPA projects, fire station alerting, $2.5 million. As we said, that contract has been signed and that money is encumbered. Rescue equipment, we had $125,000 appropriated. There's still $46,000 encumbered, and that is basically just supplier delays in providing the equipment. That's actually comprised of some vehicle stabilization kits and confined space rescue fans that are just pending delivery. So that'll be done within the next couple of months, once the equipment can be delivered. We talked about fire station learning to be completed. Yeah. And that's it. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Looks like we have two comments, one from Councilmember Thomas and one from Councilmember Green.
First of all, Chief Nelson, thank you and your team for doing the work that they do, especially public service. Is it safe to say in this time that we live in right now with climate change and all of the other alerts and how we seem to be functioning, that it's past time that the fire department be considered the little brother in public safety? You think you could, especially given what's happening in the world, what's happening in our community right now, the time to consider the fire department as a little brother in public safety, that time is done, it's over? Or should have been over?
I believe so. I think you're right, and I think the fire department has kind of been the middle child.
Yeah.
Right. You know,
we don't want to say stepchild because that's real bad.
Right. Well, the middle child is normally the good child that gets everything done, and they go unnoticed largely, right? But they're well respected, well thought of. But I think the changes in demands, right? Fires are the smallest part of what we do nowadays, our call volume, right? And actually, I wanted to share with you. I heard your rendition a while back about Public Enemy 911 is a joke, right?
Right.
It was the fire department that helped to make 911 no longer a joke.
Absolutely.
When they took on the first responder program and the medical program, and EMS touched on that earlier. So basically, as the fire department, we're the public safety generalists, right? Wherever we can step in to help to serve the public, you know, that doesn't require the use of firearms right now, we're there.
Right.
And so yes, but I think a change for us, you know, I think when I came on the job, and I can say definitely when Chief Eisenberg came on the job, you know, fire departments, firefighters, they look for knuckle draggers, right? Big, strong guys that can knock down doors and drag hose, right, and put out fires, right? It's become much more of a community forward-facing organization where with the medical calls and the different kind of calls we do that, our members have to engage and have much more communication skills to be able to share information with the public on how to be safe, but also be able to communicate with diverse groups in the public to help them be safe.
And two more points. We read the articles for, we have brush fires and forest fires all over the state right now. Experts from around the country and federal officials who've come here to assist us, especially through LIC, have said that people are asking too much of local fire departments, especially because they're not trained to deal with the scale of these fires right now. Is it time for more training? What differently do we have to do, especially given the fact that climate change is real, and we've had one of the longest periods of drought. Areas that were underwater right now are drier than Arizona deserts. So what are we looking at right now in these times, especially with training?
And this is not unique to the New Orleans Fire Department. This is nationwide, to a certain extent worldwide, where fire departments are having to deal with more of the wildfires. So, but with most of the fire departments around the country, where New Orleans, as always, is a little different, is most of the fire departments around the country are dealing with the wildland urban interface, right? Where they've built these big, beautiful homes right where the forested areas begin. So when there's a forest fire, homes and lives are at risk. What we deal with here, as we've seen, I talked about it earlier today. Back in August, we were fighting a similar fire to the one that we have burning in New Orleans East right now at Maple Ridge, right, where a wooded area of a couple of acres was burning
underground,
right adjacent to a neighborhood, right underground. And so those are the kind of challenges that we have, where it's not the traditional forest fire that other fire departments are dealing with, where they have to train their firefighters.
Burning bush.
Forest fires, right. Right. It's not burning grass and burning bush above ground. It's peat and other decaying vegetative matter burning underground.
So lastly, post our meeting, we had a meeting with federal officials, fire experts, Homeland Security, and yourself, and we've seen some resources now being deployed. What can you tell the public or people who are listening about the state of that fire that's burning on private property next to Bayou Sauvage, especially now that we have some more equipment out there, more resources out there? What can you share with the public about where that is and their hopes not only for containment, but extinguishing that fire and the resources we're needing from the state and federal government?
So right now we've got 5 additional pumps from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. So we have gotten federal support. They've loaned us the pump and the hose needed to pump more water onto the property. And basically that's the solution for the kind of fires that we deal with here, right? It requires heavy equipment, bulldozers, excavators. We have to actually, a lot of people think we have to churn up the ground. It's not churning up the ground, but you have to clear the pad to be able to get equipment in, dig trenches to contain the water, so then you can route water to that area that can sit and saturate the area until that fire's out. Then we can go back and mop up and do some hot spots. So we actually just got off a call. I just got off a call about an hour or so ago with the Department of Ag and Forestry, and they have been tremendous assets. They've brought down their bulldozers, cut lines for us, clear properties, and they're working to get some additional pumps set down, as well as equipment to clear out a basically drainage ditch that we've been pumping out of on one side of the property where the water supply is limited because it's not a true canal, it's a drainage ditch with water in it. So they've come up with some ideas and equipment that they're going to send down to actually clear out that drainage ditch so that we can pump more water into that ditch and use that in an area closer to the fire to pump the water from that point directly onto the fire. So we're seeing good progress. As I said today, I think we're gonna know more in the next couple of days on how effective those 5 pumps are. But one thing we do know, and I can tell you right now, is the more pumps we can get, the more water we can put on the ground, the faster we're going to get it out. So,
and 2 other points. A 200-acre fire. I know you guys were working with the property owner to do 100-foot ditches at a time. If you could just do 100-foot ditches at a time, it could have took till whenever to extinguish it. This was beyond the scope and scale of a private property owner and a local municipal fire department if you didn't get state and federal resources, correct?
Absolutely. We do not have the resources, well, the property owner definitely doesn't have the resources, right? The property owner has some resources to put out small spot fires, right? We don't have any resources for dealing with these kind of fires. We have to call in partners to get support because it's beyond the scope and capabilities of New
And then lastly, what can you say to the public now in terms of air quality, caution, and length, especially now that we have more resources and more pumps, of how long we're going to have to deal with this? What's your estimation? And that's it for me.
I think what we would say to the public is just to urge, just be patient with us, right? We need a little time to see, now that we've got those additional pumps, how effective that is, and so we can get an idea of how much of an area that it's being affected with, and kind of extrapolate that to a timeline on how long it'll be before we can actually put the fire out. Commissioner Strain was on the call today. He said the water we're pumping right now equates to putting an inch of water over the entire property every 8 hours, right? But that water's getting soaked up in certain areas, so we really have to see how the water penetrates and how it goes. But what I can tell you is from our crews on the ground, they say the areas that we're pumping the water in, when that water gets there, they're not seeing smoke bubbling up from underneath anymore. So it is effective. It's just time consuming, takes a lot of water. So I think in the next couple of days, we'll get an idea of how effective we are in the current area that we can use to extrapolate how long it'll take us to cover the entire property. And to the public, I just really NOLA-ready.gov, all of the resources on what to do and to be safe from the smoke and the respiratory problems and things like that is on there. But basically, the city has masks available. Where they're located is on that website. But also, just if you smell the smoke, if you have respiratory problems, go indoors and try to get away from it, right?
And since our meeting and Senator Boyd's involvement with the forestry and the governor, we've seen some movement, correct?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think our meeting with U.S. Fish and Wildlife, yeah, was productive. You know, they've given us some advice, but we've really seen support from the state as far as boots on the ground, and they've been with us there from early on. They've just been able to free up some resources because they're working multiple fires across the state. But they are 100% with us, and we're in communication on everything we need.
Thank you. Keep us posted, please.
Absolutely.
Hey, Councilmember Green, Mr. Burnside has a comment. Do you want to go, or do you want to let him?
I'll let Mr. Burnside go.
Okay. Burnside.
Councilman Green is the closer, man.
I might have to respond. To something Mr. Burnside raised.
That's what
It's always good to be a response guy. So Chief Nelson is teaching me to keep a soft voice and a big stick somewhere. So I will try not to use a high voice when I talk about the lack of numbers in this particular report. In 2023, I did some math, and each police, I misspoke already, each firefighter, I'm not all here today, each firefighter cost the cities and FTEs $200K. They're the most expensive employees the city has. So we'd like to know how many fires you put out, and we'd like to know how many medical calls you went to, because we don't have those numbers either. Air quality is not only a thing in the New Orleans East, it's a thing in the lower Garden District, where the asphalt plant over in Harvey sends stuff their way from time to time. And it's my understanding that you don't have any equipment at all to measure that air quality. And part of the problem is by the time the people in the lower Garden District call the state, it takes the state days to get there. And of course, by then the air quality's changed. And then we not know how many fires you've put out, and we don't know how many medical calls you've gone to. We don't know how many vehicles you own, because that's not in the report either. It has been brought to my attention by gossip, which I don't normally get, that some of the people that you employ who go on third-party details don't get paid for weeks and months. So I might suggest something similar to OPSE. We have Orleans Police Secondary Employment. You might benefit in the long run from Orleans Firefighter Secondary Employment Office, modeled after the same. In regards to firefighting, the newspaper had an interesting discussion about red cards. I don't want to repeat that, but it exists and it might be worth your time to read. The NOPD is grudgingly accepting lateral transfers, but I don't see any comment about lateral transfers in your hiring goals, and I don't know if firefighters do laterals or not. But sometimes a wife has a nice job and they move the whole family somewhere, and a firefighter might like to, sign on board. We don't have the number of applicants that has applied to you, therefore we don't have the percentage of people that make it into the condition of new hires. We also don't have other things like, for instance, the overtime that you offer your employees. It's interesting for a person who finished the United States Army as an E4 to see how many captains you have. You have 140 captains in a 240 person, I misspoke already. You have a 140 number of captains in a 640 person unit, which makes people who've been in the Army kind of twitch a little bit. As far as the pages 4 and 5, there's not a lot of print there for us to follow everything that you said verbally. So I'm not sure I kept track of everything, but you seem to want to buy new land, and that makes me twitch given the number of land that the city already owns. Furthermore, if the news articles in the internet are to be trusted, which I have no idea, the wave of new firefighting equipment involves drones that drop water of all things. And once upon a time in the past, there was talk of self-driving trucks. So I'm not really sure how many new stations you need, given that most firefighters are volunteer firefighters and drive to fires and meet their trucks there across the nation, because most rural firefighting people are volunteers. There's nothing here about a capital budget, which is understood because it's going to come, but you did a lot of talking about various fire stations needing various repairs, and it would be nice to know kind of how much money is going that direction. The number of call volumes is not available to us in regards to false alarm reduction, and something else isn't either, and I can't even read my own handwriting. If you want a equivalent of a Fire and Justice Foundation, you might double think about the idea of an Office of Firefighter Secondary Employment. In your presentation, it would be nice if you included the actual salaries along with the positions. And it would also be nice to know the vacancy. I mean, I was surprised to hear that the EMS is only 60% staffed. And that sort of made me unhappy. It would be nice to know your belief as to the vacancies that exist in the fire department. It would also be nice to have something about your revenue sources, because you, unlike so many others, have an actual millage on our property tax forms. So it would be nice to have that along with the federal grants and other things showing sort of how we pay for our firefighters. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Green.
I want to thank the fire department and all of the men and women who perform the services that you do. I do want to comment on just one thing that Mr. Burnside said. And I just want to remind him, Mr. Burnside, we don't budget all of these vacant positions like we did in the past. Like if we have 200 positions that we feel can be filled within the fire department, we're not going to budget them because we're budgeting toward what we think is actual. Departments can come back to us and increase their budget allocations as they feel the need. But we were criticized for having these large line items that were unfilled in terms of dollars that might be used for other occasions. So we hope that the positions that are available at EMS and other places will be filled. Could you also explain to the public some of the other work? I think you're pretty modest that members of the New Orleans Fire Department do. Life-saving, for example, responding to calls that aren't fire related. Just if you would, just to encourage people to support the fire department and also to potentially join.
Yes, thank you for that opportunity, council member. And if I could back up a minute, because Mr. Burnside reminded me that I skipped over the details of our apparatus procurement, but I did want to relay because Mr. Burnside has talked about replacement plan, and that's something that as the fire department we've really focused on, because we have very expensive apparatus that are expensive to maintain and to operate. So we have 6 new apparatus that are slated for delivery before the end of this year. Our team is actually going next week to do the pre-final inspection, I guess you would say, on those, and 4 of those will be ladder trucks, 1 heavy rescue will be in before year's end, and then what's called the Schnozzle, which is basically a fire pump with an aerial articulating boom, is slated for delivery in Q1 of 2024. And we are very focused on the replacement cycle of those apparatus to make sure that we continually order in cycles so that we're not having to replace our entire fleet at one time. We had a large number of apparatus some years ago bought at one time, so we're very aware of that and staggering those orders. Also, vehicle-wise, because as Mr. Burnside pointed out, we're replacing basically our entire staff fleet this year. We're still pending delivery of 47 Dodge Durangos, well, 46, I think we've gotten 1 so far. But that is something that we are well aware of, that we have to institute a replacement plan on those vehicles going forward, so we're not getting hit with 1 hit at one time going across. And I will say that EMD has been very cognizant of that and has been a tremendous asset to us in working on procuring not only apparatus, but as well as fleet vehicles. And they actually found an aerial ladder for us, a demo ladder that we got early this year that enabled us to actually get on track with our apparatus replacement plan, or get all of our apparatus up to date with the order that was placed this year. Now, unfortunately, and this is the complications why nothing ever works as easy as you would like it to. The apparatus that we ordered this year, which is another 6 apparatus, there's a 3-year delivery window, right? So it's constantly a challenge with replacement plans and cycling equipment through, but we are well aware of that. When you talk about the additional things that firefighters do, so we, and as Councilmember Thomas talked about, firefighters need to be trained and additional duties and things to come on as evidenced by these wildfires. 10 or 15 years ago, when we first started doing our urban structural training, questions were raised of when are you going to ever need firefighters to go into a collapsed building? When is a high-rise building never going to collapse in the city of New Orleans? That's not realistic. Well, the Hard Rock building showed us, right, that is realistic. So we are very in tune to the challenges that are arising around the country, right? Because as a fire service nationwide and worldwide, we stay in communication and we keep up on the latest trends. One of the biggest things, Councilmember, Councilmember Green, that you brought up that I'd like to touch on that our members do that people don't realize is the public assistance calls. And these are the calls I improperly was calling them in the past nuisance calls, because that's how some of our firefighters in the past looked at them. But really, I had a constituent tell me recently that it's better to call them, or more appropriate to call them, the calls where the fire department is the last resort, right? And so our firefighters are regularly dealing with calls where someone we've had calls where the person was a quadriplegic and did not have the proper medical resources at home, so they could not turn themselves over in bed, so they called the fire department. And our firefighters would go there and rearrange them in bed so they didn't get bed sores. We have calls where citizens are wheelchair bound, but they don't have a ramp for access to their home, so they call the fire department. So our firefighters will go there twice a day to get them off their porch so they can go to the doctor and then go back and put them back on the porch when they come home, right? That's not the fire department's core role, right? But it's a needed service. But what we've learned over the years is that what we can do as the fire department also is get in contact with EMS, get in contact with Dr. Wegner and the health department, because obviously that person is not getting the public health resources that they need. And over the years, our firefighters have been tremendous on advocating for those people and getting them additional resources, whether it be a ramp or improved home health care and things like that, So that's one of the big things that I think our firefighters aren't known for, but make the biggest impact in people's lives on a day-to-day basis.
You install smoke detectors.
We install smoke detectors. Usually I've been talking about this for so long, I've tried to ease off, but smoke alarms are what save lives. Smoke alarms save the lives of the public. They also help to save the lives of firefighters. When I came on the job years ago, every building, every fire, no matter what, we were going in. Aggressive interior attacks. That's what we were known for. That's what we believed in. Over the years, we've learned that it's much more beneficial if we ensure that there's a working smoke alarm in the home so that when we pull up, there's somebody outside telling us everyone is out. Now we can decide how we attack that fire and whether we want to risk sending firefighters into that burning building or whether it's too structurally unsound and now we can just focus on protecting the neighboring properties because we don't want to risk lives going into that home. So smoke alarms are a tremendous asset and they really saved a lot of lives in this city that go uncounted because the people are never at risk in the first place due to the smoke alarm giving them early warning.
A well-equipped fire department also saves homeowners money because of lower insurance rates, lower fire insurance rates. Could you talk about that for a second?
Absolutely. We are a Class 1 rated fire department by PIL, and that ensures that we have the lowest possible fire cost on homeowners insurance possible. We know with the increases, we don't know how much money that's actually saving or it goes unnoticed, but we do have the lowest possible fire cost on our insurance rates here in the city.
And I could go on, you know, obviously I'm egging you on because I kind of know what you do. I want the public to know, but I'm also on this bent of the city council kind of knows what we're doing. We don't spend all of our money on law enforcement, to be very honest with you. That's an important component. But we also recognize that when we're spending money on public safety, fire safety, and also some of the features that you mentioned, save people money and save lives.
Absolutely.
That's what we're about too. And so I'm kind of being a little bit strategic in my responses to some of those who are inclined to rhetoric that says, all you all do is fund law enforcement. We do a whole lot more than that. And today's presentation is an example. A lot of the members of your department also go into the community and talk to our youth, speak before the Silverback Society and other organizations about their experiences and help promote our city in many ways. So I just want to say thank you for all of that work. Thank you for your work. And to all of those members of the New Orleans New Orleans Fire Department and those who want to recognize that there are some good things going on within the city of New Orleans. And one of them is the New Orleans Fire Department. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all so much. We really appreciate your being here. That concludes the day 4 budget hearings. Tomorrow, if you like building stuff, it's for you. Capital budget plan for capital projects, property management, DPW, sanitation, park partners, including yours. Thank you all very much. See everybody at 9:30 tomorrow.